001 My second brother TOBIRAMA is invincible. Chapter 001. In the ninja world, it is a time of turmoil. Countless ninjas are fighting each other for their own interests and the interests of their families. In the Land of Fire, the Senju clan, the most powerful and top ninja clan among the countless ninja clans, is facing an increasing shortage of manpower due to the countless opponents they have to fight. As the patriarch of the Senju clan, the top ninja clan in the ninja world, the child of Senju Fusuma is no exception. In this dangerous era, we must rush to the battlefield and fight the enemy. Therefore, they inevitably encountered dangers that they could not resist. 1704 Among Senju Fujian's 4 children, the youngest, the 6-year-old fourth brother, Senju Itama, clutched his weapon with trembling hands, watching the large men gradually surrounding him, his heart filled with despair. He has great talent and is already an excellent Senju clan ninja, active on the battlefield. But this time, he encountered a brutal siege by 5 adult ninjas from the Uchiha clan. I'm going to die. 1704 Senju Itama endured it, not letting the fear in his heart consume him. I can't let my eldest and second brothers down, and I can't let my third brother laugh at me in front of my tombstone in the future. The third brother almost died last time, but after being rescued by the second brother, he boasted about it. He was ready to use the detonating tag to die together with the 5 adult ninjas who besieged him, and he didn't shed a single tear for this glorious deed. 1704 7 Chi Kexiu, how come my detonating talismans just ran out? 1704 1 Seeing the 5 enemies rushing towards him with hideous and twisted smiles on their faces, Senju Itama's mind couldn't help but completely go blank at this moment. This time, there is no going back. Water escape, water wave. 1704 4 At this moment, water vapor suddenly condensed around Senju Itama, and then suddenly, it spun around his body, forming a waterspout, which completely blocked the attacks of the 5 burly men around him. However, the waterspout suddenly poured down again, and then rushed away all 5 Uchiha ninjas around. Second brother. Senju Itama really wanted to appear stronger. But when he looked through the cracks in the water and saw his second brother, Senju TOBIRAMA, who appeared behind the enemy with a cold face and kept forcing them back, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Great, second brother, you saved third brother once, and this time you saved me, woo woo woo. This idiot, brother San, must have lied. How could he not cry when he was rescued by his second brother? He was only 1 year older than me, just a 7-year-old kid. 1704 12 So it's definitely not my fault that I couldn't help myself. Damn it! It's the Senju clan's reinforcements. Retreat. 1704 3 The child of the Senju clan who was about to be chopped to death was saved. These Uchiha ninjas, seeing the cold-eyed, short-haired Senju TOBIRAMA and the reinforcements following behind him, reluctantly gave the order to retreat. Okay, it's okay. Senju TOBIRAMA also breathed a sigh of relief. With his talent and current age, he can defeat any adult ninja from the Uchiha clan. But the main purpose of bringing the team here this time is to save his brother, not to continue fighting the Uchiha guys to the death. It's okay. Patting his tearful little brother who had escaped death, Senju TOBIRAMA's heart warmed. In the end, they were all saved. After traveling through time and space and becoming TOBIRAMA Senju, in this chaotic world where human life is worthless and the average age of ninjas is no more than 30 years old, his greatest warmth is his family, his brothers, and his tribesmen. Being able to change history and save his 2 young brothers twice, who should have died in the siege of 5 adult ninjas, a sense of warmth and pride rose in Senju TOBIRAMA's heart. However, there is also a slight sense of fucking. If it weren't for me, my 2 younger brothers, Watama and Itama, would have been beaten to death by 5 adult ninja men. How tragic! 1704 3 And it seems that Senju Tobirama's fate was even worse in the end. In order to cover his disciples' retreat, he was also beaten to death by the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers, along with a bunch of muscular men from the Hidden Cloud village. 1704 OB45. He returned to the family with his brothers and tribesmen. Having just received the news that his younger brothers had returned safely, the eldest brother, Senju Hashirama, ran over with joy. That's great, Banjian, if you're okay too, that's great. 1704 OB. Senju Hashirama was already worried about his two younger brothers. When he learned that his father had sent his youngest brother out on a mission, he became extremely worried. Fortunately, the second brother, Senju Tobirama, seemed to have the same idea as him. He quickly completed his mission and quickly led the team to support and rescued the third brother. And this time, the fourth brother was also saved by him. I'm so glad you're all okay. Senju Hashirama was crying uncontrollably, and the youngest brother who was hugged by him was very helpless. He raised his half-black and half-white hair on his head with a proud look on his face. Brother, don't cry so ugly. I didn't cry when I was in danger just now and almost died. You have to be strong. 1704 OB. Senju Tobirama turned his head away, not looking at his younger brother Itama, who was winking at him, asking him not to tell others about his ugly behavior. At this time, the Senju clan leader, Senju Fujian, the father of the four brothers, came out from the clan. After taking a look at the still alive Senju Itama, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, they are my own children, my own flesh and blood. Even though as a clan leader, he had to lead by example and ruthlessly send his youngest son to the battlefield, he still had some worries in his heart. Then, Senju Tobirama saw the expression on Senju Butsuma's face, because his elder brother Hashirama began to become strangely subtle. Father looked at his eldest brother, Hashirama Senju, crying his heart out, and the expression on his face became increasingly unhappy. But the eldest brother didn't notice at all and was still crying very seriously. Wait, no. 1704 OB. Senju Tobirama's eyes also had a subtle look. Originally, the eldest brother should have been so upset by the tragic deaths of his two younger brothers that he couldn't help but question his father, and then he was slapped in the face by his father, Jian Xiaofojian, and was extremely depressed. He couldn't help but feel sad for the loss of his brother, so he left his family and went to the river to relax. As a result, there, he met his lifelong friend Uchiha Madara. 1704 OB. But now, I, Senju Tobirama, have already changed the situation of my two younger brothers' tragic deaths, right? This slap shouldn't. Father, please don't let Banjian and Wajian do this kind of mission again. It's too dangerous. They could really die. 1704 OB. If it weren't for these two times, 1704 OB. Just when Senju Hashirama, filled with the joy of his brothers surviving the disaster, pleaded with his father Senju Buddha for mercy. Bang! 1704 OB3. The corners of Senju Tobirama's eyes twitched, because his father Senju Busuma's slap finally and unstoppably landed on his eldest brother Senju Hashirama's face, leaving him bewildered. He also felt a slight pain in his head. Brother, he was beaten. Post views, 200. 002 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 002. Senju Tobirama looked at his elder brother Senju Hashirama, who left the family with a depressed and confused look on his face and ran out to relax. For a moment, Tobirama felt a little confused. I, Senju Tobirama, saved both of my younger brothers, but I still couldn't change the fate of my eldest brother, Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara meeting? 1 TLBXH. No, maybe not. The relationship and love that the eldest brother has for his younger brothers, regardless of whether or not they will die at the hands of the enemy, will lead the eldest brother, Hashirama, to say these words to his father, Senju Butsuma. Although the eldest brother still inevitably got slapped. But at least I, Senju Tobirama, successfully saved all my brothers. 1 TLBXH. No, I have to try again. 1 TLBXH. Senju Tobirama swooshed out of the family, following his elder brother, and stopped him as he seemed to want to go to a distant river to relax. Brother! Oh, it's Tobirama, what's going on? Father just slapped you, are you okay? 1 TLBXH11. Senju Hashirama grinned foolishly in front of his brother. No, it's okay. The boardroom and the tile room are still alive and well. I am very happy. 1 TLBXH. Although, I still can't figure it out, and I can't understand why my father allowed my brothers to do such a thing. 1 TLBXH. Brother, father is not only our father, but also the patriarch of the Senju clan. Big brother, besides our younger brother, there are still other young children in the family who have the same problem and have to be sent to the battlefield at this time. 1 TLBXH3. Only Hashirama Senju would not care when his second brother directly told him what he had just cried about. Just let Uchiha Izuna say that his elder brother Uchiha Madara is crying. 1 TLBXH. Even my own brother will be beaten. 1 TLBXH5. Father simply feels that you are qualified as a caring brother, but perhaps you are still a little short of being the young patriarch of our Senju clan. He was a little surprised, and then slowly, his face became enlightened. Brother, we are ninjas, and our father is also a ninja. So when he was the clan leader, even if my father couldn't bear it, he had no choice but to send my younger brother out for the sake of the family. And big brother, father slapped you because he had high expectations of you. What father really wants to tell you is that crying won't solve the problem. 1 TLBXH2. A puzzled expression appeared on Senju Hashirama's face. What exactly does Tobirama and father mean? 1 TLBXH1. Isn't it right to cry for your brother's safe return? Oh, I see. Father, you think I'm not strong enough now? 1 TLBXH5. If he were strong enough, he would be able to share more of the family's responsibilities and not have to let his younger brother and other young clan members carry out so many dangerous missions. If I were strong enough, my father would recognize me more, and I wouldn't have to send young clansmen, or even my younger brother, to the battlefield. 1 TLBXH3. I understand, Tobirama, I will definitely do better. 1 TLBXH1. Tobirama looked at his elder brother, who finally seemed to understand something and walked towards a river in the distance without feeling depressed, and laughed. After all, things can still be changed. Look, I, Senju Tobirama, successfully stopped big brother from going to the river to meet Uchiha Madara today. 1 TLBXH7. The eldest brother, Senju Hashirama, ran back to the family with great enthusiasm and began to train and practice, working hard to make himself stronger. Having just completed his mission and saved his younger brother once again, Tobirama, with his exhausted body, had a good meal, returned home and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Tobirama suddenly woke up, opened his eyes abruptly, and looked at the seat next to him. The two stinky brothers, tile room and board room, were already fast asleep, and the quilts were kicked away by them. However, there is no one on the big brother's bed. He gently patted Wajian and Banjian's shoulders, waking them up from their sleep. What's wrong, second brother, is it dawn yet? Where's your eldest brother? I don't know. Wajian rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at his elder brother's position. I seem to know that my brother was training like crazy today, when we were about to come back to rest. He said he still needed to train for a while, but in order not to disturb the tribesmen's sleep, he ran out to practice. When Senju Tobirama heard what his two younger brothers said, he slapped himself in the face. What? Big brother went out to practice? What a joke, what kind of plane is this? 1 TLBXH. Senju Tobirama felt his whole body tremble. He put on his clothes and let his two younger brothers continue to sleep. Then he quickly ran out of the family. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 1 TLBXH. Senju Tobirama was very fast, and finally, he came to a river far away from his family. Bang bang bang. 1 TLBXH. The stones continued to bounce off the water and shoot into the distance. Senju Tobirama looked at his elder brother standing by the river, and the black-haired guy wearing wooden clogs beside him, and he didn't know what to say. Big brother, you are embarrassed to disturb others' sleep at night, and you ran out to practice and had to come to this place, right? 1 TLBXH. Uchihamadara, you didn't meet my eldest brother during the day, so you stayed by the river and refused to leave. You had to wait until my eldest brother came and then play skipping stones with him, right? 1 TLBXH10. And you too, why don't you go home so late? Are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra so attracted to each other? Senju Tobirama feels a little pain in his head now. Never mind, I really don't want to care, let them meet each other. 1 TLBXH. Senju Tobirama, have a splitting headache now and just want to have a good sleep. Everything will be fine after a good sleep. Second brother, do you think that eldest brother has been a little strange these days? What's strange? He's really happy. A few days later, in the Senju clan. Next to Senju Tobirama who was practicing, the two exhausted brothers took advantage of the break to quietly ask their beloved second brother their questions. If my dad had slapped me in front of so many people a few days ago, I would have been angry and displeased with everyone I saw. Although big brother is a bit of a fool, but even if he is a fool, he shouldn't be angry at all, right? 1 TLBXH. Senju Tobirama glanced at Senju Hashirama and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Your eldest brother has met his destined person, how can he not be happy? 1 TLBXH5. Don't think too much, just keep training. It's not always possible for me to appear beside you in time and save you from the clutches of 5 big men. 1 TLBXH9. Post views, 124. 003 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 003. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. After giving the two younger brothers a lesson, I told them to continue concentrating on their training. Senju Tobirama glanced in the direction of his elder brother and shook his head. Over the next few days, my eldest brother seemed to work harder and be more diligent. He goes out early and comes back late every day. He practices in the family during the day, and runs out to practice at night so as not to disturb the family members' sleep. Such performance made his old father Senju Buddha, who had slapped him before, feel very relieved. Hashirama, even when practicing, you should pay attention to the proper balance between work and rest. If you blindly indulge in spiritual practice and training, you will only get half the result with twice the effort. You should also take some rest. However, he still educated his elder brother Hashirama with a serious face and would not easily show his joy, so that his elder brother Hashirama could feel his love for his children. However, the eldest brother Hashirama did not take his father's words to heart. Because he is really happy and full of energy. Even though he slept a few hours less a day than before, he didn't feel tired at all. It's so hard to have a friend with similar interests, how could he be willing to give up the time he spent with her? Tonight, they all agreed to go hiking together. He wanted to use this night to tell his good friend about his dreams and his desire to protect his family. And Hashirama believed that his best friend had exactly the same thoughts and beliefs. The jubilant Hashirama did not notice that his old father, Senju Butsuma, was gradually beginning to have some doubts about his abnormal behavior day after day. Tobirama, I have a very important task for you. Go and look after your elder brother at night. See if he has contact with other people. Any abnormalities must be reported to me promptly. Hearing his father say this to him, Tobirama got a huge headache. It's terrible. Now my eldest brother runs out of the family every night to meet Uchiha Madara. The eldest brother is the reincarnation of Asura, he is energetic and strong. I have been running out every night for so many days, and have to practice hard all day long in broad daylight, and I sleep less than 5 hours a day. Brother, can you believe that he doesn't even have dark circles under his eyes? You made Senju Tobirama live such a hard and tiring life, I will die suddenly in front of you in any minute. Tobirama's eyes rolled around and he found his third brother Senju Wahima. He imitated his father's expression with a serious look on his face. Wajian, I have a very important task for you to do. Keep an eye on your eldest brother at night. See if he comes into contact with other people when he goes out. Any abnormalities must be reported to me promptly. Senju Wajian's little face wrinkled. He had to go out with his elder brother so late at night. It must have a headache. Shortly after my second brother, Senju Tobirama, left. Senju Wakan quickly found his youngest brother, Senju Itama. He imitated his second brother's mature and cold demeanor and spoke coolly to Banjian. Banjian, there is a very important task for you to do. When your elder brother goes out at night, you should follow him and see what happens. See if your elder brother has any contact with anyone with bad intentions. Remember, if there are any abnormal situations, please report to me at any time. But in the middle of the night, Senju Tobirama still got up. Because he was worried that if Uchiha Izuna found out that the person following his elder brother was just a young and weak brother, this might even cause the death of his younger brother Wajian. When he got up and prepared to go out to follow his elder brother, he found that Wajian was still sleeping soundly, and Banjian got up with a grunt, his face darkening. He kicked Wajian on the butt and said, "You stinky little brother, what can't you learn from your second brother for a day? Is this all you learn?" After a while, near a small river, hiding in the crown of a sturdy tree, the little brother had dark circles under his eyes. From time to time, he looked at his third brother Watanabe and second brother Tobirama, who were also hiding beside him and whose eyes were also dark. Her pouting little mouth was still muttering something, and she looked extremely aggrieved. "All right, you two guys, you've assigned all the tasks assigned by father to me one by one, right?" Wajian also played a trick on Banjian, which prevented him from getting a good night's sleep. It was a bit embarrassing to hear his mumbling at this time. But Tobirama is different. He is older than both Wakanama and Bankan, and his skin is much thicker than both of them. At this time, he was still motionless, with his hands in his pockets, staring ahead with a cold expression on his face. It was just that the big dark circles under his eyes somewhat destroyed his aura and made him look not majestic at all. His father, Senju Butsuma, has already noticed that the person who meets with his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, every day is most likely a ninja from another ninja clan. So he still gave the cruel order, asking Tobirama to bring his two brothers to follow him in ambush. See if we can seize the opportunity and kill the children of other ninja clans directly. As for whether such an action would make his elder brother Hashirama sad, my father would only think that this was just a woman's kindness in troubled times. If I don't seize the opportunity to kill the other party today, this guy may become the enemy of my family in the future. Bring more pain to his people and even his relatives. Under the watchful eyes of his father Senju Butsuma, and the three brothers Tobirama, Watama, and Itama, the eldest brother Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had just met by the river, but both of them seemed a little lifeless. They all realized that behind them, their relatives and tribesmen had already made preparations and set up an ambush. Then as usual, let's say hello by skipping stones on the water. Madara took out the stone with body temperature from his clothes. The same goes for Hashirama. Papa! 2 stones bounced up from the surface of the river, crossed each other, and fell accurately into each other's hands with their own body temperature and warmth. Looking at the reminder of the stones thrown into their hands by the other party, their eyes suddenly realized and a trace of warmth flowed in their hearts. My dear friend, you don't want to hurt me. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but shudder. You two really are in sync with each other. The two people who wanted to leave were unable to stop the development of the situation. Swish! 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 Different numbers of voices were heard behind each of the two men. They walked past Hashirama and Madara, who wanted to leave here to avoid conflict, and came to the surface of the water, confronting each other. It seems we have the same idea, Senju Butsuma. And the one called Tobirama. Uchiha Tajima, the head of the Uchiha clan, standing on the river. After seeing the situation in Thousand Hand Buddha room, he frowned. I originally wanted to bring Izuna with me to ambush, but the guys on the opposite side, how come so many of them are still alive, and I only have Izuna besides Madara? Post views, 99. 004 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 004. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Although the younger ones all had severe dark circles under their eyes. When they landed on the water, they seemed to be lacking in energy and were a little shaky. But Uchiha Tajima couldn't bear it and looked at his son Uchiha Izuna. Running out late at night every day to follow his elder brother Uchiha Madara also made him a little tired, and his eye sockets were dark. This is really a case of adding insult to injury. We were already outnumbered by the opponent, and now Izumi's condition is not good either, so we are at an even greater disadvantage. The advantage is mine, follow me. Thousand-handed Buddha rushed forward with a ferocious look on his face. Tobirama was stunned, looking at his two younger brothers who rushed towards Uchiha Izuna without hesitation under their father's order. For a moment, he looked a little dazed. Oh no! Because of my intervention, both of my younger brothers survived. Moreover, he also asked his father to join them in the ambush against Uchiha Madara. And now, because of the advantage in numbers, my father thinks that I have the upper hand and wants to kill all the enemies as much as possible? Tobirama quickly took out a shuriken and hit the katana that Uchiha Izuna raised high. Even when he was not in good condition, he was not someone his two still young brothers could easily contend with. After taking a deep breath, Tobirama's movements began to speed up. He stepped on the water and quickly approached his two younger brothers with a puff of water. How despicable! Uchiha Izuna was angry when he saw Senju Tobirama approaching just now. Does this guy want to use his brother to attract most of my attention, and then take this opportunity to attack my weaknesses? As a ninja, you are undoubtedly excellent. But as a brother, you are really a piece of shit. Uchiha Izuna was thinking this, but suddenly found that Tobirama, who rushed up, did not want to attack him, but was holding his two younger brothers and retreating. Clang! Two stones flew from behind, knocking down the shurikens thrown from the two old fathers' hands and stabbing at each other's children. At the same time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who had just wanted to leave to avoid escalation of the situation, had to stand opposite each other on the river that witnessed their friendship. I will never forgive anyone who tries to hurt my brother, no matter who it is. Me too. Tobirama glanced at the two people who were looking at each other affectionately, then looked at Uchiha Izuna and his two naughty younger brothers who were moved by his elder brother. The two people had to break up on this small river because of their family and their own relative, the younger brother. The sad Uchiha Madara even opened his Sharingan because of this. Senju Buddha wanted to take advantage of the crowd and continue to call on his children to attack. Senju Tobirama shook his head and stopped his father Senju Butsuma from chasing him. Father, this is not the right time. The opponent has opened the Sharingan, and the eyes of the Uchiha clan give them an advantage in night battles. If we continue to fight, we may not win. Hashirama glanced at Tobirama with gratitude. He didn't want to chase after her anymore. Uchiha Madara opened his Sharingan and was about to leave. After taking a last deep look at Hashirama Senju, his eyes lingered on Tobirama for a moment with an imperceptible gaze. Whether it was because he had just failed to seize the opportunity to continue attacking his younger brother Izumi, or because he was now stopping Senju Butsuken from continuing his pursuit. This younger brother of Hashirama shows more of a will to protect his family. Moreover, he did it and protected his two younger brothers from the Uchiha clan. This is something that neither Uchiha Madara nor Uchiha Izuna has done. On this point, Uchiha Madara also admires this guy Senju Tobirama. He is a qualified second brother. What a shame. If I had known that brat could open the Sharingan, I would have wanted to kill him right there, even if it cost me a lot. After returning to the family, Senju Fugen still felt a little regretful about the failure of the attack just now. Then he glared at Hashirama Senju fiercely again, and the anger rising in his heart almost made him want to slap Hashirama again. Not only did this guy inform the enemy, but he was also not active at all during the battle. Senju Butsuma couldn't understand the sincere, yet deeply painful friendship between Hashirama and Ban. Tobirama quickly took his eldest brother away to prevent his father from getting too angry and slapping him again. "Thank you, Tobirama. If it weren't for your help today, we might have really had a life-and-death fight with Madara. If Fei Tian hadn't been there, given his father's strong personality, he would have definitely forced himself and his brothers to wipe out the Uchiha clan, which was outnumbered." Tobirama patted his elder brother's shoulder and said that there was no need to say such things between brothers. He could understand the thoughts of his elder brother, who was born in troubled times and therefore longed for peace and friendship. But now, both he and his elder brother still have little influence in the family. The strength of the two of them has not yet reached the level where they can control the battlefield. The power of the two of them was not enough to change the direction of the family. The same is true for Uchiha Madara in the Uchiha clan. He also didn't want to fight Hashirama. But Hashirama's younger brother almost died at the hands of the Uchiha clan, and Madara's younger brother also died at the hands of the Senju clan, leaving him with only Izuna. It is even more impossible for Uchiha Tajima and Senju Butsuma to let go of their hatred and work together with their families. "Come on, big brother, the Uchiha clan is still joining forces with the Hago Romo clan to attack us. To protect my brother and my fellow tribesmen. And in order to fulfill your and Madara's wishes, you must also become stronger." Do you think so too, Tobirama? Do you also think that the dream of peace that Madara and I had at that time can be realized? Hashirama was extremely happy. It would be great if his smartest brother could understand him in this way. Seeing his elder brother suddenly become energized and start practicing regardless of the fact that it was already late at night, Senju Tobirama suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders was lightened a lot. "Phew, I'm so tired." Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief and fell asleep at home, making up for the sleep he had lacked during this period. The next day, his father Senju Buddha asked him to lead the team out of the family and go out to carry out the mission entrusted by the family. Senju Tobirama yawned as he walked to the gathering team. When he saw his two younger brothers waiting there, also yawning, he couldn't help but laugh. "You see, even though my father is a thousand-handed Buddha, he is still not completely cold-blooded in his heart. He entrusted his two younger brothers to himself and asked him to raise them." Post views, 98,005. My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 005. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. My stupid Udaudu. Tell me, how do you usually complete your escort missions? Before setting off, Tobirama Senju looked at his two younger brothers and the other two ninjas in the team and asked them. His face was serious and full of earnestness. This made the two younger brothers and Senju Momika nervous as well. This sounds like a test for them and a test of their abilities. The two younger brothers had solemn expressions and answered their second elder brother seriously and methodically. "Of course, we will eliminate all enemies along the way and ensure our client reaches his destination safely. I will be on guard at all times and set traps in my resting areas to prevent any possible sneak attacks from the enemy." Senju Momoko looked at her two younger brothers who were answering Tobirama's questions seriously, and began to think too. I think we should prepare food and water for the journey in advance so that we won't get poisoned. Senju Tobirama nodded, and finally looked at his elder brother who was grinning foolishly beside him. That's right, there's another Senju Hashirama in the team. My father hasn't wanted to see my eldest brother much lately and feels that he is still immature. I want to help my elder brother grow and transform faster. Well, Tobirama, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. When Tobirama looked at him, the silly brother started to laugh foolishly. Tobirama nodded and began to assign tasks. Yes, that's right, what you said is very good. Well, in that case, Wajian, you will be mainly responsible for staying in front, behind, left and right of the team, ready to clear out the enemy at any time. In the boardroom, you are mainly responsible for vigilance, setting traps, cleaning up and other tasks. Dahua, you are mainly responsible for preparing food, water, as well as detonating tags, kunao, shurikens and other ninja tools. Big brother, you are responsible for supporting everyone in silhouette at all times. Senju's tile and boardrooms, as well as Dahong's little face, all fell down in an instant. It turns out that Senju Tobirama asked them so seriously because he wanted to confirm what they were doing. If I had known this earlier, I would have said less and not made myself so tired. But seeing Senju Tobirama's still serious and cold face, they didn't dare to go up and refute him. Tobirama, what about you, what are you doing? However, someone will eventually ask. In response to the question from his elder brother Senju Hashirama, Tobirama's mouth curled up into a cold and cool smile. Me? Of course I am. 3 hours later. Slurp, slurp. On an uneven carriage in the land of fire, the sound of drinking tea slowly came out from inside. Senju Wakan, Senju Bankan and Senju Dahua surrounded the road, doing their necessary vigilance and protection work while looking at the carriage with envy. The wealthy businessman and his daughter who accepted their commission were leisurely drinking tea with their second brother Senju Tobirama, looking very happy. And they have to keep running back and forth, looking everywhere for enemies and traps ahead, and they cannot relax for a moment. Second brother, do you really have the nerve to play in there so comfortably by yourself? Brother, has second brother always been like this? Two younger brothers who have never done missions with Senju Tobirama before. I couldn't help but lean towards the big brother behind me. Senju Momoko also pricked up her ears and began to inquire about Senju Tobirama's affairs. That's not the case. This time, our client wanted to see the scenery along the way, so we went so slowly. If it were the previous escort missions, after obtaining the other party's consent, Tobirama would complete it as quickly as possible. Senju Hashirama's words aroused their curiosity. How fast? Well, I don't even want a carriage. Tobirama was responsible for carrying the girl, and I was responsible for carrying the wealthy businessman. We ran all the way, at the speed of a ninja, to get each other to the destination as soon as possible. Hearing what Hashirama Senju said, the two younger brothers nodded thoughtfully. This seems to be much faster than ordinary escort. But what if there is a large amount of supplies that need to be transported? But Senju Momoko seemed to be paying attention to another more important point. Young clan leader Hashirama, you always carried the girls on your back before. Are you the one carrying the men? It seems so. When there are no girls around, Tobirama would rather carry supplies with the other ninjas in the team. Senju Momoko chuckled and said nothing more. However, the two younger brothers, Wajian and Banjian, felt that the expression of this young lady, who was quite beautiful and talented in the clan, seemed a little unnatural. Something's happening. At this moment, the expression on Hashirama Senju's face suddenly became very serious. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Scatter. What came towards him was a torrential downpour of shurikens. After Hashirama Senju was born and warned, his two younger brothers and Momika Senju had successfully dodged to the surroundings. After this rain of shurikens, black shadows rushed out from the depths of the forest. "It's a ninja from the Hago Romo clan, be careful." After seeing the family emblem on the other party, Hashirama Senju held a kunao and stood in front of his brothers. The Yi clan and they are old enemies. Up to now, both sides have been trying to prevent the other side from completing the mission and reduce the success rate of the other family's mission. And they continue to attack the geniuses of the other family and destroy the future of the other family. Little devils of the Senju clan, you will all die here today. I saw that the eldest brother had already brought his two younger brothers and Senju Momika to fight with the enemy. Senju Tobirama did not choose to take action at the first moment, but continued to observe the situation around him. Now the eldest brother and the others are not in any danger, and protecting the client is still his top priority. What made Tobirama feel a little curious and helpless was that his elder brother Hashirama Senju and Momika Senju, who was good at illusion, blocked several elite soldiers of the opponent. The two younger brothers, Senju Wahima and Senju Udama, had to face 5 big ninjas from the Hago Romo clan who had already grown up. Is it a coincidence? Seeing this situation, Tobirama felt helpless. Maybe it's just a coincidence. After confirming that there were no other attackers, Tobirama Senju decisively joined the battle, helped his two younger brothers, and successfully killed all the enemies. But then, they were attacked again and again. The bandits attacked them because they saw that they were just a group of young boys who had not grown up. A group of bounty hunters who want to capture a wealthy businessman and his daughter to make a fortune. No matter how many people there will always be 5 big men who will surround the two younger brothers separately and attack them with a grin. This made Tobirama feel a little helpless and amused, and he seemed to have some strange feeling in his heart. Post views, 83. 006 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 006. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Damn it, these bastards always think that we too are the weakest point, right? 17040b. The two younger brothers were indignant. Every time they faced such an attack, they took it for granted that the other party would kill them first and then attack their eldest and second brothers. One day, I will scare these guys so much that they won't dare to attack me like this again. The youngest brother, Senju Udama, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even though the enemies he faced were always weaker than him. But being constantly surrounded by 5 grown men is tiring. Fortunately, Hashirama and Tobirama are watching over me. Although the two younger brothers were repeatedly attacked by grown men, they were not in any danger of death except for some injuries and bleeding. After successfully completing the escort mission, the 4 of them quickly rushed back to the family. Brother, why does Dahua look so unhappy these days? Maybe that's the one coming. Facing the question from his second brother, Tobirama, the eldest brother looked serious. After thinking for a long time, he quietly gave what he thought was a reliable answer. Tobirama gave his elder brother a strange look. You also know this. 17040b. Father, we were attacked by the Yi clan along the way. Those guys are still as determined as ever to defeat our Senju clan. In the family, Senju Tobirama reported to his father Senju Busama about the battle during their mission. Father Chien Shao Buddha nodded. It is true that the Yi clan is a trouble. Especially after they recently formed an alliance with the Uchiha clan to fight against my Senju clan. We should get rid of this trouble. Hashirama, Tobirama, what do you think we should do? 17040b. The family elders watched as their father, Senju Buddha, began to seek advice from the two brothers. Each of them had a strange smile with a hint of relief on their faces. Although the young clan leader Senju Hashirama's brain is sometimes a little slow, he is strong. Among his peers, his physical fitness and chakra capacity are beyond the reach of others. And now he has the strength to easily defeat an adult ninja of the Uchiha clan. In a few years, the strength will surely become even stronger. And TOBIRAMA is also a genius, possessing all 7 types of chakra attributes, which is rare in the entire ninja world. He is also very talented in ninjutsu, especially water-based ninjutsu. He has been able to use less chakra and faster hand seals to create a stronger water escape than anyone else. And no matter how much water vapor there is in the environment where he is. Moreover, TOBIRAMA is very smart and gets along well with his elder brother Hashirama and his younger brothers. I will not allow the Senju clan to have any bloody incidents in the future where brothers fight each other for the right to be the clan leader. If brothers like these grow up, the Senju clan will become even more powerful. Well, I think we, 17040B. Senju Hashirama hesitated for a moment. He originally wanted to ask whether he should negotiate directly with the Yi clan. Then, through peace talks, the two sides ended the years of fighting. However, he thought that even Madara, who shared the same thoughts and wishes, would find it difficult to be influenced by his father, Uchiha Tajima. With one of his brothers killed by the Senju clan. It was a dream for the Uchiha clan to negotiate peace with the Senju clan. Not to mention those guys from the Yi clan. This time, they attacked their brothers while they were on their way to perform their mission. Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama's voice gradually became firmer. We should let the Yi clan feel the consequences of attacking our Senju clan, and then negotiate with them. Let them pay a large sum of compensation so that they can no longer threaten us. This way, we won't have to keep fighting the Yi clan. 17040B. Thousand-Handed Buddha was somewhat surprised, yet also somewhat relieved. Although it was a little different from what he had imagined, it was still a big improvement for Hashirama. If it were in the past, the eldest son would definitely say directly, "Let's negotiate with the Yi clan, stop fighting, and stop causing unnecessary bloodshed between the two clans." Hashirama, your idea is good, but have you ever thought about it? With the Uchiha clan as an ally, the Hago Romo clan won't be defeated so easily. 17040B. Seeing that his father did not refute his words, the eldest brother Hashirama was also very happy, and then continued to think hard. We can join forces with the Hyuga clan. Senju TOBIRAMA saw his elder brother's distress and stood up. As two families that both claim to be the best in the ninja world in terms of Ijutsu bloodline limit, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan definitely don't get along well. 17040B4. The alliance between the Hago Romo clan and the Uchiha clan is enough to make the Hyuga clan feel threatened. So I believe they will definitely be willing to join forces with our Senju clan to deal with Yi and Uchiha. 17040B. Well, you're right, TOBIRAMA. Let's do it this way. 17040B10. 17040B. Seeing his father, Senju Buddha, and the elders, all with smiles on their faces, he began to formulate plans based on the ideas he provided and began to act. TOBIRAMA's heart felt heavy for a moment. Don't think too much, TOBIRAMA. We originally wanted to deal with the Yi clan. Besides, your suggestion is very good. Don't worry too much, just feel free to put forward your ideas and then do it. If there is anything, we old bones can still help you carry it. From now on, it will be up to you two brothers to shoulder the responsibility for your people. 17040B. The elder patted TOBIRAMA and Hashirama on the shoulders, smiled, and followed Fukura away. But when he reached the door, he turned his head and stared straight at TOBIRAMA. Oh, there's one more thing. My precious granddaughter Dahua has been looking unhappy ever since she went on a mission with you. You have to help me solve this matter. 17040B. 17040B. TOBIRAMA was once again at a loss. This Dahong is in a bad mood, what does it have to do with me? 17040B4. He didn't know when this guy started to feel bad. No one knows what happened to make Senju Momika, a master of illusion who stands out among the ninjas of the same age in the family, in a bad mood. Could it be that, as Big Brother said, she's having her period? So, next time you meet, can you treat her to a cup of hot water with brown sugar and wolfberry? Oh, women, they are so inexplicable. As a single man who has been single for 2 lifetimes, he really can't understand the minds of these women. Humph, it can't be because this guy Senju Momika likes me, right? 17040b2. But if she likes me and goes on missions with me, why would she be unhappy? Why is she still unhappy now? 17040b4. Post views, 73. 007 My second brother TOBIRAMA is invincible. Chapter 007. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Although the Hyuga clan did not openly agree to form an alliance with the Senju clan, many actions against the Hago clan were quietly carried out in secret. It is obvious that the Hyuga clan does not want to see another Uchiha with extremely strong eye technique bloodline limit become even more powerful. They knew that as long as they restrained the Hago clan, the Uchiha clan would naturally have the Senju clan to deal with them. I didn't expect that there would be such a good guy among this generation of the Hyuga clan. It is said that the Hyuga clan has recently been taking action against the Hago clan. This genius ninja who inherited the title of Heavenly Ninja has demonstrated considerable strength. Father Senju Butsuken and the elders have all returned to the family. When talking about the next generation of each family, a strange expression appeared on their faces. Speaking of which, it seems that all kinds of geniuses are constantly emerging in this era. The great elders' words made Senju Buddha nod in agreement. Among our generation, the person the Uchiha clan needs to pay the most attention to is Uchiha Tajima. As for other families, the only ones who can make people feel very stressed are the current Hyuga clan leader and the Kagaya clan leader. But among their next generation, the 4 brothers Hashirama Senju, Tobirama, Kawurama, and Itama were actually very talented. In other words, Wajian and Banjian are too young and their strength has not grown rapidly. And there is also the great elder's granddaughter, Senju Momika, a genius who is good at illusion. The Uchiha clan includes brothers Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. The Hyuga clan actually has a genius who can inherit the title of Hyuga Tenin in their family legend. The Sarutobi clan also has a Sarutobi Suzuki. There is a genius in the Kurama clan who is said to be able to bring their clan's bloodline limit ability to an extremely powerful level. The heirs of this generation of the pig, deer, and butterfly clans are also very talented. The genius of this generation of the Hotaki clan is very strong in swordsmanship and shows his brilliance. This made Jian Shao Buddha and the family elders feel strange. It seems that this is the most glorious, brilliant, and splendid era in this troubled world. It is also the chaotic, cruelest, and final era. However, I believe that our Senju clan is the strongest and will have the last laugh. Thousand-handed Buddha and the elders all laughed happily together. They are all full of confidence in the next generation of the Senju clan. The next generation of the Senju clan, who are filled with confidence by the family elders, are now gathered in the training ground within the Senju clan. Tobirama, why did you call us all here? Yes, second brother, I am practicing our swordsmanship with third brother. Humph, you better be okay. The eldest brother and his younger brothers were all very polite, but Senju Momika still felt a little awkward. Even when she was called over by Senju Tobirama, Tobirama saw a hint of happiness on her face. Now in front of her elder brother and younger brothers, she behaves like this again. Turns out he's such a tsundere. Besides, maybe she actually likes me a little bit? Of course, this could also be one of the 3 major illusions in my life. Ahem, I've been developing a technique. And now I've achieved some initial results. I hope you can learn this technique too. In battle, this technique might allow you to better protect yourself. Good, that's awesome. At this moment, the 4 guys all showed admiration in their eyes. At this age, others are still working hard to learn ninjutsu, trying hard to master more techniques. Is it possible that Tobirama is already able to develop his own ninjutsu? Seeing the expressions on the four of their faces, Tobirama couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Although according to his talent, he could easily become a master of creating forbidden techniques. But now he created a technique that was supposed to be developed by a genius named Yellow Flash in the future. Ahem, I named this technique Raise Nan, and its principle is this. Senju Tobirama demonstrated this technique in front of everyone and kept telling them how to practice it. Amazing! The eldest brother and his younger brothers burst into exclamations again without hesitation. His face showed an expression of feeling that he was a loser and was envious of Tobirama's talent. But the name Raise Nan is too common. How about changing the name to Super Spiral Rondo? But soon, the eldest brother and his younger brothers began to go astray. They started using all sorts of weird and long names, trying to change the name of the spiral pattern. While observing his elder brother, younger brothers, and Momika, Tobirama was secretly feeling whether there was anything strange. Just like before, he changed the tragic fate of his brothers being killed. The younger brothers often encounter similar scenes when they were about to face danger. But it seems that nothing strange has happened yet. My hair didn't turn yellow, and no one called me Yellow Flash. Even the look he gave Senju Momika was still so upright. He was not shaken by her appearance as a graceful and heroic lady. No, it's called Raise Nan. In the end, Tobirama categorically rejected the increasingly outrageous names given by his elder and younger brothers and insisted on the Raise Nan. What a shame, such a great technique has such a lackluster name. The eldest brother shook his head with regret and prepared to find a corner to try it himself. After hearing this, Tobirama kicked his eldest brother on the butt without any hesitation. Brother, you are a little bit proud. Brother, you've been in a bad mood recently. Are you still thinking about that guy Senju Hashirama? Among the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izuna and his eldest brother were a little tired after completing a day of training. However, compared to physical fatigue, he was more worried about his elder brother's mental pain. From that day on, Xiao Heshang had to break up with Hashirama Senju for the sake of his family and for Izuna, and opened the Sharingan. My eldest brother's mood has always been a little off. Izuna, I didn't think so. However, even when facing Uchiha Izuna, Madara would never admit what he was thinking. Even if I really think about him, I'm thinking about how to defeat him the next time we meet. Izuna remained silent, feeling a little sad. Brother, in the past, when you faced other enemies, all you thought about was how to kill them. Post views, 68. 008 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 008. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Okay, let's not talk about Senju Hashirama. Big brother, our allies, the Yi clan, have suffered heavy losses recently and can no longer hold on. 1 TLBXH. It must be the Hyuga clan who is causing trouble. Yet. Uchiha Madara stood beside Uchiha Izuna and was silent for a while. Let's go see father. Then, after seeing his father Uchiha Tajima, Uchiha Madara looked at his father. Father, when can we take action? Uchiha Izuna was a little shocked. He looked at his eldest brother, Uchiha Madara, and then at his father, Uchiha Tajima. I always feel that they both know something that I don't know. Almost done, Madara, this time it's up to you to lead the family. A ferocious smile appeared on Uchiha Tajima's face. Uchiha Bana nodded and coldly took Izuna away from his father. At night, after Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna had rested from a tiring day. In the darkness of the night, they led many of their tribesmen and quietly moved towards their allies, the Yi tribe. Brother, it seems that father has been preventing us from supporting the Yi clan. Is this intentional? On the way, Uchiha Izuna, who was close to his elder brother, asked his elder brother with a complicated expression. Uchiha Madara nodded. Now is the right time for us to act. As for the Yi clan, many of their main forces were deployed in the direction of fighting against the Senju clan. In the past few days, the attacks launched by the Hyuga clan from behind them have caused them to suffer heavy losses in a short period of time. The Senju clan also seemed to have a tacit understanding and sent out a large number of ninjas to suppress their main force. It makes it impossible for them to return to the rear safely. Worried about the main force of his base camp, he had no choice but to make the decision to break out in batches. On the Senju clan side, the eldest brother Hashirama, his younger brothers Kawurama and Itama, all looked at the main force of the Hago Romo group, who broke through in front with serious expressions. Wearing a suit of armor that covers most of his body without affecting his flexibility to mu. After tonight, the Yi clan will no longer be the enemy of our Senju clan. They will no longer be able to pose a threat to us. Senju Tobirama's face was grim, and his slightly crimson pupils were quietly staring at the dark and silent forest ahead. Intercept, father, just keep half of their team. In the end, his father Senju Butsuken and the elders did not refute Senju Tobirama's proposal. Brush brush brush. 1 TLBXH. One after another, the Senju clan ninjas began to separate and surround these Uyghur clan ninjas who broke through in batches. It was clearly a situation where the Senju clan was outnumbered, resting while the enemy tired, and using their strength to defeat the weak. Unfortunately, after Wajian and Banjian followed the majority of the tribe into the fight, they were surrounded by 10 grown men. The two stood back to back, holding weapons, and cautiously looked at the enemies around them. Not only is it not strange, but it makes me happy. It seems that the Yi clan also knows our talents and strengths. 1 TLBXH. That's right, even at this time, they are still thinking about killing the two of us. Senju Tobirama was speechless when he saw his two younger brothers were so happy. Fortunately, he had already told his eldest brother and Senju Dehua to keep an eye on the tile and board rooms. Their lives should not be in danger. After the Senju clan intercepted about half of the main force of the Yi clan, the remaining ninjas of the Yi clan rushed towards the clan headquarters anxiously. He is attacking the rear of the Yi clan, and has led some of his clan members into the Yi clan. Seeing that the vast resources of the Hago Romo clan, their ninjutsu, and the accumulation of so many years were all going to belong to the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan ninjas were suddenly surprised to find that a large number of Hago Romo clan ninjas were rushing back. 8 trigrams empty palm. Hinata Tianren used the 8 trigrams palm to easily knock away the two ninjas who wanted to attack him. With his open Byakugan, he also saw the ninjas of the feathered clan rushing back from afar. He quickly figured it out and couldn't help but curse in his heart. This old fox Jian Shaofojian is really cunning. That's right, even if they are allies, they won't let us, the Hyuga clan, easily eat such a big mouthful of fat meat now. 1 TLBXH. The Hyuga clan's patriarchs and elders all stood beside Hyuga Tenin. Seeing that the resources were about to be obtained, they had to face the even more crazy Yi clan's dying counterattack. No matter how good the patriarch is at cultivating his chi, the elders can't help but want to curse. Don't waste time, let's go stop those guys. Tianren, you should lead your people to fight back. It really gives me a headache. The Yi clan, which was clearly on the verge of collapse, burst out with great resistance after seeing the return of the reinforcements. The Hyuga clan, which could have easily taken a lot of benefits, will have to pay a higher price for this. Thousand-handed Buddha, you old fox really makes me sick. 1 TLBXH. The Hyuga clan leader couldn't help but curse Senju Buddha in his heart again, and then he led the clan elders to meet them. Brother, the fight is going on up ahead. In the distance, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna are almost here. Even from a distance, they could feel the strong chakra fluctuations erupting from the Yi clan. Wait a moment. Uchiha Madara waved his hand, and the entire Uchiha clan team stopped quietly behind him. as the most powerful genius among the new generation of the family. Uchiha Madara conquered most of his clan members with his strength. Many adult ninjas in the clan are no match for him. Now, among the Uchiha clan, only the elders and Uchiha Tajima can surpass Uchiha Madara. Brother, why don't we rush over now while they are fighting fiercely? Listen to the sounds over there, it's clear that the Yi clan has been divided into two parts. Uchiha Madara's gaze seemed to penetrate the pitch-black night and directly saw Senju Hashirama in action. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hassy hot mom, have you also started to take action in this chaotic world? 1 TLBXH. It's already difficult for us to be friends anymore, so let's see who can truly realize their dream in this chaotic world. Elders, please lead some of your tribesmen to ambush and wait over there. If someone comes to support us later, we can just hold them back for a while. Kwane, take the rest of the people and follow me to kill them. 1 TLBXH. Uchiha Madara grinned fiercely, and began to show his domineering aura towards this chaotic world. Post views 68. 009 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 009. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Hey, it's finally over, everyone, speed up. Hinata Tenin killed the enemy in front of him with one palm. Looking at the enemy falling at his feet with an unwilling look on his face, he sighed and buried the pity deep in his heart. In troubled times, either I kill you or you kill me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being strong enough. Yes, Master Tenin. Hinata Tenin felt happy when he saw his clansmen rushing into the Hago Romo clan and about to start looting all the resources, ninjutsu and other things that the Hago Romo clan had accumulated over the years. Although more blood was shed than expected, it was all worth it as long as the Yi clan's legacy could be obtained. However, if we want to cooperate with the Senju clan in the future, we must be more careful of this old fox, Senju Fugen. Just when Hinata Tenin was calculating how much strength he could add to the family this time, a pitch-black kunao flew from afar at an extremely fast speed under the cover of night, and easily pierced the path of the Hyuga ninja. The next moment, the burning detonating talisman attached to the kunao suddenly burst into an extremely brilliant light. Careful! The white eyes keenly noticed that something was wrong. At the moment the detonating talisman exploded, Hinata Tenin had already arrived among several tribesmen, and his body began to spin rapidly in mid-air. Return to heaven. Using this ninjutsu, he sent several clan members flying. At the same time, the power of the detonating talisman's explosion was completely blocked. With a gloomy expression, Hyuga Tenin once again struck out with an 8 trigrams palm in the direction where the kunao was flying. You are. As expected, the 8 trigrams palm was easily blocked, and Hyuga Tenin had already seen the enemy through his Byakugan. Uchiha Madara rushed over, leading Izuna and the tribesmen behind him, running quickly in the forest shrouded in darkness. They threw kunao and shurikens one after another at the Hyuga clan ninjas. Not good, it's a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara rushed out from the night and rushed into the Hago Romo clan, where flames were rising into the sky. He had already opened his Sharingan, and looked particularly terrifying against the backdrop of the surrounding fire and blood. Coupled with his wild laughter, the Hyuga clan ninjas couldn't help but feel uneasy. Are you the genius of the Hyuga clan? Not bad, what's your name? I'm Uchiha Madara, and I'll remember you. Witnessed the other party's clean and neat actions in saving his own people. Uchiha Madara admitted that this guy was worthy of being remembered by him. Damn it! Why did they come at this time? Hyuga Tenin's face darkened, and he went to meet Uchiha Madara who was approaching. Soft fist, 8 diagrams 64 palms. After getting into position, the air around Hinata Tenin seemed to stagnate at this moment. The white eyes that can see all the surrounding scenes in 360 degrees make the scenes around him appear around him like a circular bagua. His eyes, wide open and with bulging veins, were carefully fixed on the acupuncture points on Uchiha Madara's body in front of him. As long as you use Bagwazang to continuously attack the acupuncture points on the opponent's body, you can easily block this guy's chakra. It can also cause terrible damage to the opponent's soft organs and internal body. However, Bagwazang must be able to successfully hit the opponent's body. Bang bang bang! Hyuga Tenin slapped out quickly, but Uchiha Madara's scarlet Sharingan looked so weird in the night. The way the opponent's body moved, the trajectory of his palms in this posture, were all clearly seen by the Sharingan. With his excellent dynamic vision, Uchiha Madara was always able to dodge every palm strike from Hyuga Tenin just in time. Among the two families that both claim to have the most powerful Ijutsu bloodline limit, the fierce aura erupting from the most powerful geniuses of this generation makes it impossible for people around them to interfere in their fight. It's useless. With these two Sharingan eyes, I can see everything you do clearly. After blocking Hyuga Tenin's attack again, Uchiha Madara stretched out his hand and was about to grab Hyuga Tenin's wrist, whose movements he had seen through. Soft fist, breaking mountain. The next moment, Hyuga Tenin changed his moves in an instant, concentrating a large amount of chakra on his soft fists and palms. He wanted to use extremely heavy force to violently attack Uchiha Madara's front in an instant and end the battle in that instant. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed a genius of the Hyuga clan. Big brother. Uchiha Izuna, who was fighting with other Hyuga ninjas, only saw his elder brother's body bend backwards like a shrimp in an instant. The guy from the Hyuga clan seemed to have successfully used this move and poured all his strength into the eldest brother. Oh no, if this happens, my brother will be seriously injured. Well done, Master Tenin. The Hyuga ninja, who was in a tough battle with the Uchiha ninja who was rushing over, couldn't help but shout out excitedly. The Hago Romo clan became excited because of the origin of the Uchiha clan. When he saw that the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan seemed to be defeated at this moment, the fire of hope in his heart seemed to be extinguished. However, there was no relaxed expression on Hyuga Tenin's face. You bastard! Right between his palm and Uchiha Madara's body, there was an extremely hard object blocking his attack. Moreover, it also absorbed all the chakra and power contained in his previous attack. This guy wasn't hurt at all. Uchiha rebound. The next moment, Uchiha Madara's voice rang out. The violent force rushed back towards Hinata Tenin from the extremely hard fan. There was no mistake, that was the chakra contained in his soft fist that had just struck a mountain. This guy deliberately made himself think that he could seize this opportunity to attack him. Hyuga Tenin had no time to think, and the next moment, he was overwhelmed by the storm transformed from his own terrifying power. Boom! His body kept rolling backwards. There are some changes in the Yi clan. Under the leadership of the eldest brother Senju Hashirama, and with the support of his father Senju Abusama and many elders, the feathered people here have been wiped out completely. Walk! With a bad premonition in his heart, Senju Tobirama waved his hand and led the ninjas who were free and did not have to clean up the battlefield or prepare to collect the goods, and ran towards the Yugur clan. Then, he and his elder brother saw Hyuga Tenin fleeing in front of them in a panic, his body covered in blood. And Uchiha Madara who was following behind and chasing after him. Post Views, 64. 010 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 010. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The two groups of people who met unexpectedly stopped in an instant. Seeing the extremely embarrassed Hyuga Tenin being caught in the middle, Senju Tobirama was also a little surprised. Has the genius ninja of the Hyuga clan been beaten into this state by Uchiha Madara? Hassie hot mom. In the dark night, the Sharingan still blooms with strange colors. This allowed Uchiha Madara to clearly see all the expressions on Hashirama Senju's face under the dim firelight. Madara. Hashirama Senju looked at Madara, who had to face him with swords as his enemy when they met again, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the thing he least wanted to face happened so soon. "Are you ready, big brother? This time, I will definitely kill that Senju Tobirama across from me." Uchiha Izuna seemed eager to try. The last battle by the river ended in vain because the Uchiha side had fewer people and they had to retreat. Moreover, his elder brother seemed to admire the Senju Tobirama opposite him. It was because Senju Tobirama did what neither of his brothers had done, which was to protect his younger brother. So in Izuna's heart, he also urgently wanted to defeat Senju Tobirama and prove to his elder brother that he was the better younger brother. Uchiha Madara glanced at Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and some other ninjas of the Senju clan who were ready for battle in front of him. "Are you going to do it, second brother?" On the other hand, on the Senju clan's side, the person who made the decision at this time was exactly the opposite. Even the eldest brother, Hashirama, was nervously waiting for Tobirama's judgment. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, more ninjas appeared behind the two teams. After killing many of the main forces that came back to defend Yui, the elders of the Hyuga clan rushed over to protect them because they found that something was wrong with the Hyuga tenon. The Senju clan ninjas who arrived one after another all stood behind Hashirama, the Tobirama brothers and others. The Uchiha clan members who were sent by Uchiha Madara to stop the Senju clan's large army also retreated and stood behind Uchiha Madara. Moreover, there were some remaining members of the Yui clan, covered in blood, with anger and hatred in their eyes, gazing at Senju and Hinata with gnashed teeth. Superior. The next moment, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara made the same judgment. "If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences." A trace of discomfort flashed in Senju Tobirama's eyes. The Yui clan has been the mortal enemy of the Senju clan for many years. We must completely wipe out the other party tonight and not give them any chance to breathe. Damn it, Uchiha had to come at this time. If only they had been a little later. Otherwise, they would be able to eliminate the enemy, the Yui clan, at a lower cost and eliminate the threat posed by the Senju clan. Alas, both myself and the Hyuga clan seem a bit exhausted. The Uchiha clan had just joined the battle and beat up the Hyuga ninjas, so their morale was very high. Uchiha Madara rushed towards Senju Hashirama with a sinister smile. "We can't let the Senju and Hyuga clans easily kill their Uchiha allies tonight. No matter what, the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan must lose a few teeth. Moreover, if the Uchiha clan does nothing about the destruction of its allies, who will dare to cooperate with the Uchiha clan in the future?" Clang! The weapons of the elder brother, who had not yet developed his own wood-release technique, and Uchiha Madara, who was not yet able to drive a Gundam, collided fiercely with each other. "Hassie hot mom! Madara!" Moreover, the voices of the two people calling each other's names were getting louder and louder. It was as if they were afraid that others didn't know that they were entangled with each other. With one sword, he blocked the attack of Uchiha Izuna, who was waving the long sword in his hand. Now it was relatively easy for Senju Tobirama to deal with Uchiha Izuna, who had not yet opened his eyes. He even had time to take a closer look at the battle on his elder brother's side. "You bastard, are you looking down on me?" Uchiha Izuna felt insulted. Looking at Tobirama, who was distracted while fighting with her, her eyes were red and she was very excited. Tobirama was startled. "No way, are you going to open your eyes now?" Cough cough cough, the difference in combat power between the Uchiha who has opened his eyes and the Uchiha who has not is huge. Senju Tobirama suddenly had an idea and spoke to Izuna in a deep voice. "No, I'm not looking down on you. It's just that compared to my own safety, I am more worried about the safety of my elder brother and younger brothers. It doesn't matter if I get hurt, but it would be a big deal if my older brother and younger brothers get hurt. Even if I get stabbed by you, I will fight to the death to help them." When Uchiha Izuna heard Senju Tobirama say this in a serious tone, her angry mood disappeared. He also secretly glanced in the direction of his elder brother. He was engaged in an extremely fierce battle with Hashirama Senju. The scorching air waves were surging and spreading outwards due to the fire ninjutsu released by the eldest brother. Yes, big brother, and your former younger brothers, are all treasures that you should cherish the most. The Senju Tobirama in front of him practiced his ninja way. This is an opponent worthy of respect. I already feel your faith. Senju Tobirama, although you and I are enemies, you are a good guy. So, I will do my best to defeat you. Uchiha Izuna took a deep breath and threw a shuriken at Senju Tobirama in front of him. When Tobirama was forced to retreat and dodge, he wanted to rush forward and kill the opponent with the swordsmanship he had practiced. Water style, water dragon bullet. Seeing this, Tobirama quickly clasped his hands together and formed seals quickly. So fast! Seeing Tobirama using simplified water-style hand seals and quickly performing water-style ninjutsu in a battlefield filled with flames, smoke, and pungent odors, Izuna became even more certain. The Senju Tobirama in front of him is his lifelong enemy. The swirling water dragon roared in the astonished eyes of many ninjas, not only sweeping away all of Uchiha Izuna's shurikens, but also opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Uchiha Izuna. Fire style, great fireball technique. But Uchiha Izuna's fire escape technique is also very powerful. The next moment, the blazing fireball collided with the water dragon and melted into each other. A large amount of water vapor spread out, covering a large area of the battlefield. Not good. The next moment, Uchiha Izuna, who was in the mist, suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Ah! A scream from an Uchiha clan member was heard in the mist. Uchiha Izuna's heart tightened. Damn it, this guy Senju Tobirama is indeed my lifelong enemy. Post views, 57. 011 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 011. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Although it is easier for the tribesmen who have opened their eyes to deal with the Senju clan in such an environment. However, the Hyuga clan is like a fish in water in such an environment. This Senju Tobirama is so cunning. I actually came up with this method to deal with them. If this continues, the tribesmen will suffer heavy losses from the Hyuga clan's sneak attack. Whoosh whoosh. Several figures of the Uchiha clan have retreated from the sky full of water vapor. Dispel this mist. Uchiha Izuna gave orders to the other active members of the clan. Immediately, a few tribesmen who were good at wind escape stood up and used powerful wind escape ninjutsu to disperse the water vapor. Strangeness. Looking at the figures of his clansmen who were still alive and standing, Uchiha Izuna felt a little strange. But soon, Uchiha Izuna reacted. Their main target just now was not the Uchiha clan, who had excellent dynamic vision and were still able to fight back in the thick fog. But those ninjas from the Hago Romo clan. Hinata Tenin, with a pale face, knocked down a ninja from the Hago Romo clan. Then he looked towards the main center of the battlefield, where Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were dueling, their eyes full of unwillingness. I just lost to Uchiha Madara. Even though his body was not in peak condition at the time and his chakra was insufficient. Uchiha Madara also holds in his hand a divine weapon that he does not understand, which can rebound his own ninjutsu attacks. But if you lose, you lose. If the Senju clan had not arrived and stopped Uchiha Madara from pursuing him, he should be running away desperately like an even more miserable stray dog now. Are you okay, Tenin? After defeating the enemies around them, the two elders came to Hyuga Tenin and asked him with concern. Those two guys are so strong. Hyuga Tenin still kept his attention focused on Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. His strange behavior made the two elders a little worried. I'm fine. I will become stronger than them all. The fiery fighting spirit burst out from Hinata Tenin's body again. A small failure cannot bring him down. The Hyuga Tenin elders also looked very happy when they saw that they had regained their spirits. This is the style of the talented ninja of the Hyuga clan. The fighting continued. In the blood and fire, one ninja after another fell on the hot scorched earth with hatred and unwillingness in their eyes. People from the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan kept falling. But the worst off were the Yi clan. Their family was at the heart of the battlefield. While the Senju and Hyuga clans were trying their best to stop the Uchiha attacks, they were also trying their best to completely defeat the Hago Romo clan. They eventually succeeded in doing so. Ha ha ha! Both the eldest brothers Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were already panting from the continuous fighting. Neither of them has grown to the point where no one can stop them except each other in the future. However, the amazing strength they displayed in the battle still attracted the attention of the entire audience. After helping her two younger brothers deal with the 10 adult men from the Hago Romo and Uchiha clans who surrounded them, Momika Senju was exhausted. I really don't understand why you two are always so easily targeted by so many enemies. No wonder Tobirama asked me to keep an eye on you two. As expected of Tobirama, he really understands the situation of you two brothers. Ha, maybe they think we're too talented and want to get rid of us before we grow up. Senju Wakan and Senju Bankan were too tired to move and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Brother, let's stop here. If we continue fighting, our losses will be meaningless. After hearing what Senju Tobirama said, Hashirama Senju quickly separated from Uchiha Madara. Let's retreat. Under the order of Senju Tobirama, the ninjas of the Senju clan began to retreat in an orderly manner. The Hyuga clan saw the Senju clan leaving and did not want to continue to fight with the Uchiha clan. Brother, are we still chasing? Uchiha Izuna, who was also exhausted, came to his elder brother Uchiha Madara. No need. Fighting any further will only result in both sides suffering losses. Uchiha Madara turned around and looked at the remaining ninjas of the Winged clan whose families were destroyed. Gather the remaining people and bring them back to the clan. This battle failed to save the Yi clan from complete ruin. However, it also prevented the Hyuga clan and the Senju clan from fully achieving their goals. And these remaining clansmen can also be used by their Uchiha clan. The remaining resources of the Yi clan will also be brought to the Uchiha clan by the remaining members of the clan. He also had a thrilling battle with Hashirama Senju. Overall, Uchiha Madara felt that this trip was worthwhile. But it's a pity, whether it's you or Hashirama Senju. It's still a close call between me and that guy Senju Tobirama. It doesn't matter. Next time, we two brothers will definitely defeat each other. Uchiha Izuna nodded heavily. He believed that under the leadership of his elder brother, the Uchiha clan would become the leader of the ninja world. I see. It's not your fault. The Uchiha clan was not slow in providing assistance. The Senju clan heard the final result of the battle, which was commanded by Senju Tobirama, with Senju Hashirama as the main force and the elders as the support. Thousand-Handed Buddha looked quite satisfied. And this time, the Yi clan has been completely eradicated by us. The Hyuga clan wanted to take advantage of the situation, but suffered heavy losses, and from then on they had a deep grudge against the Uchiha clan. We, the Senju clan, have also benefited. Looking at the young brothers Hashirama and Tobirama in front of him, and the two younger sons behind him who needed time to grow up, Thousand-Armed Buddha was very pleased. Uchiha Tajima, we have been dealing with each other and fighting for so long, but we have not been able to determine the winner. But I have more sons than you. Later, when the four of them grow up, I wonder what your son can do to stop them. Okay, let's all go down and have a good rest. Senju Buddha, who was quite satisfied with the children's performance, began to think about another problem at this time. Great Elder, although my heart is in the present, our Thousand Hands clan is flourishing and growing steadily stronger. However, Hashirama's age should actually be about the same. Who do you think is more suitable? Due to the chaotic times, the average lifespan of ninjas in the ninja world does not even exceed 30 years old. So many ninjas at the age of 15 or 16 that Hashirama is now have girls they like and are ready to get married, have children, and start a family under the witness of their parents. Post views, 62. 012 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 012. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Although Hashirama doesn't need to rush to get married so early, he can still arrange the marriage in advance. Of course, it would be even better if he could have his grandchildren in his arms in a few years. However, that is obviously just a luxury. He and the elders of his family have lived longer than the average lifespan of ninjas in troubled times. Not only that, he also left his name in the history of the ninja world and led his family to continue to prosper. This life, it is almost worth it. This matter must be done, but it must also be done with caution. Clan leader, young clan leader Hashirama is the future of our Senju clan. His marriage is no longer just his own business. The people around nodded in agreement. The marriage of the young clan leader is a major event that affects the future of the entire Senju clan. For the sake of his family, Hashirama had to make some concessions on the happiness and joy he wanted. This is the responsibility that the young patriarch, who has received the best resources of the family, the best education, and the best protection, should bear in troubled times. Of course, if Senju Hashirama is now strong enough that he doesn't need to unite with anyone, he can lead the Senju clan to conquer the ninja world. Or if his power is so strong that the family will suffer greater consequences than the benefits of marriage if they go against his ideas and will, then he has the right to choose freely. How about we find a guy who can use pupil skills for the young patriarch? This is a guy who has suffered from the Uchiha clan's eye technique. I also want to introduce some eye technique bloodline limit to my family. Don't think about it, idiot. There is no bloodline limit family, occult family, or even ordinary family now. It is very rare for someone to be willing to marry off the bloodline of their family to someone else. Yes, that's right. Whether it's us Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, or other families, we have basically never heard of such a situation. 1 TLBXH. Speaking of this, Jian Xiaofujian also felt a little headache. In the end, will Hashirama still have to slowly choose from within his own family? Well, how about we go and have a look at our old relatives, the Uzumaki clan. Hearing this proposal, Senju Buddha's eyes lit up. 1 TLBXH. Ah. Senju Hashirama sneezed suddenly. He shook his head in annoyance, feeling as if many people were talking about him. Tobirama, look at me, have I mastered the technique you taught me? In the Senju family's training ground, Senju Hashirama is pestering his younger brother. You are so awesome, big brother. Senju Kama and Senju Itama looked at the raised nan spinning in Hashirama's hand and took a deep breath. Ha ha ha. Senju Hashirama laughed triumphantly, and he was very pleased with the praise from his brothers. It would be even better if Tobirama, his younger brother, could be more sensible and loudly praise Hashirama Senju's amazing talent. Of course, Hashirama didn't think he was more powerful than Tobirama, who developed this technique. Faced with his elder brother's winking and indirect attempts to gain praise, Tobirama rolled his eyes at him. Brother, now that you have learned it, take a break. By the way, brothers, I have another method that can help you practice your chakra control ability. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Yes. Seeing their eager looks, Tobirama started to quickly form seals in front of them. Watch out, Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. Tobirama quickly completed the seal, then squatted down and clapped his hands on the ground. Chakra quickly flowed from his body into the earth. Boom! 1 TLBXH. A solid and thick earth wall rose from the ground, standing in front of the eldest brother, his younger brothers, and Senju Momika. What a fast seal-making speed! The first thing that the eldest brother and Senju Momika noticed was Tobirama's speed. However, the eldest brother felt that Tobirama seemed to have a deeper understanding of Earth Escape ninjutsu and seemed to have simplified the steps of hand seals. As for Dahua, well, she felt that Tobirama's hand speed was a bit too fast. "Hey, that's me, we hey 1TLBXH. At this moment, the two younger brothers raised their heads and pointed excitedly at the earthen wall built by Tobirama. Hashirama and Momika also raised their heads and looked in the direction their brothers were pointing. The four heads were carved on it with great lifelikeness by Tobirama. Not only are their faces almost identical to theirs now, even the details of their hair have been taken into consideration as much as possible. And because the earthen wall built by the door is very tall, the four heads carved on it are all looking down from a high and condescending perspective. From this angle, I feel so majestic. But second brother, is it really necessary to carve our heads on it when using Earth Escape ninjutsu? 1TLBXH2. First of all, this can train your chakra control ability. While simply and crudely making a mud wall, it is also necessary to carve a very detailed human head. Secondly, when you use such ninjutsu, don't we feel that our loved ones are right beside us? Besides, the cost of this little action is not worth mentioning to us. Relatives, 1TLBXH1. Senju Momika looked at Tobirama. This guy, does he think I am as important as his family? My mood, which had been unhappy because of what I heard from Hashirama about Tobirama's strange behavior, brightened up at this moment. Okay, let's try it. The two younger brothers and Hashirama all ran to the side to try again. Even Senju Momika, when she walked, made Tobirama feel that she seemed to have become lighter. Tobirama looked at the back of Senju Momika leaving and breathed a sigh of relief. Great Elder, I have finally completed the task you assigned me. 1TLBXH. Young Patriarch, Young Patriarch. Master Madara. The remaining ninjas of the Yugur clan, who were taken in as vassals by the Uchiha clan, looked at Uchiha Madara with passionate eyes. I'm afraid they can't take revenge on their own. The Yuyi clan is no longer in existence. Now, they can only allow themselves and others to survive by relying on the Uchiha clan. Let the blood of the Yuyi clan be attached to the blood of the Uchiha clan and slowly passed on. Even if future generations will completely forget this name. Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, won their respect by relying on his own strength and talent. The abominable guy Hyuga Tenin was easily defeated by Madara-sama in a matter of seconds. 1TLBXH. If the Senju clan hadn't arrived quickly, they would have been able to see Madara-sama kill the Hyuga Tenin with their own eyes. 1TLBXH. At this moment, Chuan Nai came to the eldest brother's side. Brother. We have the latest information about the Senju clan. Madara, who was originally in a good mood, suddenly became stiff after Izuna leaned over and whispered a few words in his ear. Post views, 54. 013 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 013. Has the intelligence source been proven to be true? Feeling that his elder brother's mood seemed a little off, Izumi sighed silently in his heart. Senju Hashirama, you are such a guy, you can easily move my brother's heart. That's right, the Senju clan has already sent some key people to the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Madara fell silent, feeling angry and betrayed. Senju Hashirama. 1TLBXH. You wanted to keep your best friend. Still asking him if Uchiha Madara would forget their common dream. 1TLBXH. He, Uchiha Madara, had to hide his dream deep in his heart for the sake of his family and his younger brother. However, I dare not forget it for a moment. But you, are you ready to abandon the vows we once shared? This is the time for us to build our careers, strengthen our training, and strive for our dreams. You actually want to get engaged to a mere woman? 1TLBXH4. Don't you know that women will only make you lose yourself in the land of tenderness and slow down your growth? Should we do something? Seeing his older brother's serious expression, Izumi asked cautiously. No, now we still need to digest the legacy of the Yi clan. Furthermore, it is difficult for us to stop the marriage between the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. As expected, brother, you are still thinking about stopping the other party, right? Yes, the Uzumaki clan is good at sealing techniques. If they make the Senju clan stronger through marriage, these enemies will be more difficult to deal with in the future. Brother, that's what you think. Okay, Izumi, we need to keep paying attention to the outside world. But the most fundamental thing is to be strong. As long as we Uchiha are strong enough, no matter who the Senju clan marries, they will not be our opponents. 1 TLBXH. A strong sense of confidence is reflected in Uchiha Madara's domineering voice. Hot mom. I hope you don't disappoint me. 1 TLBXH. Water escape, water breaking wave. With tremendous pressure, the water stream is ejected, making the thin line ejected from the mouth have extremely powerful cutting ability. Tobirama looked at the hard training dolls in front of him, which were easily cut by him using this ninjutsu, and was very satisfied. His ability to change the nature and form of water chakra has become even stronger. I don't know what's going on. This body of his clearly possesses all 7 chakra attributes. But he, Senju Tobirama, is not only good at water escape, but also good at developing some forbidden techniques, or space-time ninjutsu. Even up to now, he himself has no clue about the space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. By the way, how did I develop this technique in the future? Then he almost cut off Uchiha Izuna's kidney with a knife, causing him to be seriously injured and die. Moreover, if I don't develop the Flying Thunder God technique, will it have any impact on my future? So far, he has noticed some changes. The most obvious thing is that the 2 younger brothers were easily surrounded by 5 grown men during the battle. And he has developed the Raise Nan, the creative technique of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Haven't felt any significant changes yet. Perhaps, it is because he himself is a master of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. So if he develops another Raise Nan, it won't have much impact or change on himself, the entire ninja world, or the future. 1 TLBXH. A bad idea suddenly flashed through Senju Tobirama's mind. If I ruin my elder brother's marriage, 1 TLBXH3. No, 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 you will be beaten to death by your old father, Qian Shaofujian. Senju Tobirama quickly rejected this idea. There are many ways to verify your own conjectures, so you don't have to go to a dead end. Let's continue practicing water escape ninjutsu first. Water chakra always makes Tobirama feel very familiar, and it is as easy as using it. If he could clap his hands and shout water escape someday, he could use the water escape ninjutsu. I am almost one of the most powerful people in the ninja world in this era. 2 days later, the elders who rushed to the Uzumaki clan brought back good news. The old in-laws agreed to the Senju clan's request and were willing to marry Uzumaki Mito, the daughter of the current head of the Uzumaki clan, to Senju Hashirama. After receiving this news, Qian Shaofujian and the elders were very happy. How about this, Hashirama? I'll take you there in person. Great Elder, I'll leave it to you to stay at home during this period. The Great Elder nodded and watched as Senju Fukushima, his eldest son Senju Hashirama, and some clan members who were responsible for guarding them, headed to the Uzumaki clan. However, after watching Senju Butsuken walk away, he began to look at Tobirama with a strange look. That strange look gave Tobirama goosebumps all over his body. Well, there's no need to rush. Then he looked at his granddaughter. Senju Dehua's face turned red, but there was no more expression. 1 TLBXH. Great Elder, if my father and his men go to attack the Uzumaki clan, will the enemies of our Senju clan? Now that my father has left with my eldest brother, the chief elder has taken over the position of clan leader temporarily. You have a point. But don't worry, they will be safe. The elder smiled, but Senju Tobirama immediately shook his head. Of course I know that there is no need to worry about the safety of father and others. But great elder, what I mean is, during this period of time, we should just stay in the family and quietly wait for father and eldest brother to return. 1 TLBXH. The elder raised his eyebrows and looked at Senju Tobirama. What do you want to say? By now, I'm sure many other families have already known about my father taking my eldest brother to pick up my sister-in-law. They probably also thought that our Senju clan would stay quietly within the family and not make any moves while waiting for father and the others to return. This is our chance. The Uchiha clan absorbed the remaining remnants of the Hanki clan, who hated us Senju clan and the Hyuga clan, and are now quietly digesting this power and becoming even stronger. Can't we do something? A strange look appeared on the elder's face. Then, in front of the great elder, Tobirama began to put on makeup, painted his hair completely black, and then fixed his hairstyle. Great elder, do you think I look like Sarutobi Suzuki of the Sarutobi clan now? It's somewhat similar, but still a little different. The expression on the elder's face became more and more strange. His elder brother is obviously very honest, so why is this younger brother so shameless and ruthless? 1 TLBXH1. This is to frame the ninjas of other ninja clans. 1 TLBXH1. Post views, 56. 014 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 014. I have dealt with the Sarutobi clan and fought against Sarutobi Suzuki, who is the most outstanding young man of this generation of the Sarutobi clan. Moreover, most of the ninjas of their Sarutobi clan are also proficient in fire escape ninjutsu. He was just lamenting that Tobirama was cruel, but in the blink of an eye, the great elder walked up to Tobirama and helped him fix his hair. Well, now it's more like Sarutobi Suzuki. However, Tobirama, you need to practice more on fire escape techniques during this period of time to become more proficient. So, second brother, if you plan to pretend to be a Sarutobi clan member, do you want to start a fight between the Sarutobi clan and the Uchiha clan? The people in the tile and board rooms also quickly dyed their heads in the same way. It's strange. Among his father's 4 children, only his eldest brother has completely black hair like him. Ahem, I'm not doubting my mother, it's just that she might have given birth to my eldest brother. Mother just doesn't have much ink to give them. Well, the Uchiha clan becoming powerful and surpassing all other clans is something that no one wants to see. So now, we can find more enemies for the Uchiha clan. After starting the preparations, Senju Tobirama's task for the next few days became to try his best to become more like the genius of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Suzuki. Fortunately, Tobirama himself possesses all the chakra attributes. Although his control over fire-style chakra is slightly weaker than his control over water-style chakra, it is still much stronger than that of ordinary ninjas. Moreover, the Senju clan is a large family with a long history in the land of fire. There are many fire-style ninjutsu in the clan, and even the old rival Uchiha clan has quite a few fire-style ninjutsu. However, most of the clan members are not as good as the Uchiha clan in using it. Fire style, great fireball technique. Tobirama took a deep breath, and his abdomen expanded. Then, suddenly, he spewed out a terrible raging flame in front of him. The scorching heat burned the 2 younger brothers standing by, and they couldn't help but step back. My second brother's talent in ninjutsu is truly amazing. The 2 of them looked at Tobirama, whose head was still black, imitating Sarutobi Sasuke's way of releasing fire release, and felt that the second brother seemed to be almost ready. Brother, enough, enough, enough. Senju Tobirama stopped and nodded. That's good, let's get started. After gathering the people, the great elder patted Tobirama's shoulder. Be careful in everything you do and take your own life as the most important thing. Your survival is the most important thing. Tobirama nodded, and then the great elder spoke sternly again to the ninjas behind TOBIRAMA, including Senju Momika. Once you get out, your actions must be secret. And, everyone must strictly obey TOBIRAMA's orders. Yes. The two younger brothers looked at the ninjas with envy, followed Senju TOBIRAMA, and quietly left the family. The two of them were too young and not strong enough to participate in such an exciting action. Swish, swish, swish. This elite team advanced silently and at high speed in the forest of the Fire Nation. TOBIRAMA felt that his heart was not very calm. He also wanted to stay in the family obediently and wait for his eldest brother and sister-in-law to return home. Then the Senju clan became more and more powerful, and finally succeeded in defeating Uchiha Madara, established a village, and could live a stable life. However, this chaotic world will not allow him to live such a comfortable life. The clansmen around him, his younger brother, his father, and their trusting eyes made TOBIRAMA unable to calm down. Only after truly defeating all enemies and completely quelling the chaos and conflicts in the world can we have a peaceful life. After following Senju TOBIRAMA, they galloped through the forest of the Land of Fire for a while. Looking at the direction she and others were heading, Senju Dahua finally couldn't bear the doubts in her heart anymore. TOBIRAMA, where are we going? This direction isn't the direction of the Uchiha clan either. Momika Senju thought that TOBIRAMA Senju was going to take them with him, disguise themselves as ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, and then launch a surprise attack on the Uchiha clan, causing the Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi clan to fight. If we attack the Uchiha directly like this, they'll easily see through us. And Dahua, if you can't even fool yourself, how can you fool your opponent? Senju Momika still doesn't quite understand. But a day later, they arrived near the Kagaya clan. After waiting for the ninjas of their family to go out on a mission, Senju TOBIRAMA ordered an attack on the small team. Although the Hyuga clan ninjas possess the Shikatsu Kekii Genkai, their physical skills are very powerful. And because of the corpse bone vein, their personalities are somewhat crazy and perverted, they are very warlike, and are very troublesome enemies in the ninja world. However, the physical fitness of the Senju clan ninjas is also extremely strong. In addition, we use more people to defeat the enemy and take them by surprise. They quickly and easily eliminated the team that was carrying out the mission. After seeing TOBIRAMA using the fire-style Great Fireball technique and failing to burn the enemy to death easily, pretending to be anxious, he used his sharp and superb swordsmanship to kill the last enemy and then destroyed the body. Senju Momika's pretty face showed the same strange expression as her great elder grandfather. She seemed to have understood the meaning of TOBIRAMA's words that if you want to deceive your enemy, you must first deceive yourself. He was really trying hard to deceive himself, pretending that he was Uchiha Izuna who was impersonating Sarutobi Sasuke. In the next few days, TOBIRAMA led his clansmen in frantically looking for opportunities to kill the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, and change location after each shot. And sometimes, after killing a small group of enemies, they would run non-stop to kill the second team. Sometimes, during the intervals, he would withdraw from the vicinity of the Kagaya clan, rest for several days, and then slowly look for opportunities. Then, when he felt that the ninjas of the Hyuga clan were extremely angry, Senju TOBIRAMA led his clansmen and ran away decisively. And the news immediately spread in the ninja world. It is said that a team of ninjas who are good at fire-style ninjutsu have been launching continuous sneak attacks on the Kagaya clan recently. But according to the Hyuga clan ninjas who were chasing that team, the guy leading the pair of ninjas seemed to have very sharp swordsmanship. The Hyuga clan was furious, and without thinking twice, they turned their attention to the Sarutobi clan, to which TOBIRAMA deliberately pretended to be Sasuke Sarutobi. The anger and madness of the ninjas in their clan need to be vented out. Brother, we should take action now, ah! Among the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izuna shook his head strangely, feeling that something was not right. Post views, 52. 015 My second brother TOBIRAMA is invincible. Chapter 015. What's wrong, Izumi, are you feeling unwell? No, no, brother. I just feel, 1tlbxh. Izuna turned and looked at the Uchiha clan, which was absorbing the remaining resources of the Hago Romo clan and was growing stronger. But brother, we can't just be satisfied with this. The marriage between the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan will definitely make the Senju clan stronger. They seemed very quiet during this period because they wanted to wait quietly for Uzumaki Mito's arrival. Although we Uchiha are not afraid of the Senju clan, if we have to face the Senju clan and the Hyuga clan at the same time in the future, I am afraid it will be a bit difficult. 1tlbxh. Hearing his younger brother Izumi's words, Uchiha Madara nodded. He understood what his younger brother Izumi meant. Then let's get started. Uchiha Madara's eyes sparkled, and soon after getting Uchiha Tajima's consent, he organized people in the family. He led the team and left the family, heading towards the Hyuga clan. Then, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna met the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan on the way. Uchiha Izuna. A voice filled with anger and ferocity erupted from the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Izuna was bewildered, looking at the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, each of them full of murderous intent, rushing towards him. 1tlbxh. What am I doing? Did I offend anyone? 1tlbxh. Want to hurt my brother? Uchiha Madara sneered, well, you guys don't even take me seriously. Uchiha Madara took the lead and rushed forward. He didn't know what hatred these guys had towards his brother, nor did he know if there was any misunderstanding. He only knew that these guys wanted to kill his brother, and that was enough. Moreover, he originally wanted to bring people here to severely hit the Hyuga clan so that they would not pose much of a threat to the Uchiha clan in the future. 1tlbxh. Kill them. A large number of Uchiha ninjas rushed to follow behind the young clan leader Uchiha Madara, with scarlet light shining in their eyes, and fought together with the ninjas of the Hyuga clan. Hey! Hinata Tianren sighed helplessly. A few days ago, the Hyuga clan was constantly attacked on a small scale, and the entire clan was in a state of anger. Of course, after they had a fight with the Sarutobi clan, they vented some of their anger and began to think that it was not Sarutobi Sasuke who led the attack on them. 1tlbxh. The sharp swordsmanship marks that were occasionally found on the bodies of the dead clansmen, as well as their proficiency in fire escape, made them turn their attention to Uchiha Izuna of the Uchiha clan. 1tlbxh2. Plus, their old friend, the Hyuga clan, also happened to have a grudge against the Uchiha clan. So these Hyuga ninjas who had just made enemies with the Sarutobi clan angrily found the Hyuga clan and wanted to attack the Uchiha clan together with them. 1tlbxh4. The Hyuga clan felt that there must be something fishy going on. But the Hyuga clan has become angry again and it is difficult to dissuade them. In addition, the Hyuga clan also felt that the Kagaya clan was right, that they and the Uchiha clan were enemies. Since the Kagaya clan wants to fight the Uchiha clan, then they should follow suit. 1tlbxh. Despite this, Hinata Tianren still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, always feeling like he was being used. 1tlbxh. Hinata Tenon, hey! Do you want to find someone to help you recover from your last failure? 1tlbxh. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly, and after easily killing the Kagaya ninja in front of him, he rushed towards the Hyuga ninja. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Return to heaven. Amidst the thick smoke generated by the collision of the huge white ball of light and the blazing fire dragon, the figures of Hyuga Tenon and Uchiha Madara emerged from the battle. Behind them, the Uchiha ninjas and the combined forces of Hyuga and Kagaya were also engaged in a fierce battle. Only Uchiha Izuna was quite uncomfortable. When the guys from the Hyuga clan saw him, they rushed up like moths to a flame. Uchiha Izuna, go to hell! A large number of bones that grew out of their bodies shot towards Uchiha Izuna with a hardness that was even more terrifying than that of ordinary Kunao shuriken. Ding ding ding! 1 TLBXH. Uchiha Izuna used shuriken to deflect most of the bones. Then he used his own taijutsu and swordsmanship to easily dodge all the remaining bones. Why do these guys hate me so much? And it seems that even if he and his elder brother do not attack the Hyuga clan and reduce their level of danger, the two tribes are also going to join hands to attack the Uchiha. 1 TLBXH. Although the Uchiha are now doing what they had planned. But now, he is still very unhappy. Clang! 1 TLBXH. With the sharp blade drawn from its sheath, Izuna cut open the enemy's body, and his body and face were splashed with blood from the enemy's body. The two brothers, Izuna and Madara, stood in front, bringing great pressure to the Hyuga and Kagaya clans. Hyuga Tenin himself can barely withstand Uchiha Madara's attack. But he could easily kill the tribesmen around him. His fire escape technique can also ignite the bodies of clan members who are unable to escape from the explosion range of his fire escape technique. So strong, how could this happen? 1 TLBXH. Uchiha Madara is even more powerful than last time. 1 TLBXH. Didn't Hyuga Tenin lose last time simply because he didn't know the opponent had the Uchiha clan's sacred artifact that could reflect ninjutsu attacks? How come now, when Uchiha Madara hits him without using the Uchiha fan, he still has enough energy to easily kill his clansmen? 1 TLBXH. Has he made such rapid progress during this period? Uchiha Izuna is younger than Uchiha Madara, but his talent seems to be no less. At such a young age, he can easily kill adult ninjas from both clans. 1 TLBXH. If the two clans had not joined forces and were more numerous, they would probably have been killed by the Uchiha clan, whose morale was becoming stronger and stronger under the leadership of these two guys. 1 TLBXH. No, when the family elders were all blocked by the elite sent by the Uchiha clan to protect Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. Other people of the same age, and even many adult ninjas in the family, are no match for them. Everything is fine on my side, I can barely stop the current Uchiha Madara. 1 TLBXH. But Uchiha Izuna lacks a genius who can rival him. If this battle continues, the best outcome will be a miserable victory with a numerical advantage. Even if their morale collapses, it is not impossible for them to lose completely. 1 TLBXH. We must retreat first to preserve the family's vitality. Hinata Tianran gritted his teeth and had to persuade the Kagaya clan, who were prone to going crazy in battle. This was not easy. 1 TLBXH. A few days later, I got the news of the war between the Uchiha clan and the Kagaya and Hyuga clans. The genius ninja Sarutobi Sasuke of the Sarutobi clan and the young patriarch of the Shimura clan, who were on good terms with him, came quietly over here and saw traces of the tragic battlefield that had not yet been completely cleaned up. I can't believe it. Uchiha almost fought 1 against 2 and beat Hinata and Kagaya away. 1 TLBXH6. Sasuke, tell me, was it Uchiha Izuna who impersonated you and attacked the Kagaya clan? 1 TLBXH1. Post views, 52. 016 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 016. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Sarutobi Sasuke shook his head. I don't know. It could be, and it could be not. The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan have always had a grudge against each other. Moreover, they all claim to be the family with the strongest Ijutsu bloodline limit, but they also dislike each other. In addition, the Uchiha clan's allies, the Hago Romo clan, collapsed under the attacks of the Hinata and Senju clans. They all have reasons to attack the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Sasuke sighed. He felt something was wrong because everything seemed too logical. After hearing his analysis, the young patriarch of the Shimura clan nodded. He also felt that no matter which angle you analyzed it from, it seemed that Uchiha Izuna was very likely to take action. And the Hyuga clan's staunchest ally is the Kagaya clan. The Hyuga clan has Byakugan, which makes it difficult to attack them. Moreover, when the Hyuga clan cannot defeat the Uchiha clan, they will definitely ask Kagaya for help. Therefore, it is reasonable for Uchiha Izuna to attack Kagaya first and weaken their strength. After hearing his friend's analysis, Sarutobi Sasuke's face became even more strange. "Yeah, we all think so, that's why I feel something is wrong." The young patriarch of the Shimura clan patted Sarutobi Sasuke on the shoulder. "Sasuke, I think you're just overthinking it, maybe it's just that simple. Maybe it was Uchiha Izuna who wanted to pretend to be you and start a fight between the Kagaya clan and our Sarutobi clan. This way, the Hyuga clan will have to face them alone." But at this moment, Sarutobi Sasuke suddenly shuddered. Thinking too much? The words of the young clan leader Shimura gave him strange thoughts. Yes, maybe that's it. The Uchiha clan might have thought along these lines. Many smart people, as well as old foxes like the patriarchs of various families, tend to think too much. So I feel that such ordinary actions may contain deeper meanings. Those who think too much will find it very likely that it was not the Uchiha clan who pretended to be Sarutobi to attack Kagaya. Then I thought that it must be other families who wanted to reap the benefits in the end. What a cunning and evil Uchiha Izuna! Ah! Young clan leader Shimura looked at his friend in bewilderment, not knowing what strange thoughts were coming into his mind. I can only agree. Yes, the Uchiha clan is truly an inherently evil clan. Our Sarutobi and Shimura clans suffered heavy losses from the attacks of those lunatics. By the way, Sasuke, how about we spread those ideas you just had? The Uchiha caused us to fight the Kagaya clan, we can't just sit there and do nothing. Hearing the proposal from his good friend, the young patriarch of the Shimura clan, Sarutobi Sasuke felt something was not right. It's not that such attacks are ineffective. Instead, he felt that it would not be wise for them to show up and plot against the Uchiha clan at this time when the Uchiha clan had achieved a great victory. Don't worry, it's okay. I just asked people to spread some things around. They definitely won't be able to find anything on us. It would be better if that Uchiha Izuna guy is a little more vulnerable. We can bring him down and make the Uchiha clan lose a genius. Isn't that good? Sarutobi Sasuke looked at his friend who looked nonchalant, but he was still a little worried. However, he did not continue to persuade her. Sarutobi Sasuke is his good friend, not his father. I have already persuaded the other person. If I continue to persuade him, he will feel uncomfortable. In that case, you better be careful. Young clan leader Shimura laughed. He had already started planning in his mind how to deal with Uchiha Izuna. Ah! Among the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izuna sneezed violently again. Although a few days ago, the Uchiha clan successfully forced Hinata and Kagaya to retreat. But the Uchiha clan also suffered heavy losses. After all, it's 1 against 2. Even the Uchiha ninjas burst out with terrible morale under the encouragement of him and his elder brother. Let the Uchiha ninja at least achieve a 1-for-1 exchange. But after all, their numbers are still smaller than the opposite side. Finally, the eldest brother looked at the casualties of his tribesmen behind him and decided not to continue chasing them. In this battle, the Hago Romo clan, who were recruited by the Uchiha clan, became more loyal because of their revenge against the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan's fighting power has also been recognized by many wealthy businessmen and daimyos in the Land of Fire. They have recently received many commissions with high bounties, which can earn them more resources. Both his father Uchiha Tajima and his elder brother Uchiha Madara felt that the Uchiha clan needed to take a break at this time. They need some time to digest the benefits of this victory. But Uchiha Izuna was very depressed. He thought about it over and over again, and always felt that he was involved in this war between at least 5 families, and seemed to be framed badly. What made him most angry was, shortly after the battle, he, Uchiha Izuna, began to have a strange nickname that spread in the ninja world. What kind of Uchiha clan is this inherently evil kid? Uchiha Izuna is so insidious and cunning, he should not be underestimated. What? You are on the first floor and Uchiha Izuna is on the fifth floor. What? Uchiha Izuna is a cunning and scheming person who is even more cunning than an old fox. Please, Uchiha Izuna always kills you enemies head-on with his sword. If you call him a powerful enemy with no flaws, or call him the unstoppable Uchiha genius or something, he would definitely be happy. If I meet you again in the future, I will give you a more merciful death. Izuna, you seem upset. Brother. Uchiha Izuna's smile was forced, and Madara patted his shoulder. Don't feel bad about what some low-class guy does to you. This only proves that they don't dare to confront you head-on. They are not sure they can defeat you, so they use such voices to slander you and disturb your heart. I understand, brother. I won't be defeated by these trivial rumors. Seeing that his brother had cheered up again, Uchiha Madara left with a smile. But soon, his face darkened where his brother couldn't see. Go find out who is spreading this slanderous news about my brother Izumi. As the eldest brother, Uchiha Madara should comfort his younger brother with kind words, help him to strengthen his confidence and not be defeated by these rumors. But for those who dare to make random guesses and speak ill of his brother, Uchiha Madara will let them know what true cruelty is. Post views, 49. 017 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 017. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Young Patriarch, we already have a clue. After a period of investigation, the Uchiha clan ninjas finally set their sights on the Shimura clan. We can confirm that the original source of the rumors about Master Izuna was the Shimura clan's ninja. Uchiha Madara heard the information about the family ninja and couldn't help but sneer. He thought it was some enemy who was slandering his brother. Unexpectedly, it was the Shimura clan that was not taken seriously by Uchiha Madara or the Uchiha clan. Although the Shimura clan is not a small family like rotten fish and shrimp. But you guys shouldn't mess with us Uchiha, you shouldn't mess with my Uchiha Madara's brother. We must let them know what the consequences will be if they hurt my brother, Uchiha Madara. The only remaining brother, Uchiha Izuna, is Madara's taboo. When you spread rumors against my brother, you must have already made up your mind. Soon, under the arrangement of Uchiha Madara, the intelligence ninjas of the Uchiha clan began to focus their work on the Shimura clan. 1 TLBXH. Look, Sasuke, I have made Uchiha Izuna's reputation as a cunning and evil person spread throughout the land of fire. The young patriarch of the Shimura clan proudly showed off his recent achievements to his good friend Sarutobi Sasuke. And it's been so long, how can the Uchiha clan find me among all the rumors that have spread? Seeing his friend so confident, Sarutobi Sasuke couldn't persuade him anymore. In short, you'd better be careful. The Uchiha clan is not the kind of family that will do nothing if it suffers a loss. 1 TLBXH. The young head of the Shimura clan said goodbye to his friend and rushed back to his family. After leaving the Sarutobi clan for a while, the Shimura clan ninjas suddenly began to feel something was wrong. Be careful, young clan leader, someone is ambushing us. A bad premonition appeared in his heart. He had just ignored Sarutobi Sasuke's warning, but at this moment, it kept ringing in his mind. This is impossible, could it really be that someone from the Uchiha clan came to visit? His face began to become increasingly gloomy. Let's go back to the Sarutobi clan, that way we can still survive. If the other party is ambushing me, they must have known my intelligence. Then it is difficult to survive the opponent's attack by relying on one's own strength. The only way to survive is to return to the Sarutobi clan. Do you think you can leave now? However, the next moment, a figure appeared that made the young patriarch of the Shimura clan feel despair. Uchiha Madara. Why is it you? 1TLBXH. He could hardly believe that Uchiha Madara had actually found him and personally came to kill him. You despicable guy, just die here. 1TLBXH1. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes, and with a whoosh, he led the Uchiha ninjas and rushed towards the surrounded Supreme Clan. Retreat. Knowing how terrifying this guy was, the young head of the Shimura clan, who didn't dare to confront him head-on, let out a loud cry and began to retreat. As they fought and retreated, the family ninjas who were at the rear were quickly killed by Uchiha Madara. It even frightened the young patriarch of the Shimura clan to death. This genius who could easily kill the adult ninjas of the hostile Senju clan and Hyuga clan was truly terrifying. The Shimura clan ninjas who escorted him were all knocked down like melons and vegetables in front of Uchiha Madara. The bitter shuriken detonating talisman on the body is thrown behind it without any cost. However, this can only delay the opponents catching up. Seeing Uchiha Madara getting closer and closer, there are fewer and fewer people left around him. The young head of the Shimura clan felt panicked but did not regret his actions. Damn it! If I had been more secretive, he wouldn't have found me. Isn't it just a few bad words about your brother? This also indirectly spreads his reputation to the entire ninja world. 1TLBXH2. Are you really going to chase me down like this? Damn, Uchiha ninjas are so evil and terrible. 1TLBXH. It seems that our Shimura clan will definitely face a huge threat from the Uchiha clan in the future. If I could still survive, I will definitely warn my clan members to be extremely vigilant against the Uchiha clan. If there is a chance to deal with the Uchiha, or even completely destroy them, then we must seize this opportunity. With a puff, the last member of the Shimura clan who was protecting the young patriarch fell beside him. Surrounded, he now has no way to escape. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Holding the kunao and detonating talisman tightly in his hands, the young patriarch of the Shimura clan desperately tried to find a gap around him. After being completely desperate, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Uchiha Madara, even if I were to die, I would not let you have an easy time. 1TLBXH. You have nowhere to run, you despicable guy. At least in the end, I died like a ninja. 1TLBXH. Uchiha Madara saw that his face was full of tension, but there was still a trace of ninja in him. I hope that the other party will not let him down too much in the end. He is just a person who is good at playing these despicable tricks, and at the last moment, he dare not fight him to the death. You are actually looking down on me, Uchiha Madara, 1TLBXH. The angry young patriarch of the Shimura clan threw the shuriken at Uchiha Madara and then rushed towards him decisively. Ding ding ding. 1TLBXH. The kunao in his hand and Uchiha Madara's ninja tools kept colliding. Although he was determined to die, the speed and strength still disappointed Uchiha Madara. Is this the extent of risking your life? It's really hard to find an opponent like Hashirama again. 1TLBXH. Uchiha Madara was disappointed. He knocked the kunao from the young patriarch's hand in 2 or 3 moves and kicked him in the abdomen, sending his body flying into the air. Then, he tilted his head with ease, dodging the wind escape technique that he had just used. Finally, he aimed the kunao in his hand precisely at the opponent's head and mouth, and threw it out fiercely. Remember not to talk nonsense like this in your next life. Uchiha Madara turned around and left in style. Without any surprise, his kunao accurately penetrated the mouth of the self-proclaimed young clan leader and pierced his head. A blood-stained kunao popped out from behind his head. Uchiha Madara did not intend to clean up the battlefield, nor did he intend to search for any information from him. He wanted to use this bloody way to tell the ninja world that this was the consequence of casually slandering and making up bad things about his brother Uchiha Izuna. Post views, 49. 018 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 018. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Did he die just like that? Soon after Uchiha Madara led his people away, the Sarutobi clan, who had noticed something was wrong, also rushed to the scene. Seeing the tragic death of his friend from the Shimura clan, Sarutobi Sasuke felt a trace of grief in his heart. After all, they were good friends for many years, so he walked up and pulled the kunao out of his head. Then, he closed his friend's eyes, which were still open in death. Young clan leader, we have found the bodies of all the Shimura clan ninjas. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan also felt a sense of sympathy. After collecting the bodies of the Shimura clan ninjas, a heavy feeling rose in their hearts. The guys who ambushed the Shimura clan started their attack shortly after the Shimura clan left the Sarutobi clan's territory. This shows that they have full confidence that they can quickly kill the Shimura clan ninjas without giving them any time to react. It was Uchiha who did it. They showed no sign of trying to conceal their actions, which was a warning and a punishment. Sarutobi Sasuke stood up, his eyes deep. He asked his tribesmen to deal with the bodies of his friend and his tribesmen, and he personally led people to send them back to the Shimura clan. When the head of the Shimura clan learned of his son's death, his face showed a momentary unease. In this chaotic world, no matter who you are, you may die in the next second. Moreover, this is not the first child he has lost. But even so, the heart that had been gradually numb and cold in countless battles and fights could not help but ache. Uncle, I'm deeply sorry. Sarutobi Sasuke comforted the Shimura clan leader and told him about their discovery. Chief Shimura nodded with a heavy face. I understand. Don't worry, Sasuke, I won't act rashly. 1 TLBXH. Fighting and killing is normal among ninjas. Even without any reason or excuse, vendettas could erupt at any time in the chaotic ninja world. He died simply because he wasn't strong enough. Having come to this conclusion, the head of the Shimura clan, who had no intention of seeking revenge on the Uchiha clan for the sake of his child, spoke these words with a slightly choked voice. He couldn't possibly bring more of his clansmen to be buried with his son because of his own selfish desires. Uchiha, compared to their Shimura clan, is too powerful. Now the Uchiha clan is surrounded by enemies and cannot mobilize on a large scale to wipe out the Shimura clan. They should be secretly happy. It is even more unlikely that they would take the initiative to offend the Uchiha clan again. His allies, the Sarutobi clan, would not be so foolish as to follow him and crash into the enemy. 1 TLBXH. Brother, you are finally back. Near the Senju clan, the younger brothers Watama and Itama ran towards their eldest brother happily. They took the initiative to avoid their father, Senju Buddha, who was always a strict representative in their hearts. This could not help but make the old father Chien Shaofujian's face darken. You two little brats, don't you see that he's your father? 1 TLBXH. It's just that I'm a little strict with you guys. Do I have to scold you when I see you slacking off, and then send you out on dangerous missions for the sake of the family? 1 TLBXH. He, Chien Shaofujian, had survived under the same education from his father. 1 TLBXH6. Father, big brother. And this, sister-in-law, welcome back. Fortunately, there is a second son, TOBIRAMA, who still has his own eyes and is satisfactory. Chien Shao Buddha nodded and walked into the family first. Next is the time for the young people. With him as their father, the children can't talk. Is this my sister-in-law? Good, so beautiful. Seeing the two little brothers cheering around him and shouting with joy, Uzumaki Mito breathed a sigh of relief. She is just a 16-year-old girl. Leaving the familiar family she had lived in for more than 10 years and leaving her family members filled her heart with fear and anxiety. Not bad. Senju Hashirama is a guy who looks very honest, but when you get along with him, he is also silly and stupid. His younger brothers didn't seem to be unwelcoming at all. From his luggage, he took out some specialties from the Uzumaki clan. After Uzumaki Mito was divided among Watama, Itama, and Tobirama, the two younger brothers called their sister-in-law even sweeter. "Look, Mito, my brothers are all very enthusiastic." Uzumaki Mito became more relaxed, and after following her elder brother Hashirama into the Senju clan, she began to look around curiously. The environment is different from that of the Whirlpool clan, which is surrounded by the sea. The climate of the Fire Nation is drier and more comfortable. Moreover, the Fire Country has lush vegetation, green trees, and abundant resources. Uzumaki Mito has started to like this place a little bit. "Yes, then I feel more at ease." Tobirama followed behind his eldest brother and sister-in-law, watching them walk side by side into the family home. He also saw his sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito, who seemed to have begun to change quickly from the anxiety of coming to a strange place. This immediately gave Tobirama a bad feeling. As far as he knew, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan generally had bad tempers and were quite violent. When the shy period of the sister-in-law coming to the Senju clan is over, it won't be another spicy red pepper. Seeing his sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito quickly becoming lively and cheerful, and also very familiar with him, Tobirama's ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. There is always a feeling that the whole family will be in turmoil from now on. Tobirama sighed softly. At least tonight, it was for his father and elder brother to come back safely. Let's be happy for them. The next day, I woke up early and arrived at the training ground. I was doing daily basic warm-up training, practicing my chakra control ability, and training Tobirama's physical skills. Soon I heard a cheerful voice behind me, like a lark. "Tobirama, Tobirama, what's the most delicious thing in the Senju clan?" 1 TLBXH. Tobirama stopped and looked behind him helplessly. "Sister-in-law, you should ask your brother, he knows more about this than me." "Oh, your elder brother has been very tired these days. He went to bed very late last night and is still resting now." 1 TLBXH8. Tobirama's face twitched. He suspected that his sister-in-law was driving, but he had no evidence. "Just tell me which direction it is and I'll go there myself." "Over there." Tobirama pointed to a place he thought was delicious, in the direction of a family that sold breakfast. Sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito immediately ran over excitedly. "She's quite a lively sister-in-law, isn't she?" Senju Momika, who was standing beside him, seemed to understand Tobirama's feelings and smiled softly. However, looking at Uzumaki Mito running away happily, and then looking at Tobirama, a hint of shyness flashed across her pretty face. Post views, 50. 019 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 019. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Second brother, eldest brother has already found a sister-in-law for us. Yes, yes, she is beautiful and lively. The two younger brothers approached Senju Tobirama with a hint of teasing. When will second brother find us a beautiful and lively second sister-in-law who will give us gifts when we meet her? 1 TLBXH. Senju Tobirama was silent for a while, then called out to the other tribesmen on the training ground. Give me 10 people to give these two a good training session, 1 TLBXH4. If I see them both still standing on the ground, I'll make you all lie down. 1 TLBXH. As soon as Tobirama finished speaking, an adult member of the clan stepped forward. Don't worry, Master Tobirama, we will definitely train Watama and Itama well. 1 TLBXH2. The two younger brothers' eyes twitched as they watched the strong, adult members of the tribe approaching them with a fierce grin, and they swallowed their saliva. Hey, second brother, you can't abuse your power like this. Yes, second brother, you can't take revenge on your own like this. Ah, don't come here all at once, come one by one if you can. 1 TLBXH2. Hearing the screams of his brothers, Senju Tobirama felt much happier. Ask him to find you a second sister-in-law? Just to get an extra gift? Humph, now I will let you know the dangers of the adult world. Besides, do you really think that the gift from our lively sister-in-law is so easy to get? 1 TLBXH. The death of the young patriarch of the Shimura clan at the hands of Uchiha Madara did not cause much commotion in the troubled times. The young patriarch who died was no longer the young patriarch. Just like a dead genius, he will no longer be a genius. In this chaotic era, the struggle is intensifying every day. The two tribes, which had not yet reached a state of deep hatred, could erupt into an extremely fierce and bloody battle over a small quarrel. This is the unreasonable and chaotic world. Every day, more ninjas die in battle. Every day, more hatred is buried deep in the hearts of ninjas. Every day, more and more people gradually become cold-blooded and numb. Some ninjas even suffered serious psychological trauma because they could not endure such cruelty. Some ninjas couldn't sleep all night, some ninjas became addicted to alcohol, and some ninjas spent their money lavishly. But in this morbid and chaotic era, there will always be some stronger people who can stick to their hearts and their beliefs. They protected their people, they defeated powerful enemies one after another, they kept moving forward, never stopping. Behind them, there gradually emerged a group of ninjas who believed in them and were willing to follow them until death. They followed behind them and worked hard to realize their common dream. Big brother Senju Hashirama is becoming more and more powerful. After developing wood release, his strength continued to grow day by day. Similarly, Uchiha Madara now has a 3 Magatama Sharingan. While his pupil power is increasing day by day, his fire escape technique makes the ninjutsu of any other fire escape ninja in the land of fire pale in comparison. Madara's fire style is no longer the same as others' fire style. The two of them became stronger and stronger, and in the repeated confrontations, they refused to give in to each other, and they have become the two most dazzling stars of this era. Then, the pressure was placed on Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna, this kid, when his elder brother Uchiha Madara opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and became more and more powerful. It was like he had opened a cheat, following his brother Uchiha Madara all the way, and also had the 3 Magatama Sharingan. 1 TLBXH. And Tobirama, although he is also working hard to constantly improve himself and strengthen his own strength. In terms of the changes in the nature and form of water chakra, and in the in-depth study of other ninjutsu, as he grew older, his chakra amount also increased significantly. However, in front of Uchiha Izuna's 3 Magatama Sharingan, which has also made great progress, these are still not enough. In the several confrontations with the Uchiha clan, he was always slightly suppressed by Uchiha Izuna and his 3 Magatama Sharingan. His ninjutsu and taijutsu can all be seen by the opponent's 3 Magatama Sharingan, making it easy for him to think of how to respond in advance. No wonder I tried so hard to develop space-time ninjutsu. Even if the opponent's Sharingan saw some clues of this technique, his body would not be able to keep up with his reaction. In addition, the water vapor at that time blocked Uchiha Izuna's sight, which allowed him to use Flying Thunder God Slash to severely injure the opponent in an instant. But up to now, Tobirama has no good ideas, so he developed the Flying Thunder God technique at this time. What worries Tobirama even more is, he also remembered that it would not be long before his old father, Senju Butsuma, and his old rival, Uchiha Tajima, would die together. The Uchiha clan is a clan full of love. The battle that might break out and cause them to lose their father, as well as many relatives, friends, and followers within the clan, is likely to cause both of them to activate their kaleidoscopes. There is no need to worry about Uchiha Madara. After the other party becomes stronger, the big brother will increase his strength like a cheat, and then slightly surpass Uchiha Madara. Tobirama couldn't help but glance in the direction of his old father, Senju Butsuken. Don't worry, father. Although you are rigid and strict, your death will also become an opportunity for Big Brother and Uchiha Madara to become stronger. However, he would rather not want such a future to happen. He hopes to see his old father live well, grow old slowly, and see his grandchildren grow up. Tobirama took a deep breath and continued to train his water escape ninjutsu. He has been under a lot of pressure recently, and has already mastered all the water-based ninjutsu that his clan has allowed him to learn. He already knows the use of water escape ninjutsu like the back of his hand. The use of the changes in the form and nature of water chakra even made Tobirama feel that if he could fight in a water environment, his strength would be greatly improved. Moreover, Tobirama not only learned all the water escape ninjutsu in the clan. He has even achieved the goal of simplifying most water-based ninjutsu to the point where they can be quickly released within 3 hand seals. But next, in order to further study and understand the changes in the form and nature of water chakra, Tobirama felt that he seemed to be able to do something from other aspects. In the ninja world, the change of water chakra properties needs to be integrated with the change of wind chakra properties. Only then can you obtain the ice release bloodline Genkai. 1 TLBXH. Post views, 50. 020 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 020. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Tobirama had an idea and started to try it out. If you want to lower the temperature of water and condense it into ice, you have to remove the heat from the water. Of course, you can also use chakra to artificially interfere with the thermal motion of water molecules in water, reduce their internal energy, and increase the distance between molecules. You can also use chakra to strengthen the hydrogen bonds between water molecules, allowing them to combine more quickly and effectively to form a regular spatial structure. Damn! 39HNFU. They have traveled to the ninja world and started playing idealistic ninjutsu. Why do they have to think about thermodynamics, physics, and chemistry when developing ninjutsu? 39HNFU4. It would be better to practice the wind chakra nature change, and then combine the wind chakra nature change with the water chakra nature change to allow yourself to have the ice chakra bloodline limit. 39HNFU. Wajian, Banjian, have you made your second brother angry recently? The eldest brother, Senju Hashirama, saw his second brother, Tobirama, and cried and laughed. I started playing with fire escape, then water escape, then wind escape. Then he grabbed his head with both hands and scratched it, and then took a branch to write and draw on the ground, looking at his 2 younger brothers. Hey, brother, how can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Yes, yes. Being surrounded and trained by 10 adults in the family, the pitiful appearance of Wakan and Bankan, who were too tired to get up, made Hashirama soften his heart. Hey! It's hard for them both. Over the years, even his eldest brother, Hashirama Senju, and his wife, Mito Uzumaki, felt that something was wrong. These 2 younger brothers seemed to be cursed. Every time he went to the battlefield, he was almost certain to be besieged by 5 grown men, 5 for each man. These guys may be late, but they will never be absent. 39HNFU. Fortunately, Dahua and his younger brother Tobirama were watching over him. Now that they have grown stronger, and with Mito helping to look after them, they are still full of energy. However, Tobirama still made them undergo inhumane training. That is to make them, when they have no missions, almost every day in the family, each person must accept the siege of 5 adult Han people. In Tobirama's words, that is when they can endure this training, they will not have to worry about being attacked by 5 hostile adults on the battlefield. Then do you know what's going on with your second brother? He rarely acts like this. I don't know. Hearing the 2 younger brothers' answers, Hashirama Senju quietly ran to the side of his second younger brother, Tobirama Senju, and poked his head out to take a look. Hiss! 39HNFU. Senju Hashirama took a breath of cold air. What are these? Strange, densely packed symbols and theories were written on the ground by Tobirama. Even though many characters were taken out separately, Senju Hashirama felt that he could still understand them. But why is it that when these things are superimposed together, after taking a look at them, there is an inexplicable sense of horror and terror? Tobirama, Tobirama, are you okay? Seeing Tobirama, who seemed to be insane, Hashirama shook his body. What's wrong, brother? What's the matter? Tobirama rubbed his red eyes and saw his elder brother's concerned look. Tobirama, you should have a good rest. You look so worried. Okay, okay. Tobirama lowered his head and looked at the ground beneath his feet. He moved his feet and wrote down what he had just subconsciously written down, his understanding of the changes in the nature of wind escape, fire escape, and water escape chakra. And some ideas, speculations, and calculations about how to use chakra to extract the heat from the water and directly turn his water escape into ice escape were wiped out. However, I have to say that chakra is really a very idealistic thing. Chakra can do many things that seem unscientific. If the great scientists in the previous life all had chakra, well, I really can't imagine it. By the way, big brother, what plans does the family have recently? Tobirama relaxed for a moment and stretched. This really exists. Father believes that the situation in the Fire Nation has gradually become clearer over the past few years. Now, only our Senju clan and Uchiha clan are far superior to other clans. The Hyuga clan, having been defeated several times by Uchiha Madara, no longer dares to claim to be the strongest family in the ninja world in terms of Ijutsu bloodline limit 39HNFU11. They added a 1 of at the end, ha 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 ha. 39HNFU2. As the elder brother was talking, he burst into laughter. Tobirama didn't know whether he thought this was a funny joke or he was happy that Uchiha Madara had become such an outstanding ninja. Okay. Seeing Tobirama staring at him, not wanting to laugh at all, Hashirama also felt a little embarrassed. In short, father feels that the time has come for our Senju clan and the Uchiha clan to show down the outcome. Hearing the dullness in his elder brother's voice, which had become serious, Senju Tobirama also fell silent. If father thinks so, then I am afraid that a war will soon break out between the two families. And this war is likely to be the one where my father Senju Butsuken and Uchiha Tajima will die together. 39HNFU. Something must be done. I understand, brother. It's not just the Senju clan that thinks this way. Even the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tajima, believed that the time for a decisive battle had come. Over the past few years, the Uchiha clan has been conquering the east and the west. There are people like Hinata, Sarutobi, and Chimura who have been beaten and scared and dare not face the family that opposes them alone. There were also many small families that were swallowed up and destroyed by them. There are also allies like the Yi clan who are absorbed and protected by them, and there are many ordinary people who rely on the powerful Uchiha clan. The same is true for the Senju clan. Now everyone in the Fire Ninja world has accepted this. The Senju and Uchiha clans possess a powerful force that is unmatched by other clans. There are so many ninja clans in the Land of Fire, and the ultimate overlord will be decided in a battle between the two clans. Now, only the Senju clan is our final opponent. Uchiha Tajima's eyes flashed with flames. It has been his long-cherished wish to defeat his old rival, Qian Shaofujian. They are our biggest and last enemy. 39HNFU. Looking at the excited clan members in the family, Uchiha Tajima felt that the morale had been built and the time for a decisive battle was ripe. The Uchiha clan will enter a more powerful chapter under the leadership of Uchiha Tajima. Post views, 51. 021 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 021. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. That's awesome, bro. Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. After so many years, it's finally time to face off against my old rival. Senju Tobirama. 1TLBXH1. Uchiha Izuna was so excited that she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. The rival of the increasingly outstanding elder brother has always been Senju Hashirama. The target that he had always wanted to defeat completely was Tobirama Senju. Well, that's right, it's finally time to show down Hashirama. 1 TLBXH. Uchiha Madara also felt that there was something excited in his body, as if it wanted to burst out. Hashirama, I will defeat you, but I will not kill you. 1 TLBXH1. I also want you to see that I am the one who can truly realize our dream in the end. After I defeat you and build the village we dreamed of together, I will let you, the rest of your clan, and your brothers live there. From now on, I, Uchiha Madara, will protect them and keep all their loved ones and children safe. Just be good to me and serve me every day. By then, I, Uchiha Madara, will be the village chief. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If he tells you to pee by the river, you have to pee there, and then he will attack you from behind and give you a good scare. 1 TLBXH5. If you don't go home at night, you can only spend the night in his village chief's office, leaving your wife alone at home. Izumi looked at his elder brother's expression and felt that a hint of a smile flashed across his majestic and domineering face. 1 TLBXH. The atmosphere in the ninja world became increasingly tense, as the two giants, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, were about to clash. Other families are not far behind. Even if they are not as good as these two families now, can't they become stronger? Thus, a more terrible war took the lead. Countless small families were wiped out and swallowed up, and many bloodlines and secret techniques slowly disappeared in this period of history. The powerful families are frantically improving their own strength, while also fighting to the death with their equally powerful enemies. The entire ninja world was in chaos and bloodshed. As for Senju and Uchiha, although they haven't started a large-scale melee yet. However, various small-scale encounters, intelligence stations, and annihilation battles have already begun. Today I attacked one of your allies. 1 TLBXH. Tomorrow you will destroy one of my teams that is out buying supplies. The day after tomorrow I will set a trap on the way, ambushing you while attacking your reinforcements. In one more day, you will assassinate the genius of my family and reduce my war potential. The final decisive battle has not yet begun, but the entire family has suddenly become tense. Every day, some tribesmen come back lying down, or even fail to come back. Faced with such tragedy, the eldest brother, Hashirama, no longer angrily questioned his father as he did when he was a child, asking why he continued like this. He couldn't stop his father, nor could he stop his family. Besides, even if he could really persuade his father and the family to stop fighting like this, will the Uchiha clan be obedient and stop fighting with the Senju clan? Impossible. Just like what Madara said, his brothers died at the hands of the Senju clan. His brother, Hashirama, almost died at the hands of the Uchiha clan. The same is true for more members of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Let me go. The eldest brother, Hashirama, who has already awakened in his heart, found his father, Senju Butsuma. Father, please let me join the battle. This way, we can also reduce the casualties among the tribe members. Qian Shaofujian shook his head and refused. No, Hashirama, you are the main force of our Senju clan. If you start fighting now, what if you don't have the strength to do it when you are needed later? Hashirama was going to use it to deal with the genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. If there is no Hashirama among the younger generation who can resist or even defeat the leader of the younger generation of the other side, then they will also be very passive. It's okay, father, I won't fall. Senju Hashirama seemed very determined. As long as he can reduce the casualties of the tribe, even if he suffers a little, it doesn't matter if he is a little tired. Moreover, since he separated from Hashirama and gradually grew up, he has never been so exhausted from fighting. He believed in himself and would be able to bring more help to the tribe members. Looking at the grown-up Hashirama, Senju Butsuken was silent for a while. Finally, At the end, he nodded and agreed. You go. Even after getting his father's permission, there was no joy on the face of the eldest brother, Hashirama. After he left with a determined look on his face, Tobirama looked at his elder brother Hashirama's back as he left. Just as he was about to follow him, he suddenly heard the words of his father Senju Butsuma and the others behind him. Tobirama, please stay. I have something to tell you. Father. Tobirama was a little curious about why his father called him at this time. Tobirama, get ready. Who knew that he saw a fleeting flash of excitement on his father's face? The familiar memory instantly struck Tobirama's heart. He understood everything at once. The sinister smile on my father's face was the same as when he discovered that my eldest brother was dating Uchiha Madara several years ago. He was told to be prepared because his father was going to do the same thing he did last time when he found out that Hashirama was secretly playing with Uchiha Madara. 1TLBXH. He wants to ambush behind his eldest brother and take himself to attack Uchiha Madara, who will stand up to stop his eldest brother from the Uchiha clan. 1TLBXH. This made Senju Tobirama feel a sense of fear, as if something bad was about to happen. Father, I think this might be a little inappropriate. Oh, tell me, is there something wrong? Looking at his second son, Senju Tobirama, the old father Senju Bushima expressed that he was very satisfied. This child is smart, talented, and has grown in strength. If it weren't for the appearance of Hashirama, a strange son who was stupid but extremely powerful, he really wanted Tobirama to become the next head of the family. If Big Brother suddenly appears on the battlefield, perhaps the enemy will guess that we will send people to ambush Uchiha Madara, who is going to resist Big Brother. 1TLBXH. At that time, maybe. 1TLBXH. Hearing Senju Tobirama's analysis, Senju Bushima burst into laughter. You are right, Tobirama. However, the one I am ambush is not Uchiha Madara, but him and everyone behind him. 1TLBXH. A fiery light burst out from the eyes of the thousand-handed Buddha. Many years ago, he wanted to kill Uchiha Tajima's son. But in the end, due to various factors, he had to watch Uchiha Tajima and his child return safely. Now, Qian Shaofujian will not give the other party such an opportunity again. 1TLBXH. Post views, 47. 022. My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 022. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. After walking out from his father Senju Buddha, Tobirama looked a little dazed. Is it possible that Father Senju Fujian wants to do such a big move? The main force should be sent to follow behind the eldest brother to attack Uchiha Madara, who may come to stop the eldest brother, as well as the Uchiha clan members who will support Uchiha Madara. He would no longer give the other person a chance like he did before, when he was by the river with only Tobirama and his two little sons. But why do I still feel uneasy in my heart? A feeling that made him very uncomfortable filled his heart. He returned to the training ground, doing his usual training numbly, as if he wanted to numb his thoughts in this way. He didn't want to stop his father from doing this. He just felt that Uchiha Tajima, as his father's old rival, would not let his father succeed so easily. After thinking about it, Tobirama felt that his current strength was too low. If I am strong enough, I can help my father and my elder brother if something goes wrong. Finally, Tobirama found his elder brother and told him his worries. The eldest brother, Hashirama, is usually a bit clumsy, but sometimes his intuition is surprisingly sharp. Especially when it comes to Uchiha Madara, he will show amazing wisdom at this time. Tobirama, I understand what you mean. Are you saying that my action will eventually trigger the final battle between us and the Uchiha? Because Uchiha Tajima is likely to guess his father's actions? 39 HN Fu. Yes, I think as my father's old rival, Uchiha Tajima must be able to guess some of my father's thoughts. 39 HNFU. At that time, both sides will gather behind the two big brothers and start a war. That wouldn't be a small-scale battle that could have been avoided if Uchiha Tajima saw that there were a few fewer people on his side and Tobirama persuaded his father Senju Butsuma. Well, maybe I won't go. This is what Hashirama originally wanted to say. But when he remembered that he had asked his father to join the battle in order to reduce the casualties of the tribe, his voice gradually became softer. Moreover, even if he doesn't go now, both sides will gradually reach that point due to the accumulation of hatred. The war will eventually break out, it's just a matter of time. Now, all the two brothers can do is to protect as many people as possible in this war. I understand. The eldest brother is obviously more mature than before. After realizing that the war will eventually break out, he still maintains his composure. If the war is to begin, he will remain a member of the Senju clan and fight on. To realize my childhood dream. To protect my brother, my family, and my tribe. And to protect more children, to build the village of my dreams. It would be the best thing to build a village like this with Madara without killing him. But if I had to choose. There was already a decision in the eyes of Senju Hashirama. I believe that Madara will understand my determination. I believe that he will fight with all his might for his people, for his family, for his brother, and for our common dream. Brother, the only thing we can do is to protect the people around us as much as possible and protect more of our tribe. Of course, if you, big brother, can make the entire Uchiha clan give up resistance. In other words, let both our Senju clan and the Uchiha clan realize that no matter how much we fight, it will be useless. Only when you and Uchiha Madara fight it out can the final outcome be determined. Maybe, we won't have to fight anymore. 39HNFU. Hearing Tobirama's words that seemed to imply hope, Hashirama felt as if he had grasped something and thought of something. Can one person be so powerful that the entire Uchiha clan gives up resistance? Or maybe both he and Madara have surpassed the limits of a family in terms of strength. I understand. I'll try my best. He nodded, as if he had some strange enlightenment, lowered his head, and left in thought. At night, many members of the Senju clan were bidding their final farewell to their loved ones. The decision of the patriarch, Senju Buddha, has reached the ears of many people. Perhaps tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, the decisive battle is likely to break out. Many of them may no longer have the chance to see their families again. There are still many affectionate couples who want to make love in this last moment. Even my sister-in-law is no exception. Even though she knew that her husband, Hashirama Senju, was the most outstanding genius in the contemporary ninja world. But she still couldn't stop worrying about him. Hashirama, you're going to start fighting again tomorrow. Aren't you going to say anything? The young couple lay in bed, but Uzumaki Mito felt that the man beside her seemed a little absent-minded. This made Mito's voice sound even more dangerous. I'm sorry, Mito, I'm really a little worried. Hashirama hugged his wife tenderly, but did not choose to indulge in the gentleness. The next day, the eldest brother, Hashirama, got up very early. Under the gentle gaze of his wife Mito behind him, he joined the team that was going out to attack Uchiha today. Behind this team, the entire family is ready. However, when the eldest brother followed the family team and fought together, the man who rushed out from the Uchiha clan team made him stunned for a moment. Hashi hot mom. 39HNFU. Madara? 39HNFU. How come Madara showed up now? Ding. 39HNFU. When the two men's weapons collided fiercely, making a clanging sound. Following behind Senju Hashirama is Senju Buddha's old father. Uchiha Tajima, the old father who was following behind Uchiha Madara, was stunned. They all looked at the direction where the other person was hiding. Damn, this old bitch is thinking the same thing as me again. 39HNFU. Tobirama stood behind his old father, Senju Butsuken, feeling a bit helpless and relieved. Sure enough, things eventually developed as he thought. As two old rivals, even their tricks of attacking people are so similar. Follow me. The old father, Senju Buddha, waved his hand, and led Tobirama behind him, his sons who had grown up a lot, and more of his clansmen, and quickly jumped forward. The same is true for Uchiha Tajima. This moment is just like that moment. That year, they faced each other, standing in front of each other, with murderous intent on their faces. Ha 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 ha, thousand-handed Buddha, it seems we are thinking of the same thing again. Listening to the old rival's ridicule, Qian Shao Buddha's eyebrows twitched. However, after taking a look at his side, a smile of victory suddenly appeared on the face of the old father, Senju Buddha. That's right, Uchiha Tajima, but I have more sons than you. 39HNFU6. Post views, 49. 023 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 023. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Uchiha Tajima's eyes widened instantly. Seeing his old rival's smug look, his hand holding the kunao trembled slightly with anger. Really? Then after today, I'm afraid it won't be like this anymore. The two men rushed forward at the same time, fighting fiercely. The two clan leaders personally went into battle, and other ninjas from the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan also rushed forward. Ding 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 ding. 1 TLBXH. Kunao and kunao, ninja tools and ninja tools, blood and flames intertwined. In an instant, a scarlet color appeared, entering everyone's eyes. Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna called out Senju Tobirama's name very eagerly. Tobirama was very helpless, this guy seemed to have identified himself. Every time there was a battle or conflict between the two tribes, he would accurately find himself in the vast sea of people. You are so annoying, Uchiha Izuna. 1 TLBXH1. The key is that this guy is very strong and has already opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Ha 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 ha, Senju Tobirama, are you afraid of me? Seeing Senju Tobirama's impatient look, Uchiha Izuna was very excited. Today, let's put an end to the battle that was interrupted by your two younger brothers when we were little. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath and looked at the place where his father Senju Butsuken and Uchiha Tajima were fighting fiercely. Although I don't know whether today will be the day when my father Senju Butsuma and my old rival Uchiha Tajima will settle all their old and new grudges and finally die together. However, no matter what, if I want to go and support my father, I must defeat Uchiha Izuna in front of me. Looking at the old rival rushing towards him with bloodshot eyes, Senju Tobirama took a deep breath and put his hands together. Water escape, water dragon bullet. So fast. The already opened 3 Magatama Sharingan allowed Uchiha Izuna to instantly capture Senju Tobirama's unobstructed movements. However, I was also shocked. How is it possible? When I met this guy before, he simplified this water escape ninjutsu to the extent that it was only simplified to 3 seals. 1 TLBXH. How come now, just by clapping your hands together and making a seal, you can unleash your water escape technique? A large amount of water vapor appeared beside Senju Tobirama. They cheered and jumped for joy, surrounding Senju Tobirama, like a fish leaping into a dragon. Fuck? 1 TLBXH. It's really released. 1 TLBXH3. Too fast. 1 TLBXH. Looking at the scene in disbelief, Uchiha Izuna could only stop in his tracks. Because if he got any closer, the flying water dragon would swallow him up before he could complete the hand seals and release the ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. A large fireball blew out of his mouth, which collided with the water dragon bomb in front of him, dissolving it and producing a huge amount of water vapor. However, this time no one from the Hyuga clan will cooperate with you, Senju, and then attack them in such an environment. 1 TLBXH. Now, there are only the Senju clan and their Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is even more advantageous in the thick mist. 1 TLBXH1. If you want to blame someone, blame your tragic fate of not having the Sharingan, right? 1 TLBXH4. Water escape, water wave. Bang bang. 1 TLBXH. When Uchiha Izuna was lamenting the tragic fate of an opponent like Senju Tobirama who could not possess the Sharingan, he heard Senju Tobirama's incessant voice. But this time, Uchiha Izuna felt a little relieved that at least he heard the sound of two hand seals. This water escape ninjutsu, Senju Tobirama didn't just slap his hands together and use it. Uchiha Izuna suddenly stepped back. Another huge wave of surging waves surged out in all directions. What is this guy doing, consuming your chakras so recklessly in such a battle? Are you looking for death? Standing on the surging water, looking at the large patches of mist in front of him, which were also swept by the waves and blown away by the whistling wind, he was a little confused about what Senju Tobirama was doing now. Thunder escape, ground walk. ZZZZ. 1 TLBXH. The electric current flows along the floodwaters and rushes out in all directions. After Uchiha Izuna dodged Tobirama's lightning escape, he glanced at his side and gritted his teeth. This guy is not only attacking himself, but also attacking his own people. And his precise chakra control ability also prevents him from accidentally hurting his tribesmen. Water escape, water breaking wave. 1 TLBXH1. Come again. 1 TLBXH. Seeing Senju Tobirama consuming his chakras so recklessly, Uchiha Izuna was helpless for a moment. The guys from the Senju clan are all thick-skinned and have amazing chakra amounts. 1 TLBXH3. If I fall into his rhythm and compete with him in chakra volume, I will be at a disadvantage. 1 TLBXH. Uchiha Izuna calmed down. In addition to the ninjas from the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan who were fighting each other, there were also other guys nearby. From a distance, he observed the chaotic battlefield with his own eyes. Hyuga Tenin looked at the powerful Senju and Uchiha clans, whose members were constantly bleeding, and was very silent. After a long while, he finally sighed. We are not as good as them. The fighting power of the ninjas from these two families is really quite strong. Even if they suffered heavy losses in the end, Hyuga Tenin was very skeptical. Could he and his companions really benefit from the heavy losses they suffered? Perhaps, that would only completely infuriate them and bring devastating consequences to both Hinata and Kaguya. However, if you don't seize this opportunity, I'm afraid that after this, the other families in the ninja world will have to live forever under the shadow of these two families. Although I have already realized it in my heart, I still feel sad when I see familiar tribesmen falling one after another and the blood is surging. Senju Hashirama's heart is still filled with pain. The fanatical face in front of him, which had become increasingly hideous and distorted during the battle, made him even more uncomfortable. Once upon a time, the two of them were clearly laughing and playing together by the river. However, the close friend who shared his ideals with each other in the mountains. Now they have to bathe in the blood of their own people and fight each other. No matter which side you want to protect, you will hurt the other side. This is such a cruel and realistic world. Hashirama, were you distracted while fighting me? Uchiha Madara's roar brought Senju Hashirama back to his senses. Uchiha Madara, who was a little angry because he felt that Hashirama was distracted, swung his sickle-shaped weapon and stabbed at Senju Hashirama's body. He was suddenly stunned, because he saw a tear falling from the corner of Senju Hashirama's eye. Post Views, 51. 024 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 024. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Is Hashirama crying? 1 TLBXH2. Seeing the appearance of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but slow down the movements of his hands. Clang! 1 TLBXH. The two men's weapons collided violently, sparks flying everywhere. Ban, are we in hell now? Looking at the pair of eyes filled with pain and tears separated by the intertwined blades. Uchiha Madara was speechless for a moment, and it took a long time before he answered. Yet, we are in hell. Go to hell. You are the one who is going to die. The two clans of ninjas, who were gradually fighting to the point of madness, had become hideous and terrifying under the influence of blood and fire. Suddenly, they both looked around and felt that the tribesmen around them were no longer what they should be. This is hell, no doubt about it. With a strong punch, he knocked Senju Hashirama away, and Uchiha Madara squeezed his palm. So, Hashirama, why are you still staring blankly at something that has already been made clear? 1 TLBXH. Senju Hashirama stumbled and climbed up from the ground, his body swaying a little. Because I want this hell to end. He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with unparalleled determination, without a trace of hesitation. There is only a trace of pain for a close friend. You told me once. My brothers almost died at the hands of your people. And your brothers also died at the hands of my people. 1 TLBXH. Raising his palm, he caught a shuriken thrown by Uchiha Madara, and used it to knock down the ninja tools that were flying from other directions. Then, he rushed up again, and Madara found his gap with his Sharingan, bent down, and kicked up into the air. Do you still think there's any point in saying this kind of nonsense now? With one kick, Senju Hashirama flew into the air. Uchiha Madara also jumped up, turned his body, raised his leg, and chopped it down fiercely at Hashirama's body like a battle axe. Senju Hashirama raised his hands in time, but Uchiha Madara still poured his power into him fiercely. Boom! 1 TLBXH. His body was thrown heavily into the ground by this kick. The terrifying force caused the surrounding ground to shatter. The movement here attracted the attention of the ninjas from both clans. Brother! Senju Tobirama, who was releasing the water escape ninjutsu, was stunned for a moment. How could it be? How could Big Brother fall into a disadvantage so quickly? And it seems that the disadvantage is obvious. 1 TLBXH. Chien Shao Buddha couldn't help but frowned. Then, Uchiha Tajima, who caught him and exposed his weakness for a moment because of his concern for Hashirama, beat him up severely. Senju Butsuma, your child is about to lose to Madara. The Thousand Hands Buddha, who was beaten a little embarrassed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I believe in them. They are all excellent, outstanding children. 1 TLBXH. Better and more outstanding than your children. 1 TLBXH. Young Patriarch. Many ninjas of the Senju clan couldn't help but reveal a confused look on their faces. How is that possible? How could the young Patriarch, who has already reached adulthood and is becoming increasingly powerful, have never been defeated in recent years and has never even been in a state of embarrassment, fall into such a disadvantage? Brother! The two younger brothers who were the only ones who were a little more relaxed were also unable to quickly defeat the 10 adult Uchiha ninjas who surrounded them. How is it possible? Hyuga Tenin, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Why did that guy fall into a disadvantage so quickly? 1 TLBXH. And because he was at a disadvantage in the battle, many ninjas of the Senju clan also fell into a disadvantage. What's going on? Can we attack now? The Kagaya ninjas, who were already unable to contain themselves, were rubbing their hands in anticipation. Other ninja clans would be hindered by the strength of the Senju and Uchiha clans, and would not even dare to take advantage of the conflict between the two clans. They would have to wait until they were certain that the Senju or Uchiha clan had suffered heavy losses and only 1/10 of their strength remained before they dared to take action. But if it were the Hyuga clan, those guys who had suffered losses in the battle with the Uchiha clan in the early years would not worry so much. If it weren't for the Hyuga clan, who have been friends for generations, who have been persuading them, they would have been unable to resist joining in now. I'm afraid not. Uchiha now has a clear upper hand. If nothing unexpected happens, the Senju clan will be defeated soon. Hyuga Tenin told the ninjas of the Kagaya clan behind him what he saw. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who have grown up and are becoming increasingly powerful, have surpassed their fathers. Hinata Tianrin Light used the Byakugan to see the amount of chakra from the two of them, which was much higher than that of others. Once the two of them decide the winner will join the battlefield elsewhere, which will be a devastating blow to the opponent. 1 TLBXH. If the Uchiha clan wins, and we collide with them now, we will have to face an Uchiha clan with high morale and not much loss. So do you still want to fight? Hearing Hyuga Tenin's words, the ninjas of the Kagaya clan all looked troubled. They enjoy fighting and are willing to fight like crazy. However, they are not really fools. Besides, that's Uchiha Madara. That was during the past few years, through several battles with their Hyuga clan. The man who turned the name Uchiha Madara into a fear and engraved it into their hearts. See? Hashirama, because of your distraction, 1 TLBXH. Your people will suffer more damage. Cheer up. Senju Hashirama. 1 TLBXH. Even in hell, you must fight your way out to protect the people you want to protect. 1 TLBXH. Uchiha Madara stabbed Senju Hashirama with a kunao, while yelling out in frustration. Phew! 1 TLBXH. Blood spurted out from the pierced palm and sprayed on Uchiha Madara's hand. This is... Uchiha Madara looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Wajian and Banjian also saw this, their faces full of worry. Only his father, Senju Butsuma, struggled to force his old enemy back. After seeing Hashirama's actions, a smile appeared on his face. Young patriarch. In the family, the eldest brother's followers couldn't help but shout out in excitement. After being pierced by Uchiha Madara's kunao, Hashirama used his palm to grab Madara's hand. 1 TLBXH. Once, twice, Senju Hashirama staggered to his feet, still firmly grasping Madara's hand, not letting go at all. He raised his head and looked at this bloody hell. Post views, 51. 025 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 025. Banara, I'm sorry, I have to be here to defeat you. 1 TLBXH. Hearing that Senju Tobirama had regained his spirits and had no killing intentions, Uchiha Madara smiled a little, then immediately became furious. Are you kidding, Senju Hashirama? You can defeat me here. Is this something you can do just by saying it? Now, I, Uchiha Madara, have the upper hand and am suppressing you with overwhelming advantage. 1 TLBXH. What is that? Hinata Tianrin rolled his eyes so hard that his eyeballs were about to pop out of his eye sockets. 1 TLBXH. He was watching the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara closely and was shocked to find that Senju Hashirama, who was at a disadvantage just now has chakra bursting out of his body at a terrifying speed for some unknown reason. What kind of monster is he? This terrifying amount of chakra made Hyuga Tenin feel like he had seen a tailed beast, a monster that was almost a disaster for ordinary ninjas in the ninja world. Impossible, impossible. How could an ordinary ninja possibly possess such a huge and terrifying chakra as that of a tailed beast by his own strength? This was even more incredible than letting him know the true strength of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan that was difficult to catch up with. The strength of a family is the average strength of every ninja in the family. But if Senju Hashirama alone can burst out a huge chakra comparable to that of the tailed beast, then he alone can be a ninja army, a powerful family, and an unmatched monster. Possessing such a terrifying amount of chakra. 1 TLBXH. As long as Senju Hashirama is still there, the Senju clan will be the most powerful family in the Fire Country ninja world. 1 TLBXH. This fact, which he had just seen with his own eyes, which could never deceive him, made Hyega Tianren unable to calm down. Listening to the distorted scream coming from the mouth of Hyega Tenon, he lost his usual calmness and demeanor. The ninjas of the Hyega clan inexplicably felt a heavy heart. At this moment, the name of Hashirama Senju, the genius of the Senju clan who had not fought much with the Hyega clan in the past few years, gave them a sense of oppression that was even more powerful than that of Uchiha Madara. Banara, I want to end this hell. Senju Hashirama stood up and grabbed Madara's fist more and more tightly, making it impossible for Madara to break free. If I want to protect one party but must hurt the other, then I, Hashirama Senju, will bear this pain. 1TLBXH5. I'm sorry, Madara. 1TLBXH. I'm going to knock you down right here. Who? 1TLBXH. An increasingly violent aura appeared on Senju Hashirama's body. Madara watched as Hashirama raised his other hand, a terrifying force gathering in his hand. The high-speed rotating chakra ball stirred the air, and in the hands of Senju Hashirama, it quickly became bigger and bigger. This huge, dazzling white ball of light is emitting an alarmingly dangerous aura. Moreover, because his fist was tightly grasped by Senju Hashirama, he was unable to leave Hashirama's side at this moment. Raise Nan. 1TLBXH12. Feeling something was wrong, Uchiha Madara used his other hand to grab the Uchiha fan behind him. The Raise Nan, which was filled with terrifying chakra, shone with dazzling light, making it difficult to see clearly. But it's no use, Hashirama. 1TLBXH. I, Uchiha Madara. Admit that your idea of using such a trick to restrict my actions is amazing. But it's you who should fall. 1TLBXH. And after you, Senju should also be defeated by Uchiha. 1TLBXH. But don't worry, I will ask my father to spare your lives. Let you follow us and wipe out all other enemies together. Follow me and build the village of our dreams together. 1TLBXH. Uchiha rebounds. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Madara made a low voice. He used this fan to instantly catch the Raise Nan of Hashirama, then absorbed all the chakra and transformed it into a storm that bounced back. The Raise Nan created by Senju Hashirama's hand instantly disappeared into thin air. The next moment, an even more terrifying wind whistled and blew over his body, sweeping him back. Under the feet of Senju Hashirama, the ground exploded and shattered. Countless pieces of rubble floated up from the ground, rose into the air, and then followed Senju Hashirama's body and flew out to the back. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. On the entire battlefield, it is so eye-catching. Brother. Senju Tobirama saw his elder brother flying out and rolling on the ground, but he was not too worried. At least now, no one understands better than Senju Tobirama how exaggerated the body of his elder brother Senju Hashirama is for a ninja. Even though he hasn't reached his peak, is it really an injury to Big Brother just because he was injured by the chakra conversion storm of his Raise Nan? Ha 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 ha, thousand-handed Buddha, did you see it? Ban defeated your son. Next, no one from your Senju clan can stop Madara. Damn it! Faced with the ridicule of his old rival, Qian Shaofujian could not help but grit his teeth. Brother! Just now, with Dehua's help, he knocked all 5 grown men to the ground. He was exhausted and panting between the tiles and boards. Seeing his eldest brother fall, his heart was broken. Big Brother won. Uchiha Izuna and many other members of the Uchiha clan were extremely excited for Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, you lose this time. From now on, I, Uchiha Madara, will end the chaos and establish a peaceful era. The time has come, hey? 1TLBXH2. Uchiha Madara, who was laughing, looked at the scene that suddenly happened in front of him in disbelief. What's going on? I saw Hashirama Senju, who had just been hit hard by the rebounded Raise Nan, and whose clothes on the upper body were torn to pieces, and who rolled on the ground for who knows how many times. After he stopped, he patted himself and stood up as if nothing had happened. That is. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's 3 Magatama Sharingan also clearly captured the details of Senju Hashirama. No matter if it was the palm that was pierced by the kunai or the small wounds on his body that were bleeding. Now everything has started, and under his naked eye, he is recovering rapidly. All the wounds disappeared right before his eyes. Only messy and torn clothes were left on Senju Hashirama's body. Only a few stains were left from rolling on the ground. As expected of you, Madara. As expected, I can no longer defeat you using ordinary techniques. 1 TLBXH3. The expression on Senju Hashirama's face was still as serious as before, which made Uchiha Madara feel a strange sense of unease. The next moment, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together, and terrifying chakra burst out crazily. Would release. Post views, 48. 026 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 026. At this moment, even without rolling your eyes. Around Hashirama Senju, there were both ninjas from the Senju clan and ninjas from the Uchiha clan. They could all feel a terrifying and breathtaking chakra gushing out from Hashirama Senju's body. Would release, the tree world descends. With the determination and pain of having to defeat his former best friend in front of him, Hashirama Senju this time burst out with chakra that was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Click, click, click. Spider-web-like cracks were densely packed along the ground, cracking out in all directions. The deeper land was also wriggling strangely under the release of Hashirama Senju's enormous chakra. This is... Uchiha Tajima widened his eyes and looked in disbelief at the only center of the battlefield at the moment. The ground rippled like waves. It was as if some huge, terrifying monster was awakening from underground and preparing to break out of the ground. What happened? Uchiha Tajima couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. Even the Sharingan could not see through Hashirama Senju's technique at this moment. He had clearly demonstrated the power of his wood release before. But the wood release he used at that time and the wood release he unleashed now don't seem to be of the same level. Can a mere wood release technique create such an earth-shaking scene? What a joke! When did this guy, Senju Hashirama, become so strong? Tajima, the head of the Uchiha clan, looked at the scene in disbelief. Damn it, this guy has become so strong. It would be terrible if even my eldest son Madara can't resist him. Uchiha Madara, who had used fire style and wood style many times to fight against Hashirama, subconsciously jumped back. When he escaped from the range of the first wave of wood release attack that Hashirama had displayed earlier, his hands had already begun to form seals quickly. The fire-style ninjutsu was spewed out of his mouth fiercely. Although Uchiha Madara was somewhat shocked by Hashirama Senju's power, he subconsciously still felt that he could compete with him. After all, no matter how powerful wood release is, it is still wood release. And Uchiha Madara's flame can ignite all the wood made by Senju Hashirama. The more wood you make, the more intense the flames produced by Uchiha Madara's fire style will become. But the next moment, Madara looked at the scene in front of Hashirama Senju and sweat broke out on his head. The ground in front of Hashirama suddenly exploded. Countless winding vines, twisting their bodies like giant snakes, came in groups, scrambling to break out from the ground. They piled up on top of each other and surged forward madly, like waves, colliding violently with his fire-style ninjutsu. The next moment, the tangible wood was ignited, but it was pushed by the trees that continued to grow and expand behind it, and continued to surge forward. The intangible flame had just started burning on the wood when it was carried back towards Madara. More trees expanded and extended forward madly, continuing to surge towards Uchiha Madara and more Uchiha clan members. Nani! Seeing that Hashirama's wood release ninjutsu was so strange and terrifying this time, Uchiha Madara had to jump back quickly again. But most Uchiha ninjas do not have his strength and speed. In front of the surging wood waves that were growing madly like a biochemical frenzy, their bodies were completely submerged in it. Some Uchiha ninjas still wanted to resist, and like Madara, they wanted to release fire-release ninjutsu. However, the burning flames were swept over by the madly surging pile of wood, hitting him and turning him into charcoal. Some Uchiha ninjas wanted to use earth-style ninjutsu to block one or two. However, the earth wall he built was pierced through by Hashirama's wood release in an instant, and then quickly collapsed. Some Uchiha ninjas wanted to use lightning escape to cut down the trees in front of them with the weapons in their hands. But the speed at which they destroy is far less than the speed at which the wood regenerates. In the blink of an eye, all these resistances were drowned out without causing any waves. In the face of the terrifying power released by Hashirama Senju at this moment, the resistance of these Uchiha ninjas seemed futile and pathetic. The earth took on the appearance of wood. The ground in this area is also densely packed with countless thick giant trees created by Hashirama Senju's techniques. When Hashirama Senju's power finally began to slowly slow down, this area has completely become his home ground. Ha 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 ha! Thousand-handed Buddha laughed wildly, looked at his old rival in front of him with a red face and eyes full of pain and shock, picked up a knife and rushed towards him. Kill you while you are sick. In the area created by Hashirama, the Uchiha clan was almost completely wiped out. Only a few elite members of the Uchiha clan could barely survive. But they also looked in the direction of Hashirama with complete fear, and had lost the courage and fighting spirit to resist Hashirama. Such monstrous chakra, this terrifying technique that could change a large area and a large terrain in an instant, was simply not in the same dimension as theirs. How can we fight against such a monster? It's simply impossible to win. Even Lord Madara, who is currently the most powerful fire-style ninjutsu in the clan, cannot completely burn the opponent's wood-style ninjutsu with his fire-style ninjutsu. Even Uchiha Izuna had a flash of fear in his eyes. After the battle with Tobirama was interrupted by Hashirama's sudden outburst, he gritted his teeth and rushed towards his elder brother, wanting to persuade him to leave now. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Senju Hashirama is powerful, but he believes that his elder brother Uchiha Madara is definitely not worse than him. As long as my eldest brother is alive, there is hope. When he saw his second son, he cleverly pulled his eldest son and was about to go first. A relieved smile appeared on Uchiha Tajima's face. He looked at the thousand-handed Buddha rushing towards him. Looking into the distance again, he was already breathing heavily and looked just a little tired and exhausted. But the monster was so powerful that even the old leader of the Uchiha clan felt it was terrifying. A hint of determination flashed in Uchiha Tajima's eyes. He believed too much in his eldest son, Uchiha Madara, and believed that he would be able to fight against Senju Hashirama. But, he needs a little help. So, Madara, this is the last thing I, Dad, can do for you. In the thousand-armed Buddha's world, the new era can no longer accommodate old folks like us. Come die with me. Post views, 47. 027 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 027. Facing Senju Butsuma, who was rushing towards him and attacking his vital points. Uchiha Tajima did not dodge, but rushed towards Senju Butsuma. Looking at Uchiha Tajima rushing towards him with a grin, Senju Butsuken was not afraid. He felt the will and conviction of his old rival. So, just go to hell. The weapon, which had been aimed at the old rival, now stabbed towards the opponent's heart even faster and more fiercely. No. Uchiha Madara, who was being dragged back by his own brother, looked at his father who was determined to die, and extreme sadness surged in his heart. I am still too weak. Otherwise, this battle would not have been lost at all. If he couldn't defeat Hashirama, his father and many of his clansmen wouldn't have stayed here and tried to entangle the Senju ninja. The world in the eyes of the three Magneto Sharingan was running extremely slowly at this moment. An ominous scarlet light gathered in Uchiha Madara's eyes. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's eye power was growing wildly due to his extreme unwillingness and pain of losing his father. Big brother Uchiha Izuna, who was pulling Uchiha Madara, also had tears rolling down her eyes. He didn't dare look behind him. He was afraid that he would lose his composure after seeing his father die. At this time, only Uchiha Izuna could persuade his elder brother to retreat. If he can't calm down, all the people in the Uchiha clan will have to die here today. The more clearly and coldly he analyzed the current situation, the more an indescribable sorrow settled in his heart. I have to be the first to make the decision to retreat, and watch my father stay behind to die as a cover, and leave here with my eldest brother. The pain that Uchiha Izuna suffered was no less than that of his elder brother Uchiha Madara. At this moment, after Uchiha Izuna left him, Senju Tobirama, who had been approaching his father, finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. I have been staying with my two old fathers, waiting for this moment. He took out 2 stones from his arms. His pupils, also slightly red, stared precisely at the 2 people who were attacking each other. With a whoosh, the stone he threw out from both hands easily hit the weapons in the hands of the 2 men. Clang! Puff, puff. After using these 2 stones to knock the weapons of the 2 old fathers off course, Tobirama saw that the vital points that the 2 of them had originally aimed at were avoided because of him. Although he was still seriously injured, at least he was not dead. With timely treatment, he could still survive. Call! He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Tobirama rushed forward again. The 2 men who failed to hit each other's vital points continued to punch and kick each other. Tobirama rushed forward and pushed the seriously injured Uchiha Tajima to the ground. At the same time, because he had suppressed Uchiha Tajima, it was difficult for his father Senju Fusuma to continue taking action. Get out of the way, Tobirama, I'm going to kill this guy right here today. Father, please don't. A living Uchiha Tajima is more useful than a dead Uchiha Tajima. His father, Senju Butsuma, stared at Tobirama fiercely. The light in his eyes made Tobirama feel a little uneasy. Because just now, Tobirama only used stone to deflect the sword that Uchiha Tajima was stabbing at his vitals. But unfortunately, you used 2 stones to knock both of their weapons off course. Yes, father, my brother is right. Hashirama rushed over. In fact, he didn't want to see Madara's father die here. Since the other party has been captured alive, that would be the best. After hearing what Hashirama said, Senju Butsuma suppressed all the questions in his mind. Then my head shook and I felt a little dizzy. Father, stop the bleeding. Uchiha Tajima, who was held down by Tobirama, had his head pressed to the ground. When he saw the stone that Tobirama had just used to deflect their swords, he also fell silent. There was writing on the stone. It was the stone that his eldest son, Uchiha Madara, had used to remind Hashirama Senju to leave quickly by the river. His head was a little dizzy, but he was also very curious why Senju Tobirama was willing to save him. Moreover, these 2 stones were used, which were of great significance to Madara and Hashirama Senju. After the battle, did this kid go back and find both stones? Uchiha Tajima was successfully captured in this way. However, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, who had already retreated, did not see it. They only saw blood splattering from their father's body. At that moment, their eyes were also filled with blood. In this battle, the Senju clan finally won with the outburst of Hashirama Senju. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tajima, was captured, and Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna led the remaining clan members to retreat. After the Senju clan fought with the Uchiha clan, the losses were not light. When the clan leader Senju Butsuken was seriously injured and had to stop to receive treatment from medical ninjas, the Senju clan also stopped and began to repair. A large number of injured tribesmen began to receive medical treatment, and the bodies of those who died in the battle needed to be collected. The bodies of the dead Uchiha clan ninjas were also collected. Generally speaking, ninjas can get a lot of information from the corpses of their enemies. The information and eyes of the dead Uchiha clan ninjas are also very valuable. After this, the Senju clan also had to clean up the battlefield to prevent the outbreak of plague. After doing all this, Hashirama Senju looked at the direction where Madara retreated with a complicated expression. "Tobirama, thank you." After Tobirama stood beside him, the eldest brother Hashirama said softly. He also saw the 2 stones. Unexpectedly, Tobirama picked them all up afterwards. And at a time like today, he used these 2 stones to save his father and Uchiha Tajima's life. This is what I should do. But brother, you have to help me speak properly later. Tobirama glanced behind him with lingering fear. His old father's scrutinizing look just now made him feel uneasy. Don't worry. A smile appeared on Hashirama's face. It was great to have a brother like Tobirama. Only by capturing Uchiha Tajima alive, perhaps the Senju clan will be able to have conditions for peaceful dialogue with the Uchiha clan. If his father still blames Tobirama after he stabilizes, he will tell his father that it was all his idea. Post views, 49. 028 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 028. Why did you save me? At Uchiha Tajima, he was being taken away by the Senju clan and was on his way back to the Senju clan. He looked at Senju Tobirama beside him with some curiosity. He once sent ninjas from his clan to attack Hashirama and Tobirama's younger brother. He wanted to kill the other party's young genius who had not yet grown up. With such hatred, and the fact that Uchiha Tajima would never surrender to them, it would be easier for them to just kill him with one blow. Perhaps, we can get more information from his corpse than from his mouth. In this world, do you need a reason to kill someone? Do you need a reason to save someone? Hearing Senju Tobirama's answer, Uchiha Tajima laughed. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. This guy Senju Tobirama is really interesting. You're right, this kind of thing doesn't need a reason. But, since you saved me, aren't you afraid of your father? Senju Tobirama shrank his neck. He remembered the slap his father gave to Hashirama Senju when he was a child. Probably able to help myself to block it. That's right, he can definitely stop it. When they returned to the family, the wounded were treated by the medical ninjas within the family. The family patriarch, Sen Xiaofujian, was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more his hands started to it. Senju Tobirama, this rebellious son, was your elder brother's stubbornness when he was a child. He even did things to remind Uchiha Madara to run away. Now, you, whom I have always had high hopes for, have also learned your elder brother's tricks? Snort. Pushing away the tribesman who was trying to help him treat the wound that was almost healed, Qian Xiaofujian walked out angrily. Master Patriarch. When seeing the 1,000-armed Buddha, many tribesmen had a hint of reverence in their eyes. Although the losses in this battle with the Uchiha clan were not small, the opposing Uchiha finally fled in a panic. They even captured a patriarch of the Uchiha clan. This has never happened in the history of the war between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Moreover, the amazing strength displayed by the clan leader's eldest son, Hashirama Senju, in battle shocked all the clan members. It's really amazing, Patriarch, that he can raise such terrifying offspring. Thousand-handed Buddha, who was originally angry, couldn't help but feel a little happy after feeling the gazes of his tribesmen. Finally, under his leadership, this chaotic era will become clearer. The Senju clan, under his leadership, achieved a great victory in the battle against the Uchiha clan. This is an achievement that no one can erase. Thinking of this, he seemed to be able to tolerate his second son, Tobirama Senju, trying to stop him from killing his old rival at the critical moment. I originally wanted to teach that little bastard Tobirama a lesson, so that he wouldn't learn from his elder brother's soft-heartedness in battle in the future. But at this moment, Fukin changed his route and went to where the captive Uchiha Tajima was. Uchiha Tajima, I never thought that you would have such a day. Qian Shaofujian looked at his old rival who had become his prisoner, and a strange feeling of comfort flowed in his heart. It seems, as if catching this guy would be more pleasurable than killing him directly. Humph! If your son hadn't taken action, you and I would have been dead by now. What are you so proud of? Seeing his old rival showing off in front of him, Uchiha Tajima couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. This is terrible. Can you please get this guy away from me immediately? Qian Shaofujian, you should just lie down on the hospital bed and continue to recuperate. You are old now, and you are no longer the same as you were when you were young. Snort. A pale look appeared on the faces of the two old men at the same time. And Senju Butsuma felt even happier when he saw Uchiha Tajima's embarrassed look. Don't worry, Uchiha Tajima, I'm in good health. Not only am I in good health, I will also have the medical ninja in our clan heal you as well. Then, do you think your son will submit to the Senju clan because of their old father? Uchiha Tajima's face was a little gloomy. What will Madara and Izuna do? From the perspective of the clan leader, he naturally did not want them to be forced to lead the Uchiha clan to bow to the Senju because of him. However, as a father, he knows what kind of person his child is. Don't underestimate the notoriety of these two brothers in the ninja world. But in fact, they are all very loving children. Whether it is Madara or Izuna, it is precisely because their hearts are full of love for their tribe members and for themselves that they will fiercely fight off all enemies in order to protect their families and tribe members. Yes, my eldest son is better than your eldest son. My second son saved me and you, and made you a prisoner. What do you think I have to be proud of? Ah, that's so annoying. I should have known this annoying fly would keep showing off in front of me. He should have been more decisive at that time after he discovered that his and Senju Butsuma's weapons were deflected by Senju Tobirama. He should have endured the pain and let the sharp blade that thousand-handed Buddha hadn't pierced into his vitals twist around in his stomach twice. If I just died like that, there wouldn't be so much trouble. That annoying old guy, Senju Fujian, will never have the chance to be so proud in front of him again. Brother, brother. Among the Uchiha clan, the defeated members looked very depressed. Even Uchiha Madara felt a little listless. The heavy blow of losing his father has left him still recovering. Even Hashirama's sudden burst of power had never made him feel this uncomfortable. Because he believed in himself, he was Uchiha Madara, the only person in this ninja world who could be an enemy of Madara. Good news, good news. Just at this moment, Izuna came running over in a hurry. Tears of excitement flowed from his red eyes. This gave Uchiha Madara a strange glimmer of hope. What other good news could Izuna bring at a time like this? Brother, father is not dead. Really? Uchiha Madara stood up and looked at his younger brother Izuna in disbelief. That's right, father is not dead. At that time, when he was determined to die and wanted to die together with Senju Butsuma, it was that guy Senju Tobirama. He used 2 stones to deflect the weapons of both of them, so that neither of them hit the vital points. My father is still alive, but he was captured by the Senju clan. Uchiha Madara was in a trance for a while. After hearing the good news brought by his younger brother, the heaviness and pain in his heart were alleviated a lot. Senju Tobirama, the younger brother of Hashirama, whom he had only slightly remembered because he felt that he had protected his younger brother well. Did he save 2 more fathers? Post views, 50. 029 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 029. If he hasn't sacrificed himself yet, that's good. We still have a chance of rescuing father. Looking at his brother Izuna, whose eyes were red with joy, Uchiha Madara's expression softened a lot. I really didn't expect that Tobirama, that kid, actually, 17040B. Izuna saw his elder brother, and when he talked about Senju Tobirama, he actually smiled. His excitement at his father being alive inevitably faded a bit. After all, they are both second brothers. Even though he and Senju Tobirama have always been on par with each other. But this guy, outside of fighting, did a lot of things he hadn't done before. Moreover, even his eldest brother, Uchiha Madara, seems to have some admiration for him. This made Izumi feel a little unwilling, but also a little helpless. After all, he didn't do what Tobirama Senju did. Whether it was saving the two younger brothers or guessing the feelings of the two older brothers, he found two stones that were of great significance to them. At the critical moment, both old fathers survived. This was all done by that guy Senju Tobirama. But brother, this is not a simple matter. The Senju clan will not release my father so easily. And it is very likely that they will put forward very harsh conditions. 17040b. So what? That is our father, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, the man who has led the family through so many ups and downs. 17040b. Uchiha Madara glanced at Izuna, who said this cautiously. He knew what his brother was worried about. After patting Izuna's shoulder vigorously, a hint of coldness appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Don't worry, if anyone dares to gossip in the family, I will let them know who is in charge of the Uchiha clan now. If we can't even suppress this little noise, and we don't even go to save our father, then how disheartened will the ordinary tribesmen be? Besides, Izumi, now that we have that kind of power, I believe the tribesmen won't be so stupid. 17040b. Yet. Uchiha Izuna nodded vigorously. This time, the Uchiha clan was defeated by the Senju clan. Even the eldest brother Uchiha Madara had to admit this. But it doesn't matter, my elder brother is still here, I am still here, and my father is still here. Besides, after this, Uchiha will never lose to his opponent again. Uchiha Izuna touched his eyes and was very sure of this. Soon, all the members of the Uchiha clan who were recuperating were summoned by Uchiha Madara. Everyone, this time, it was our Uchiha clan that failed. Even our clan leader was captured by the Senju clan. Facing many frustrated clan members, Uchiha Madara also frankly admitted it. Now, we need to redeem our clan leader and some of our other captives from the hands of the Senju clan. We also want to redeem more bodies of our people. 17040b. Young clan leader, we've already lost so miserably, do we still have to bow to the Thousand Hands clan? Yes, they will definitely use this as an excuse to impose very harsh conditions on us. Hearing a different voice, Uchiha Madara did not get angry immediately. After all, these are all his people, and it is normal for them to have different voices and concerns. If we agree to them, it might become even more difficult to fight against the Thousand Hands in the future. Pessimistic voices echoed throughout the family. Thinking of that powerful man who made them feel unmatched, they couldn't help but feel a huge sense of despair. The sight of Lin Hai bursting out of the ground and rushing towards him like a tsunami was truly terrifying. In fact, because of the Sharingan possessed by the Uchiha clan, they can capture more details of the surroundings. They found themselves even more desperately in the face of this overwhelming attack. They could not find any possibility of resistance, nor any opportunity to escape. This makes them feel even more powerless deep down. I acknowledge your concerns. However, if we are unwilling to rescue our tribesmen who sacrificed their lives to buy us time and to cover our retreat, then who will be willing to recognize this family in the future? Who will be willing to sacrifice themselves for the family without any worries? Each of them is a hero who chose to sacrifice for their family. I cannot make them feel bad, nor can I let you feel disheartened. 17040b. Finally, an unparalleled aura and confidence once again emerged from Uchiha Madara. Besides, who said that we can no longer compete with the Senju clan? 17040b. The Scarlet Three Magadama Sharingan spun in Uchiha Madara's eyes. A terrifying pupil power instantly made the surrounding tribesmen feel oppressed. until they saw the three Megatama in the young clan leaders' Sharingan connected together to form a new pattern. That is. The shocked tribesman, feeling the violent and terrifying aura emanating from Madara, suddenly became wildly excited. Yes, that is, 17040B. That's the Manjiki Sharingan. The true power of our Uchiha clan. That's right, everyone. We, the Uchiha clan, never lose to others. 17040B. Uchiha Izuna stood beside his elder brother and also opened his Manjiki Sharingan. The powerful eye power of the Manjiki Sharingan released by the two brothers together made the tribe members completely excited. Great! We Uchiha are indeed the strongest. Even Hashirama Senju can't withstand the power of two pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. 17040B5. Uchiha Madara looked at the enthusiastic expressions of his tribesmen and knew that there was no obstacle to exchanging his father and the captured tribesmen. With the power of his and his brother's two pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, they, the Uchiha, will not fear any enemy. Soon, the Uchiha clan sent their members to negotiate with the Senju clan. Senju Fujian, whose injuries had recovered considerably, led the team personally. After encountering the enemy in a forest far from his family, they had a discussion. What he didn't expect was that he didn't see much frustration or decadence on the face of this Uchiha ninja. On the contrary, his face was still full of confidence. It seems that the defeat in the previous war did not cause too much psychological trauma to these Uchiha guys. It was probably because he had the power to deal with Hashirama that he was able to become so calm again. Qian Shao Buddha thought so, otherwise where did this guy's confidence from the heart come from? Post Views, 44. 030 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 030. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Watching the ninja who had discussed with the elders again and wanted to return to the family to report to Uchiha Madara walk away. Senju Buddha also left the forest with the elders and headed back towards his family. Uchiha Tajima, your family came to rescue you very quickly. After rushing back to the family, Senju Butsuma went to meet Uchiha Tajima. Yet, when Uchiha Tajima heard the news from Senju Butsukan, he was a little dazed for a moment. It seemed that after returning to the family, the two children immediately suppressed other voices. Then, so quickly, they sent people to the Senju clan to discuss bringing him and other captured clansmen back. This was really beyond his expectations. It seems that your child is about to accept the fact that your Uchiha clan will also be defeated by our Senju clan. I don't think so. It was indeed unexpected that those two kids, Madara and Izuna, could come to rescue me so quickly. But will they surrender to you? Don't dream. They are prouder and more talented than me. Looking at the Senju Butsuma in front of him, Uchiha Tajima did not agree with his words. Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Tajima looked at each other for a while, and suddenly, Senju Butsuma sighed. I roughly know where their confidence comes from. Ha ha ha, it seems that Madara, Izuna, and the others really succeeded. After hearing what Senju Butsuma said, Uchiha Tajima quickly thought of something and became excited and ecstatic. Seeing his appearance, Qian Shaofujian became even more certain. Uchiha Madara and the others should have opened the Manjiki Sharingan, which very few members of the Uchiha clan can open. And it is these eyes that allow the Uchiha clan to be so confident even after facing the terrifying power from Hashirama. A hint of murderous intent leaked out from Qian Shaofujian's body. Most likely, it was this old guy who wanted to die together with himself, and when he was ready to die bravely, it stimulated Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Izuna to open the Manjiki Sharingan. Damn it, Uchiha Tajima, you bastard, you deserve to die sooner rather than later. Back then at the river, if that guy Hashirama had followed his plan honestly, ambushed the Uchiha, and wiped out Uchiha Tajima, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna there. There aren't so many things going on today. Ha ha ha, you're going to kill me. Seeing Senju Butsukan's angry look, Uchiha Tajima became even happier. That's awesome, Madara, Izuna. You two are really good at this. Otherwise, how could he have appreciated the sight of his old rival who was about to get furious when he became a prisoner? In the end, Qian Shao Fog unsuppressed his murderous intent. If either Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Izuna had successfully opened the Mangeki Sharingan, killing Uchiha Tajima now would be useless. Damn it! If they possessed the Mangeki Sharingan, they might actually be able to fight against Hashirama. In the history of the Uchiha clan, those who successfully opened the Mangeki Sharingan had different eye techniques. But without exception, for the 3 Magatama Sharingan, it is a qualitative change. Not only that, some guys who have opened the Mangeki Sharingan can even use an even more terrifying power. However, regarding the Mangeki Sharingan, perhaps only the Uchiha clan themselves know the detailed information. Even the Senju clan only had a few words to describe the power of the Uchiha clan, which was very rare. How come it happened that in their generation, someone was able to open the Mangeki Sharingan? Are Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna so talented? It was obvious that it was Hashirama who should have become increasingly powerful on the huge stage of the ninja world. Just when Senju Butsukan was still worried about the power of the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan that might appear. In the ninja world, the power of Hashirama Senju has begun to be known by more and more people. I witnessed with my own eyes that Hashirama Senju almost single-handedly released a huge amount of chakra comparable to that of the tailed beasts in that instant. And we also saw that the powerful Uchiha clan, with so many ninjas, were defeated easily by Hashirama Senju's wood release. Hinata Tenin felt extremely desperate. Why would such a monstrous guy appear in the ninja world? Why, such monsters are from other families, and not from their Hyuga clan's ninjas. Hinata Tenin believes that in the current ninja world, there is probably no family that can fight against the Senju clan with Hashirama Senju alone. So, he decided to spread the news. Make the Senju clan the target of other clans. So what about the tailed beasts? They are so powerful, like a natural disaster. In front of countless ninjas, they can only stay in the deep mountains and forests in frustration. A family may not be able to deal with a tailed beast, a Senju Hashirama. But the ninja clan of a country can definitely do it. So, after spreading the news of Hashirama Senju's terrifying power, Hyuga Tenin decided to let go of his previous hatred with the Uchiha clan. If you want to deal with the terrifying power of Hashirama Senju, you must get the support of the Uchiha clan. As for the fight for supremacy in the Fire Country ninja world, that will have to wait until Hashirama Senju's monsters are driven out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hyuga Tenin led the elite of his family and rushed towards the Uchiha. He believed that the Uchiha clan, who had suffered this major defeat and had to pay an even heavier price to redeem some of their clansmen, would definitely not refuse the Hyuga clan's proposal to join forces. Ah! The eldest brother, Hashirama Senju, sneezed and seemed a little depressed. Mito, Tobirama, I don't understand something. He also knew that his powerful and terrifying reputation had spread throughout the ninja world. Some people describe him as the strongest in the contemporary ninja world. Some people say that he is a ninja transformed from a tailed beast, and possesses a terrifying amount of chakra that a normal ninja cannot possess. Some people also said that he, Hashirama Senju, was too terrifying, and should be like those tailed beasts, driven into the deep mountains and forests by everyone to live and exist alone. That's just because they're jealous of you, Hashirama. Looking at her husband's appearance, sister-in-law Mito seemed very distressed. However, her comfort seemed to have no effect. The eldest brother still seemed very concerned and had a headache. Brother, I think there might be some guys who can understand you and even become your friends. Really? Tobirama, please tell me now, I can't wait. Tobirama nodded, then shuddered a little. He found that his sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito seemed to look at him with a very strange look. Post Views, 45. 031 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 031. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Ahem, it's the tailed beast. Tobirama, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the gaze of his sister-in-law, lowered his voice. Ah! When the eldest brother, Hashirama, heard this, he was completely bewildered. What? Brother, I asked you to find me a friend who shares my suffering and you asked me to go find the tailed beast. Brother, look, your chakra is just as they said, and it's almost as strong as the tailed beasts. Moreover, they are afraid of you and terrified of you. I think your powerful self-healing ability is actually because you are a monster. 1 TLBXH. After hearing Tobirama's analysis, Hashirama suddenly became anxious. Then, how can you say I'm a monster? I just have a little more chakra and a slightly faster recovery speed, right? My talent in ninjutsu is actually not as good as yours, Tobirama. 1 TLBXH. When I release the wood release ninjutsu, all I do is pour chakra into it. Hearing his elder brother's voice, which was purely complaining without any boasting, Tobirama felt a little uncomfortable. Yes, brother. Your chakra is just a little bit more than others. When you use wood release ninjutsu, you only need to use a few billion more chakras than others to maximize the power of wood release ninjutsu. Hearing the conversation between the two brothers, Uzumaki Mito laughed softly. My husband, Zujian, is stupid and dumb, like a piece of wood. 1 TLBXH2. His younger brother Tobirama is very smart, but he was so angry at his older brother that he couldn't say anything to refute him. Ahem, in short, big brother, I really feel that you and the tailed beasts are in the same situation now. 1 TLBXH. Like you, they possess a vast amount of chakra that no one else can match, and they have always been feared and coveted by the world. Really? Now that you put it that way, I really feel sorry for them. When Hashirama thought of these tailed beasts, each of them living in the deep mountains and old forests where no one cared about them, he felt a little sympathetic. A person's life is too lonely. He, Hashirama Senju, will definitely be killed by this loneliness. I now believe what you said, Tobirama. I can make friends with them. 1 TLBXH1. Unfortunately, I have no way to leave here and find them now. 1 TLBXH. When Tobirama heard his elder brother say this, a strange smile flashed across his face. Don't worry, brother, there will be a chance. Now, brother and sister-in-law, I have something to ask of you. A trace of solemnity flashed in Tobirama's eyes. I believe you should have noticed the strange things happening to the tiles and boards. The eldest brother, Hashirama, and the eldest sister-in-law, Mito, nodded solemnly. This time in the battle with Uchiha. 1 TLBXH. Mingjian and Wajian are obviously not as strong as many elite members in the family. However, 10 grown men from the Uchiha clan still appeared and attacked them together. This happened to my brother too often, surrounded by 5 adult enemies. Leaving aside the more outstanding and powerful Senju Momika, and not dealing with her. The Uchiha clan were all furious and wanted to kill the tiles and the boards. Even though the Uchiha clan members who have opened their eyes are more extreme than most ninjas, they are not so crazy as to lose their minds like this. Don't worry, Tobirama, we will keep a close eye on Watama and Itama during the battle. 1 TLBXH. No, no, no. I'm not talking about this anymore. The tiles and the Hanma have become very powerful, and we don't have to worry about them much in the future. But I have a strange feeling that maybe we should pay a little attention to my father, Senju Butsuma, and the captured Uchiha Tajima. 1 TLBXH. Tobirama saved both old fathers this time, but changing the outcome of both old fathers dying together would definitely change some things. It's better to keep an eye on it. Recently, I have always felt that my father seems to have some murderous intentions towards Uchiha Tajima. If we kill Uchiha Tajima at this time, it will be detrimental to our future contact with the Uchiha clan. I understand. The eldest brother, Hashirama, made a promise quickly. He fully agreed that he could stop fighting with Madara and sit down to have a peaceful negotiation. After explaining it to his elder brother, Tobirama was stunned for a moment when he saw how concerned he was. What's going on? I just felt like I was being stared at and it was creepy. Sister-in-law, what's with that surprised look in your eyes? After all these years, you still don't understand how Big Brother reacts when the name Madara is mentioned? 1TLBXH. 1TLBXH. The Hyuga clan is here. Hearing the news reported by his younger brother Izumi, Uchiha Madara's face revealed a hint of doubt. What do these guys want to do by coming to my door at this time? Brother, do we want to meet them? Izuna seems to dislike the Hyuga clan. After all, they were enemies before and fought each other. Over the years, the Hyuga clan has always been resentful of their defeat by the Uchiha clan. The most outstanding genius who inherited the title of the Hyuga clan's heavenly ninja has always wanted to improve his strength and defeat Uchiha Madara. Let them come. Kwane, although we are enemies, since they want to see us, let's meet them. Yes. Feeling the magnanimity of his elder brother, Uchiha Izuna quickly brought Hyuga Tenin to his elder brother, Uchiha Madara. Hyuga Tenin followed Uchiha Izuna all the way, without using the Byakugan, and saw a lot of things. After the war, the Uchiha clan still had a lot of blood in its atmosphere. This shows that the Uchiha clan is still slowly digesting the bitter fruit of their defeat in the war. Hinata Tianran felt that his hope of convincing Uchiha to put aside their hatred and unite with him was a little greater. In the face of interests, enemies can become friends, and friends can become enemies. You want to join forces with me, Uchiha? Soon, he learned his purpose from Hyuga Tenin. Uchiha Madara was surprised for a moment. However, after carefully observing Hyuga Tenin's expression and confirming that he was not joking, Uchiha Madara suddenly couldn't help but started laughing. And the more I laugh, the louder I laugh. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Wild and domineering, his laughter resounded throughout the Uchiha clan, and a heavy sense of oppression that made Hyuga Tenin feel continued to bloom from Uchiha Madara's body. Do you think we Uchiha need to join forces with guys like you to fight against the Senju and Hashirama? Ha 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 ha. Hyuga Tenin felt Uchiha Madara's domineering aura, his body was trembling, and his face looked very bad. He sensed deep disdain in Madara's voice. Post Views, 45. 032 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 032. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. It seems that you don't really understand what kind of power Senju Hashirama possesses. It seems that you haven't really experienced what true despair is. Looking at the trembling Hyuga Tenin in front of him, Madara even felt a little bored. Is this the most powerful genius of the Hyuga clan? Is this the man who can inherit the title of Heavenly Ninja of the Hyuga clan? In the past, he was even qualified to make Uchiha Madara remember his name and feel interesting. But now, after opening the Manjiki Sharingan, Madara feels that he is just like that. Only Hashirama is his opponent. Uchiha Madara, I don't understand. You just suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Hashirama Senju, so why do you think you don't need allies to fight him? 1TLBXH. Uchiha Madara remained unmoved by the voice that Hyuga Tenin roared at him while he was still suppressing his anger and enduring his insults. Only the weak need to stick together and find a little warmth when facing a desperate and terrifying enemy. 1TLBXH2. Hyuga Tenin, you are looking down on Hashirama Senju, and you are also looking down on me, Uchiha Madara. 1TLBXH. Whoosh. 1TLBXH. The violent air formed waves, one after another, blowing continuously on the body of Hyuga Tenin in front of him. That is. Feeling the increasingly terrifying and powerful pupil power coming from Uchiha Madara, Hyuga Tenin opened his eyes wide. That's right, the next battle between me and Hashirama is definitely not something that a guy like you can participate in. So, why should I ally with you? All you need to do is stand aside and wait for Hashirama and I to decide the winner, then submit to the ultimate victor between us. That's enough. 1 TLBXH. But, damn. Faced with such overwhelming, dismissive, and completely indifferent speech, Hinata Tianren wanted to refute. But why can't I say it? Under the gaze of those eyes, under the terrifying power emanating from them, he couldn't even speak. Uchiha Madara, after losing to the suddenly erupting Senju Hashirama, became even more powerful. 1 TLBXH. Monster. 1 TLBXH. In the ninja world, a second terrifying monster that is difficult to resist has appeared. 1 TLBXH. Looking at Uchiha Madara in front of him, Hinata Tianren couldn't help but feel a deep despair in his heart. Why, in such a world, did the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have such monsters? Poof. 1 TLBXH. The heart of Hyuga Tenin was so shocked that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood in front of Uchiha Madara. I already understand what you mean. His voice dropped to a low pitch, and he dragged his body, which had instantly become as stiff as a block of iron, and slowly left the Uchiha clan. After returning to the Hyuga clan team that was waiting for him, Hyuga Tianren couldn't help but look behind him again. Why can't our Hyuga clan produce such a powerful ninja? Even he, who has always been praised by his family as a rare genius in a century and who can inherit the legendary name of Tianren. It is difficult to resist the pair of scarlet eyes that are opened and filled with ominous aura. Master Tianren, are you okay? Facing the concern of his tribe members, Hinata Tianren forced himself to smile. Uchiha already has the power to fight against Senju Hashirama. Now, everyone, we just have to wait and see what happens. 1 TLBXH. Along the way, I brought some puzzled tribesmen back to the family. Hinata Tianren plunged into the various ancient books of the family's records of the history of the ninja world. Seeing the strange behavior of Hyuga Tenin, the Hyuga clan leader and elders were a little curious. What are you looking for? I want to see if there are other guys like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in history. And how did our Hyuga clan respond at that time? There is not much hope in Hyuga Tenin's eyes. If only there were a Hyuga clan ninja who could deal with such a monster. A family like the Hiruzen clan, who value tradition and inheritance, would have definitely written a great story about it long ago. Even, maybe they would use a title that is more powerful and more impressive than Tianren to refer to such a tribe member. Thank you for your hard work. Feeling the discomfort of Hyuga Tenin, the elders also felt a little sad. They have already learned from Hyuga Tenin how powerful Hashirama Senju is. This time he secretly sought an alliance with Uchiha Madara, but was rejected by him with contempt. He even felt a little desperate after feeling the overpowerful eye power of Uchiha Madara, which was even more terrifying than those Manjiki Sharingan owners in the history of the Uchiha clan. While searching for the answer, Hinata Tianren couldn't help but ask himself. Even though his family claims to have the strongest eye technique, which is on par with the Sharingan, the strongest eye technique in the ninja world. However, why can the Sharingan achieve a qualitative change, from 3 Megatama to the Manjiki Sharingan, with a completely different and terrifying improvement? But why is there no such stage for rolling eyes? Is it that my pupil power is not strong enough, not pure enough? 1 TLBXH4. Sharingan can observe the opponent's every move, which can give Uchiha ninjas an advantage in fighting with the enemy. Even more so, copying every move of the other party. Moreover, after opening the Manjiki Sharingan, one will possess a very unique and powerful eye technique. However, the Byakugan can only be used for observation and to attack the opponent, and has no offensive ability at all. 1 TLBXH1. Why can't I use the power of my Byakugan to unleash eye techniques like the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan? 1 TLBXH7. Why 1 TLBXH4. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, how can I catch up with you two monsters? 1 TLBXH. Hinata Tianren felt a little desperate. He couldn't even speak with the courage and fighting spirit he had before, saying that he would surpass them and defeat them. Akut! Senju Hashirama on the bed sneezed again and shuddered, wondering who was thinking about him again. By the way, Tobirama said yesterday that I should pay more attention to my father. Uchiha Tajima, he must not die. Otherwise, Madara will be completely furious. It had already been agreed that he would come to negotiate the ransom. If Madara finally came with full sincerity, but only saw his father's corpse, Senju Hashirama couldn't imagine how painful he would be. Honey, are you awake? It's still early, do you want to? 1 TLBXH. Uzumaki Mito had also woken up, with a blush on her face. She gently pulled the quilt down, revealing her fair collarbone and seductive neck. Post views, 47. 033 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 033. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. At their age, many of their peers around them have children. Mito felt that he was ready. Counting the days, these days are very suitable. It's so early now, why don't you get up early and exercise with me? However, the next moment, Hashirama pushed away the white arm that was leaning on him without hesitation. Yes, it's still early, but father will be getting up soon, right? I'm going to see my father now. If I can't keep an eye on my father and Uchiha Tajima, I won't be able to face Madara again. Mito, if you are still sleepy, then go back to sleep. With a serious look on his face, Hashirama Senju quickly put on his clothes and ran out. Leaving his wife Uzumaki Mito alone, her body trembling slightly because her skin was exposed in the early morning chill. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Mito gritted his teeth and muttered the names of the two people. The terrible resentment seemed to fill the entire room. Call. Thousand-armed Buddha woke up from his sleep. It wasn't a very good day, starting from the moment he woke up from a dream that he almost forgot the content of and made him feel uncomfortable. Wash your face, brush your teeth, and have breakfast. Thousand-handed Buddha began to carefully check the various equipment on his body. A sharp kunai that can easily pierce the enemy's body and cut the enemy's skin. There are quite a few shurikens that are very sharp and shiny from being rubbed. A properly stored detonating tag capable of creating a massive explosion. And the samurai sword that I am used to using. After carefully organizing all these offensive ninja weapons, Senju Fusuma carefully wiped and repaired his fiery red armor. After doing all this, he walked out of his room leisurely. The family is now in a period of recuperation, and everyone knows what they need to do. This actually gave him, the patriarch, a lot more free time. It just so happens that it will be more conducive for him to continue recovering from his injury. In his own yard, he waved the weapon in his hand slightly. There was actually a dull pain in my chest. What a mess, thousand-handed Buddha. When you are young, even if you are stabbed, you can obviously be alive and kicking and continue fighting the enemy within 2 days. But now, because of the injuries that seemed to have healed many days ago, I still feel pain and soreness when I move. I am already old. Suddenly, I realized this truth, and an indescribable bitterness rose in my heart. As a ninja, it's a sad thing to have to admit. Although my physical fitness has not declined significantly. But he could already feel that this body was not as energetic as before. However, his current combat capabilities should be able to improve with experience, mastery of ninjutsu, and a better understanding of the changing nature and form of chakra. However, once his physical fitness begins to decline significantly, the fighting time he can maintain his peak combat effectiveness will probably decrease rapidly. Hashirama, you've been staring at me since I was brushing my teeth. What's going on? Feeling the dull pain in his body and knowing that he couldn't rush into high-intensity training, Senju Butsuken quickly sheathed his katana. Ha ha ha, father, I just want. Seeing Hashirama's clumsy look as he racked his brains to make excuses for his sneaky behavior, Senju Butsuma sighed. It is this dumbest eldest son who possesses such powerful strength that makes everyone feel shocked and even frightened. It's really hard to understand. What do you want to do? Hearing his father's question, Senju Hashirama became a little anxious and could not think of any good excuse to explain his behavior. Finally, he was sweating profusely, but suddenly his eyes lit up and he blurted out. I want to see what my father, the patriarch of our Senju clan, does. Do you want to see how he acts as the patriarch? Senju Hashirama, are you so eager to learn how to be a good clan leader? Your father, I am still alive and well. What? You also think that I, Qian Shaofojian, am old? Hashirama realized that he had said something wrong, and he also noticed that his old father's eyes were becoming more and more dangerous. He swallowed and explained quickly. Father, it's not what you think. I don't want to be the patriarch, It's just. Seeing his son being so clumsy, Senju Buddha couldn't help but sigh even more. If you, a fool, didn't have a younger brother who would help you wholeheartedly, I, Qian Shaofojian, would never want you, a guy who can't even lie well, to be the clan leader. Don't just say it. If you want to learn how to be a clan leader, then follow me closely today. Senju Hashirama was stunned. When he came to his senses, his old father Senju Busama had already taken the lead and walked into the house. As the head of a clan, Hashirama, leading by example is a very important principle. If you, as the tribe leader, cannot set a good example, how can you expect other tribe members to do the same? Senju Butsuma had already walked into the house and began to teach Senju Hashirama, who was following behind him. That's what father said. Hashirama nodded, and then felt his father's gaze on him. Senju Butsuma stood in front of a room with a serious expression on his face, nodding to Hashirama. Go in and wake up your brother. Managing the people around you is also very important. You lead by example, but you also hold them to account. Hashirama swallowed and looked towards the room. This is my younger brother Tobirama's room. Tobirama is usually good in every way, has a good temper, is very talented, and is very loving to his clan members and family. But I just like to sleep a little longer. Moreover, I have a serious bad temper when I wake up. He likes to sleep until he wakes up naturally. Even though he said this every time, in reality, he just slept a little longer than others. But if you try to wake him up before he wakes up naturally, Hashirama couldn't help but shudder. A brother like that would make me super angry. But looking at his father's serious face, Hashirama Senju could only mutter in his heart. I'm sorry, Tobirama. You asked me to do this, brother. Now I have to listen to my father and do what he teaches me to do, so that I, big brother, can always follow my father and watch over him today. Don't blame me, your brother. Post views, 46. 034 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 034. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Half a minute later, Hashirama Senju covered his eyes with one hand and walked out of Tobirama's room. After a while, there was still a huge regret on Tobirama's face, and it was obvious that his morning grumpiness had not completely dissipated. He walked out of his room with a serious and old-fashioned expression on his face, just like an old father. If he hadn't noticed that his father was just outside the room, Tobirama would have taught his elder brother, who had woken him up early and disturbed his sleep, what it meant to kill someone in a dream. When Qianhand Buddha saw the two brothers, a smile flashed across his lips. As an old father, he naturally hopes to correct Tobirama's bad habit of sleeping in. But before, Tobirama was much more satisfying than Hashirama. He tolerated this minor flaw. But today, the eldest son followed him, contrary to his usual behavior. How could he miss this good opportunity to instruct his eldest son to teach his second son a lesson? Come on, Hashirama, you still have a lot to learn. Soon, Hashirama Senju, who followed his father Senju Butsuma, felt that there were too many things to do in managing a family. The most basic thing is to distribute various resources fairly and justly according to the rules established by the family and based on contribution. They also have to coordinate conflicts among the tribesmen, take care of the emotions of the injured tribesmen, and figure out how they can live in the future with their abilities. However, there was something that was most unbearable for Hashirama Senju. As the clan leader, you have to care for every member of the clan, but you also have to have a heart of stone. Except for the elite guards who need to stay in the family to prevent sneak attacks. When Hashirama Senju saw the rest of the clan members being assigned tasks by their father, no matter how hard he racked his brains or how much he thought, he felt that he could not guarantee that everyone would come back alive. There are only so many powerful elites in the family. Moreover, even if they are truly elite, they cannot guarantee that they will survive every dangerous mission. Even if you send more powerful people to seemingly dangerous missions, there is no guarantee that all of these teams will survive. Moreover, it will lead to a shortage of manpower for other tasks. And my father just sat there calmly and seriously, assigning tasks one by one. It is really too cruel and too heavy. The thought that if he became the patriarch, someone would lose their life because of his orders made him feel terrible. Hashirama Senju felt a little uncomfortable. He wished he could complete these tasks and face these dangers alone. But this is simply impossible. He is unable to handle all the tasks by himself, so how can he possibly complete the work for all the tribesmen? Originally, he wanted to come and keep a close eye on his father to see if anything unexpected happened to him, or if he had murderous intentions towards Uchiha Tajima, as Tobirama said. But now, he deeply felt the heavy burden on his father's shoulders. Even though he knew that his decision would affect the life and death of his clan members, the father still had to keep his heart cold and give the order. Seeing that Hashirama had gained some insights, Senju Butsuma felt very relieved. You are finally beginning to understand how difficult it is to be the clan leader. He didn't have to continue doing these things today. He should continue to recuperate and let the great elder do it for him. I have worked hard for most of the day to educate you, little brat. After finishing the matters at hand, Senju Butsuma patted the shoulder of Senju Hashirama beside him. Okay, let's go for a walk. Senju Butsuma took Senju Hashirama around the family. I don't know why you are like this today, but I am happy that you want to learn how to be a clan leader seriously. It was rare for Hashirama to hear his father praise him, and he found it a little unbelievable now. My father has always been busy with work, and for the sake of the family, he has been doing things that Hashirama Senju finds inhumane. Are you still blaming me for sending Wajian and Banjian to the battlefield? Hashirama shook his head. After studying today, he already understood his father's dilemma. In such an era, if Itama and Watama were not allowed to carry out the mission, considering the situation of the Senju clan at the time, other young children would have to be sent as well. As for Wajian and Banjian, at least as the children of the clan leader, the education they received since childhood made them better and had a higher survival rate. It turns out that my father has been making such difficult decisions, but he has to make them. There is no better choice than this. Unless we stop fighting once and for all, we will always have times like this. Hearing his eldest son's words, Fujian looked at him with a little surprise. It's not that I don't know what you're thinking. Hashirama, it's not like I haven't had the same thoughts as you guys before. Senju Butsuma took Hashirama and walked and chatted step by step in the family. There was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. Your grandfather, my father, also had 4 children. But now, I am the only one left alive. I also thought about protecting my brothers and my people, and even thought about ending the war completely. But, Hashirama, Do you really think that the fighting between ninjas can be ended? Senju Butsuma unknowingly came in front of Uchiha Tajima. I think we can do it, as long as we do this together and work hard together. Hearing his eldest son's words full of hopes and dreams, Senju Butsuma laughed, and Uchiha Tajima also laughed. If Kawurama and Itama were still alive, perhaps I could still forgive the Uchiha. But do you think this guy can forgive us? Both of his sons died at the hands of our Senju clan ninjas. Seeing that Senju Butsuma used himself as an example, Uchiha Tajima, who was under house arrest and had his chakra sealed, burst into laughter. That's right, you naive little brats, I will never forgive you. Besides, I'm so happy to see that you still have such an innocent dream. In this way, I, Uchiha Tajima, can be sure that the final victory will belong to the Uchiha people and to Uchiha Tajima's son. Even if he can forgive us, his sons Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna can forget the death of their brother. What do you think about our clansmen, those who have lost their loved ones, brothers and sisters because of the Uchiha clan and other clans? Hashirama, that's too difficult. Post views, 45. 035 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 035. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Hashirama was speechless for a moment. Seeing the two clan leaders so nakedly displaying the hatred between the two clans, he felt that the cruelty of this world made it difficult for him to breathe. Hashirama, whatever you want to protect, you will sacrifice. You don't have to think about such complicated issues now. Your abilities have greatly improved. It's more than enough to protect your family and your people. So, do what you can do. 1 TLBXH. It was rare for Fujian to talk so much with Zujian today. Seeing that he seemed to be getting stuck in a rut, he briefly mentioned it. Then, he continued to exchange glances with his old rival Uchiha Tajima. It's really strange. I know very well that keeping you alive is more beneficial than letting you die. But why is it that when I see you, I can't help but feel murderous intent? 1 TLBXH. Me too, thousand-handed Buddha. As soon as I saw you, I wanted to take you with me and leave this world. 1 TLBXH1. The two old rivals' eyes flashed with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama, who was standing by, began to repeat what his father Senju Buddha had just said. Because I have enough ability to protect my family and clan, I should do this now. And I can't stop the war from continuing to break out, and I can't stop the spread of hatred. It's because I'm not capable enough. 1 TLBXH6. Not enough. 1 TLBXH. It's not enough. 1 TLBXH. Senju Hashirama, who felt as if he had gained something, was lost in thought. Isn't it true that as long as you are strong enough and have enough ability, you can solve all the problems you want to solve? 1 TLBXH. Brother, are we going alone this time? Among the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna are packing up their things. Of course not, don't worry, Izumi, nothing will happen. The tribesmen will follow us from a distance. Madara patted Izuna's shoulder to reassure him. But Uchiha Izuna is still very hesitant. I know, big brother, you believe that Senju Hashirama will take this negotiation seriously and won't do anything. And that guy Senju Tobirama shouldn't do anything weird. However, an old fellow like Qian Shaofujian is different. He could definitely do something like trying to keep the two of us brothers here and then completely crush the Uchiha clan. We shouldn't have agreed to such harsh conditions. We should have taken our people with us to the final negotiation site. I understand your concerns, Kwane, but this is the price we paid for our failure last time and our desire to rescue our father and redeem our people. The price of failure. 1 TLBXH. Hearing his elder brother say this, Izumi sighed. Ninjas are tools for achieving goals and missions, using any means necessary to defeat the opponent. However, both myself and my elder brother have now opened the Manjaki Sharingan. Even if they really wanted to fight, with the strength of the two brothers, ordinary thousand hands people would not be able to stop them. Only the power of Senju Hashirama requires them to treat it with caution. Let's go. The two people who had packed up, took their tribesmen and rushed to the place where they had already negotiated with the Senju tribe. Behind them, the elite of the Uchiha clan followed from a distance. Soon, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were on the bank of a river and saw Senju Butsuma, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and others standing on the opposite side of the river. Sure enough, the feeling they give people is somewhat different from before. Senju Buddha felt the two brothers in front of him, especially Uchiha Madara, who made him, one of the strongest members of the Senju clan, feel that he could not see through them. Compared to last time, Uchiha Madara is now even more powerful, and he is even more afraid of him. This generation of young people is really interesting. Both sides stood quietly on both sides of the river, gazing at each other. The old father Senju Buddha looked carefully at Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. 1 TLBXH. I was thinking, if one or both of them opened the Manjaki Sharingan. So, can Hashirama still defeat his opponent with overwhelming strength like before? As for being called despicable, Senju Fujian doesn't care about that. Unfortunately, the family does not have much information about the Uchiha clan's Manjaki Sharingan. Moreover, the pupil technique of each pair of Manjaki Sharingan is different. If we test them at this time, we might suffer heavy losses. A hint of hesitation appeared in the eyes of the thousand-handed Buddha. This opportunity is really a fleeting opportunity. However, when he looked at his eldest son, Hashirama Senju, who was standing beside him, he decisively gave up such a tempting plan. Looking at Hashirama like this, it feels like he is about to fly towards the other party. Don't use a stone to remind the other person to run away quickly, just like when you were a child by the river. You go and talk to them. After thinking for a while, Senju Fujian patted Senju Hashirama's shoulder and turned to look at Uchiha Tajima, who was brought here. He really didn't want to watch anymore. He was afraid that he really couldn't help it, so he immediately called the elder behind him to rush up with others. He was also afraid that both of them would open their Manjaki Sharingan and possess the power to rival Hashirama Senju. Moreover, because they don't know the other party's intelligence, it is easy for them to be caught off guard by the other party. The most important thing is that he is ready to fight to the death, but his eldest son has no fighting spirit at all. 1 TLBXH1. Spot. Hashirama. In the past, we could call each other affectionately, but now, in this situation, it carries a hint of helplessness. You haven't forgotten the common dream we agreed upon, right? Seeing Senju Hashirama asking him cautiously, Madara felt sad. Between the pillars. 1 TLBXH. Maybe if we weren't ninjas, we could definitely be best friends. But now. Banban frowned and looked at the Hashirama in front of him. Make yourself more resolute, just like when you had to break up with Hashirama by the river. Don't be so naive, Senju Hashirama. Didn't I tell you that it's impossible? Senju Hashirama shook his head. No, we can do it. Are you a fool? How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? My brother, and your brother, my people, and your people, 1 TLBXH. Senju Hashirama shook his head again, and the firm look on his face moved even Uchiha Madara. I will never forget the dream we shared back then, and I always believe that we can achieve it. It's just that we are not strong enough now. But there will always be a day when that happens, Madara. 1 TLBXH. Post views, 46. 036 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 036. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The handover went smoothly. After paying a considerable price, the Uchiha clan successfully brought back their clan leader Uchiha Tajima and many captured clan members. During this handover process, apart from some communication between the eldest brother Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, there was only the barbs and sarcasm between his father, Senju Butsuma, and his old rival, Uchiha Tajima. Senju Butsuma finally gave up the tempting idea of destroying Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna here. The Uchiha clan paid a huge price, coupled with the defeat in the war some time ago. Even though their family now has two rising stars, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, the family as a whole is in a rare low period. At this time, they would definitely not be stupid enough to cause trouble for the Senju clan again. They need to make up for the deficit within the family as soon as possible and earn enough resources to make up for their own losses. In that case, they would still have to drag their tired bodies to fight with other families and compete for interests. At this time, the Senju clan could just sit back and watch the Uchiha clan conquer everywhere and make countless enemies. Moreover, you can also take this opportunity to understand the power obtained by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna through the hands of others. Give Hashirama more time to grow. And those ordinary Uchiha clan members were released. And Uchiha Tajima, who was seriously injured before and was only saved by the Senju clan but not completely recovered, will definitely have his combat effectiveness greatly reduced due to his injuries from now on. Let's go, everyone has gone far away, what are you still looking at? He looked at his eldest son who was somewhat sad and stared at the distance with a look of disappointment. Senju Butsuken led the family ninjas back towards the family in a bad mood. As he walked back, Senju Buddha couldn't help but think. If your eldest son, Hashirama, had been born as an eldest daughter, or if the Uchiha Madara opposite was the eldest daughter, maybe these two people would really fall in love with each other in every sense. Then, there wouldn't be as many things as now? Forget it, how is that possible? No matter whether they are men or women, as long as they are ninjas, such things cannot be avoided. The Senju clan got some time to recuperate. While trying to absorb and digest the price paid by the Uchiha, strengthen the family's strength, and gather strength. Tobirama Senju and Hashirama Senju also kept hearing news about Uchiha Madara in the ninja world. The successive defeats did not make the Uchiha clan depressed. As long as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna are there, their clan is full of hope. After searching for information within the family without success, Hinata Tenon threw himself into training with all his might. He didn't believe that he would never be able to catch up with these two monsters, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, in his entire life. The war between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan was spread by Hyuga Tenon. Especially the strength of Hashirama Senju is even more terrifying. In comparison, Uchiha Madara, who was once as famous as Hashirama Senju and equally feared, does not seem so scary anymore. After all, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were the most dazzling geniuses of this era. Just someone who is ahead of everyone else. They were strong before, but it wasn't so strong that people couldn't see any hope of winning. At that time, it was impossible for them to fight against an entire family alone. The time for revenge has finally come. Among the Shimura clan, the clan leader of the Shimura clan had flames burning in his eyes. After the Uchiha's defeat, they had to pay a heavy price to redeem their captured clansmen and their bodies. At this time, the Uchiha clan is definitely the weakest in all these years. The old patriarch Shimura, who was weak and unable to do anything because of the death of his children and the death of his tribesmen, felt that his opportunity had come. Over the years, the Shimura clan had suffered heavy losses in several battles with the Uchiha clan, and the clan members had a lot of hatred towards the Uchiha clan. I believe they will not refuse this good opportunity to take revenge on Uchiha. Moreover, as long as my Shimura clan secretly communicates, surrounds them from all sides, and attacks from all directions, the evil and terrifying Uchiha family will continue to collapse under the siege of numerous enemies. A low, sinister laugh emanated from the old patriarch's throat. He has been waiting for this opportunity for too long. He wanted so badly to avenge his son with his own hands. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to contact people everywhere. First, he found the Sarutobi clan, who had always been old friends with the Shimura clan and had a very good relationship with them. Now, most of the matters of the Sarutobi clan are decided by Sarutobi Suzuki. Seeing Sarutobi Suzuki grow up successfully to his current appearance, the old patriarch Shimura couldn't help but feel sad. If his son were still alive, he would have grown up by this age and would have taken over his position as the patriarch. Damn an evil Uchiha clan! After explaining his purpose to Sarutobi Suzuki said that he needed to think about it. Suzuki, what else is there to think about? This is the golden opportunity we've been waiting for to get revenge on the Uchiha. Seeing the anxious look of his uncle who had aged a lot, Sarutobi Suzuki sighed in his heart. He also remembered the bloody appearance of his dead friend. However, he is not only a friend, but now he is also the young leader of the Sarutobi clan. He is responsible for the future of the Sarutobi clan. I know, this looks like a good opportunity. But Uncle Shimura, have you ever thought about the problem of the Senju clan at this time? At present, although the Uchiha clan has failed, they are still the main force to counter the Senju clan. The old patriarch of the Shimura clan took a deep breath and looked at the increasingly mature Sarutobi Suzuki in front of him. He already understood what the other party meant. Whether he thought it was unwise to provoke the Uchiha at this time, or that he needed to keep the Uchiha to fight against the Senju, he did not think that this was a good time to deal with the Uchiha. Without us, someone else would have taken action against the Uchiha. Moreover, they have suffered such heavy losses recently. Suzuki, how do you think the Uchiha should make up for their losses? The Senju clan is indeed very powerful, but no matter how powerful Hashirama Senju is, he can't possibly fight against so many clans in the Land of Fire, right? That's all I have to say. I'm going to contact other families. Please give me your reply after you've considered it. The old patriarch Shimura left. Looking at his gradually receding back, Sarutobi Suzuki felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. At this time, is it a good idea to participate in the action against Uchiha? Post views, 48. 037 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 037. Sarutobi Suzuki has not yet responded to the old patriarch of the Shimura clan, but other clans have already responded to him one after another. Many families feel that since the Uchiha clan can no longer compete with the Senju clan, it is better to let them become the nourishment of the others. Many people who have been defeated by Uchiha over the years hold hatred towards them. These guys actually want to try to beat the dog when it's down, and want to get back what they lost from the Uchiha clan. Seeing so many people willing to take the same action as himself, the old patriarch of Shimura felt that the trend was set. He even began to imagine that after successfully defeating the Uchiha clan, he would share the benefits gained from the Uchiha clan equally. He can lead the alliance of so many families to fight against the powerful Senju clan. In that case, the Shimura clan can be said to be standing at the top of the ninja world. Soon, this alliance, which was not really an alliance, began to attack the Uchiha clan. With their sudden attack, they immediately caused considerable damage to the Uchiha clan's ninjas. When the team that left the family reported back the news of the attack from all directions, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were very angry. If someone wants to take advantage of the Uchiha clan at this critical moment, then you'd better check your teeth. Brother, let me go. If you go, those guys might be too scared to show up. Bandian nodded. He was confident that Chuan Nai could handle the matter. What's more, Izuna has now opened the Mangeki Sharingan. In the entire ninja world, there are not many ninjas who can threaten Izuna's life. Go, Izuna, let those who dare to be enemies of us Uchiha know what true terror is. Uchiha Izuna showed an excited smile on his face, and with a strong killing intent, he led the team of elite clansmen and left. After successfully attacking the Uchiha team, some families tasted the sweetness. After discovering the traces of Kwane and the others, they not only did not retreat, but became even more excited. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't make them feel too scared, let alone Uchiha Izuna. If he could capture Uchiha Izuna, given Uchiha Madara's feelings for his brother, Uchiha Madara will definitely pay a huge price to redeem Uchiha Izuna. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 1 TLBXH. The old patriarch of the Shimura clan, with many of his clansmen, kept shuttling through the woods. When he got the information that Uchiha Izuna led the team to leave the family, he became excited. Uchiha Madara, I will also let you experience the pain and taste of losing your loved ones. 1 TLBXH. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 1 TLBXH. Uchiha Izuna is in front, surround them and don't let them run away. 1 TLBXH. Dark shadows fell around Uchiha Izuna's team. Looking at the old man with a ferocious face who appeared in front of him, Uchiha Izuna's smile gradually began to become perverted. Is it your Shimura clan again? That's right, it's our Shimura clan. Looking at the few people surrounded by him, including Uchiha Izuna, a twisted sense of pleasure at the prospect of revenge emerged in his heart. To avenge you, to make you feel the pain of losing your loved ones. Uchiha Izuna, die miserably here. 1 TLBXH. Whoosh. 1 TLBXH. A kunao was suddenly fired by the old patriarch of the Shimura clan at Izumi's mouth. Izumi tilted her head slightly, dodging the attack while the smile on her face grew more disdainful and contemptuous. Are you all the people here? What do you mean? A slight sense of uneasiness emerged in the heart of the old patriarch of Shimura. No, it's impossible. Even if Uchiha Izuna is a genius, at his age, he can still compete with the older generation of strong men like them, and even surpass them by a lot. But now, he is leading a ninja force that is several times larger than Uchiha Izuna's and has surrounded them. 1 TLBXH. Even in such a situation, there wasn't even a trace of panic on his face? Is he pretending to be calm, or does he have the confidence to do so? It seems my luck is not very good. I only caught your Shimura clan. 1 TLBXH. Hearing Uchiha Izuna's words, the old patriarch of the Shimura clan became a little nervous. What do you mean, are you fishing? His eyes looked around nervously in the team. However, no one has that strong aura that makes people unforgettable after seeing it once. Uchiha Madara is not here? 1 TLBXH. The old patriarch of the Shimura clan breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Uchiha Izuna with some anger in his eyes. Your big brother Uchiha Madara is not here, why are you pretending to be with me, hey? 1 TLBXH. Uchiha Izuna, your elder brother is not here today. You will die here. 1 TLBXH2. He didn't want to talk any more nonsense, so he waved his hand and the tribesmen around him immediately rushed forward. Uchiha Izuna's smile became even colder. I don't need a big brother. I can kill all of you by myself. In the scarlet eyes, 3 pairs of Megatama slowly rotated, and it seemed that it was still the same as before, and there seemed to be no abnormality with the other Uchiha elites. However, it was completely different from before, and a qualitative change in pupil power had occurred. The moment Uchiha Izuna raised his head and looked at the ninjas in front of him, the ninjas felt an unprecedented sense of danger. The Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan rotated rapidly, taking in every move of the ninjas in front of him. Too slow. 1 TLBXH. It's much slower than what I've seen before. The corners of Izumi's grinning mouth looked quite ferocious. The 3 Magatama Sharingan instantly allowed him to see through the flaws in the opponent's combined attack. Izuna reached out, and with precision and grace, he grabbed the wrist of a kunao in front of him, pushing it aside to block the incoming blade. Then he swept his foot across, kicking the 2 men out together, kicking them towards the position of the old patriarch of the Shimura clan. Fire style, great fireball technique. After the old chief Shimura awkwardly took on 2 of his tribesmen, a ferocious fireball rushed towards him, bringing with it a rolling heat wave that singed even his hair. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Puff puff puff. 1 TLBXH. A bunch of wind escapes, like knives, stabbed towards the fireball. Detonated in mid-air. However, the scorching breath still violently washed over the faces of the old Shimura clan leader and the surrounding Shimura clan ninjas. So strong. Feeling Uchiha Izuna's more powerful fire ninjutsu than before, the old patriarch Shimura felt an ominous feeling in his heart. Post views, 45. 038 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 038. It seems my luck isn't very good. I just let guys like you jump out right in front of me. 1 TLBXH1. Uchiha Izuna looked at the old Shimura clan leader who was in a panic after his counterattack, feeling quite disappointed. Even if we kill an old guy like this, it won't have much of a deterrent effect. In fact, Izuna felt that before he opened the Mangeki Sharingan. Even with the strength that the old Shimura clan leader has shown now, he is no match for me. It would be nice if there were more enemies. Feeling Uchiha Izuna's contempt and disdain, the old Shimura clan leader was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 1 TLBXH. More ninjas from the Shimura clan rushed forward, and black shadows, crossing the distance at an extremely high speed, came to his side. Uchiha Izuna laughed grimly, and the sword in his hand danced lightly. In an instant, there was a flash of swords and sabers around him. The cold murderous intent, combined with the endless blades and the scarlet blood, bloomed in the one-sided battle. Uchiha Izuna, who is a master of swordsmanship, can always easily find the enemy's flaws and easily hurt their vital points. The other guys, facing Uchiha Izuna, could hardly find any flaws in him. One after another, the Shimura clan ninjas fell easily under Uchiha Izuna's sword. That flawless figure made the old patriarch Shimura feel a strong sense of despair. How is it possible? How is it possible? How could a mere Uchiha Izuna be so strong? 1 TLBXH. No, absolutely not. Uchiha Izuna must be killed here today, otherwise, so many of our clansmen will have died in vain. Kill Uchiha Izuna for me, at any cost. The old patriarch of Shimura gnashed his teeth and roared out these words. Hearing his order, Uchiha Izuna was not afraid but happy. What he thought in his heart was, "Old man, your people had better listen to you and are willing to risk their lives to attack him." 1 TLBXH. Otherwise, he, Uchiha Izuna, is afraid that you will run too fast and won't be able to kill you all here. 1 TLBXH. However, as his pupil power increased, Uchiha Izuna also felt that fighting with these ordinary ninjas was becoming less and less interesting. Their clumsy and slow movements are full of flaws. Their desire to kill themselves is so strong. But their strength is too weak. He is weak and feels a little bit lacking in energy. If the opponent is Senju Tobirama, it will definitely be very interesting. That guy had always been on par with me. He always relies on his strong physical fitness and huge chakra as a member of the Senju clan, and constantly uses ninjutsu to suppress Uchiha Izuna. If that guy, Tobirama Senju, suddenly saw the changes in his eyes while fighting with him, what kind of expression would he have? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. 1 TLBXH1. I, Uchiha Izuna, can't wait to follow my big brother again and ask the Senju clan to take back what we lost before. 1 TLBXH. The 3 pairs of scarlet jade necklaces, and the even more terrifying and powerful pupil power, gushed out from Uchiha Izuna's eyes. Any Shimura clan ninja who was caught in his gaze would instantly stiffen up. In front of the scarlet ominous aura of the Mangeki Sharingan, they were almost instantly controlled by Izuna's illusion. Then, Uchiha Izuna's light sword cut his throat. It's your turn to go. Walking on the edge of a knife, blooming in the midst of slaughter. Uchiha Izuna kept moving among the Shimura clan ninjas, and finally, with the murderous intent, he came to the old Chimera clan leader with a fierce smile and pierced his body with his sword. The body was pierced without any resistance, and the old Chimera clan leader, full of regret, fell to the ground, his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. Looking at Uchiha Izuna, who still didn't take him seriously, waving the sword, splashing blood from the blade, and seemed to be thinking about something, and his eyes. The old patriarch of Chimera, with his last bit of strength, raised his finger and pointed it at his eyes. That is the 3 Magadama Sharingan. 1 TLBXH1. Is that the true power of the Uchiha clan? So evil, so scary. 1 TLBXH. Cut. Tobirama sneezed, shook his body, and continued to stand upright on the water. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. On the river near the family, Tobirama could feel that in this place with abundant water, he could use water escape ninjutsu like a fish in water. Not only does it consume less chakra, but the power of water escape ninjutsu also increases exponentially. Considering that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna probably opened their Manjiki Sharingan because their father almost died, Tobirama is now desperately trying to strengthen his own strength. Uchiha Madara has his big brother to support him, but Uchiha Izuna still has to go it alone. He and Uchiha Izuna, who has the 3 Magadama Sharingan, have fought many times. He is very familiar with the opponent's illusion, physical skills, and ninjutsu. However, Uchiha Izuna with the Manjiki Sharingan will become very troublesome. Tobirama also didn't know if he could withstand Uchiha Izuna's illusion, even though he and Uchiha Madara were not ninjas who specialized in illusion. Think about Kakashi, who has a 3 Magadama Sharingan, but when facing Uchiha attack his Manjiki Sharingan, he was instantly hit and was pulled into the Tsukuyomi world and was knocked down in an instant. 1 TLBXH1. Thinking of this, Tobirama quickly left the water, ran back to the family, and found his eldest brother. Brother, I want to ask you to do me a favor. What? The eldest brother, who was practicing frantically to fulfill his dream, was a little surprised. After Tobirama finished speaking his mind, the face of his elder brother, Hashirama, was filled with surprise. Tobirama, you are not kidding. You are the most talented ninja I have ever seen. Do you still want me to help you practice more? 1 TLBXH. That's right, brother, I need your help. No matter how good the talent is, what's the use? Few of the techniques I develop in the future can compare to your wood release. 1 TLBXH7. Seeing his elder brother's incredible expression and yelling, Tobirama resisted the urge to kick him in the ass. Next, I will avoid looking into your eyes the entire time while I fight you. 1 TLBXH1. This way, at least I won't have to suffer too much from illusions when I face the Uchiha clan's Sharingan in the future. 1 TLBXH. Ah, you are indeed Tobirama. You are amazing. You can even think of such a method. 1 TLBXH1. The corners of Tobirama's mouth twitched. Brother, please, don't praise me like that. Many people have already thought of this method, right? Just when Tobirama was about to start training like this with his elder brother, a pleasant voice sounded behind Tobirama. And it made Tobirama's hair stand on end instantly. How about letting me help? I've been free lately. What do you say, Tobirama? Post views, 43. 039. My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 039. Tobirama looked behind him. Sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito, with a bright smile on her face, stood behind him. 1 TLBXH. Well, I don't need to trouble you, sister-in-law. Tobirama intuitively felt that his sister-in-law didn't simply want to help him, it seemed that she just wanted to beat him up. Why, do you dislike me for being weak? Don't worry, I'm one of the best among the younger generation of the Uzumaki clan. After marrying Hashirama, I've learned a lot here. 1 TLBXH. Seeing that the sister-in-law was still smiling, TOBIRAMA felt that a devil's tail had grown behind her. No, I don't dislike your strength, sister-in-law. However, it is somewhat inappropriate and inconvenient for you, my sister-in-law, to help with this kind of training. TOBIRAMA still wanted to politely refuse his sister-in-law's help, but at this moment, his brother slapped TOBIRAMA on the shoulder. Ha 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 ha, TOBIRAMA, there's no need to be so shy. 1TLBXH1. It's a good thing that Mito is willing to help you. If you keep rejecting your sister-in-law, she will be sad. 1TLBXH2. TOBIRAMA's mouth moved a little, and he looked at his elder brother, his eyes full of gratitude. Big brother, thank you for giving my sister-in-law a reason to beat him up that he can't refuse. 1TLBXH. Besides, your sister-in-law is very powerful. After coming to our side, she's learned a lot. She's also learned the raise nan you taught us and our tribe members very well. 1TLBXH2. Big brother, thank you so much. TOBIRAMA shivered all over and looked at his sister-in-law with a forced smile. Then, please ask sister-in-law for help. A devilish smile appeared on Uzumaki Mito's face. Oh, by the way, I just heard you say that you want to deal with the influence of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan's pupil power and illusion on you, right? In other words, you can't look me in the eye during a fight. You must remember this. 1TLBXH. Big brother, thank you for the last time, so that the sister-in-law can punish your brother openly. 1TLBXH. Gritting his teeth, TOBIRAMA nodded in agreement. Then, he lowered his head, and his eyes had to avoid his sister-in-law's head, so as not to accidentally meet her gaze. Forget it, just take the beating. At least it was better than being stabbed through the kidney by Uchiha Izuna with a sword after being glared at with the Mangeki Sharingan on the battlefield. Hey! 1TLBXH. At this moment, TOBIRAMA lowered his head and looked down. The sister-in-law's footsteps quickly ran towards him. He squatted down and dodged to the side, then heard a series of explosions in the air behind him. Sister-in-law, we haven't started yet. TOBIRAMA, will Uchiha Izuna tell you to start on the battlefield? 1TLBXH6. Clenching his fists, Uzumaki Mito showed a happy smile on his face. The eldest brother, Hashirama, nodded in agreement. Yes, TOBIRAMA, your sister-in-law is right. You are usually so smart, why didn't you think of it now? 1TLBXH. Brother, just shut up. You are 100% responsible for your sister-in-law becoming so irritable. Don't worry, TOBIRAMA. I will make you feel the urgency of the battle. There was a crisp sound between his fingers, and Uzumaki Mito became more and more excited. Born into the Uzumaki clan, she has a rather aggressive personality. Now that she has the opportunity to teach TOBIRAMA a lesson, she won't let him off so easily. TOBIRAMA took a deep breath and lowered his head. Since we have to train, we should try to train in a more realistic combat environment. But, fighting like this is really uncomfortable. After lowering your head, you mainly look at the opponent's legs. Although it can also be used to grasp the opponent's entire body movement trajectory. However, it is still more troublesome than being able to see the other person's whole body directly. And this small flaw is enough to become the point where the ninja ends the battle. Wait. 1TLBXH. Got it. 1TLBXH. Just as the sound of Mito's chakra bursting out seriously was heard from the front, causing the surrounding air to form turbulence and erupt in all directions. TOBIRAMA had an idea. Water escape, water wave. TOBIRAMA clapped his hands together, quickly creating a spinning waterspout that rose and then suddenly poured down in all directions. Uzumaki Mito jumped up easily, but after a while, he looked at the wet ground under his feet and frowned. Do you want to make the road muddy and wet to hinder the opponent's movement? What a smart brother! 1TLBXH. His feet quickly stepped on the muddy pit on the ground, and Uzumaki Mito raised his fist, making a whistling sound in the air. Tobirama raised his hands and firmly blocked the sister-in-law's fist. When his head was almost completely lowered and he was looking at the ground, his body actually completely followed the rhythm of Uzumaki Mito. Leg sweep, jab, knee strike, 1 tlbxh. Despite his limited vision, he was able to fight against Uzumaki Mito without losing the upper hand. Blocked all attacks from sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito. 1 tlbxh. Are those the little puddles? Uzumaki Mito quickly noticed it. This guy used water escape ninjutsu from the beginning. It turned out that he didn't just want to make the ground more muddy and slippery to hinder her ability to move. He can also observe his own figure and movements through the small puddles of water on the ground. This brother of Hashirama, who is lowering his head, has a really good grasp of water escape technique. So, at this moment, chakra suddenly burst out from under Uzumaki Mito's feet. The immense force allowed Uzumaki Mito to instantly change the ground beneath his feet through his feet. The huge amount of chakra, the terrifying power that erupted in an instant, not only caused the ground beneath her feet to collapse. Moreover, countless fragments and mud on the ground were squeezed and splashed. Tobirama jumped back and couldn't help but complain in his heart. This kind of chakra burst and control ability, sister-in-law, is really not simple. Coupled with the Uzumaki clan's equally vigorous vitality, strong physical fitness, and huge chakra capacity, the strength of the sister-in-law is also among the best in the ninja world. Raise Nan. The high-speed rotating Raise Nan was held by Uzumaki Mito, and pressed towards Tobirama. Water escape, water formation wall. 1 tlbxh. Seeing this scene, Tobirama clapped his hands together again before falling to the ground. The water wall that rose from the ground was easily torn apart by the Raise Nan in Uzumaki Mito's hand. The high-speed spinning Raise Nan broke a huge hole in the water wall and continued to move forward fiercely, crashing into Tobirama, who had just landed and seemed to have a hint of surprise on his face. Post views, 46. 040 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 040. Is it so easy for me to catch you? Sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito had no time to be happy, because the next moment, the Senju Tobirama in front of her turned into a pool of clear water. Sure enough, it's just a clone. Moreover, it was a water clone so vivid and lifelike that I couldn't tell it apart. Poof. 17040b. The next moment, Tobirama's water clones split into several streams and gushed out in all directions, drenching the eldest sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito. Mito, who was soaked all over, shook his head in embarrassment and wiped the water off his face. She wanted to continue, but was stopped by her elder brother. Forget it, Mito, you've already lost. 17040b. What? Mito, you are very strong, but you still have too little combat experience. The water clone just now can actually be controlled more delicately. When it disperses, if it forms a more powerful shock wave and hits you, it can instantly make you lose your combat effectiveness. Let me do it, Mito. Uchiha Izuna is an opponent that Tobirama needs to give his all to deal with. 17040b. Seeing Hashirama mercilessly pointing out that she had too little combat experience, Mito gritted her teeth. Hashirama, you're such a complete idiot. Don't you know what it means to be more tactful? She took a deep breath and finally stepped back. She can still distinguish between a little willfulness and stubbornness. And now her clothes are wet and she feels a little uncomfortable, so she should go back and change her clothes first. Come on, Tobirama, I will be your opponent from now on. After using his water clone to trick his sister-in-law, Tobirama felt a little relieved when he saw his brother, who was going to replace his sister-in-law to train him. But in reality, the pressure suddenly increased a lot. Big brother, you are already a true monster of this era. 17040b. Come on. Be careful, Tobirama. 17040b. I don't want to see you die on the battlefield, so I will be serious. 17040b1. Tobirama lowered his head again and swallowed. The eldest brother rushed forward instantly, carrying a sense of oppression all over his body, and attacked with a bang. The chakra that erupted from him caused the surrounding air to rush towards Tobirama in a chaotic manner. This powerful pressure made Tobirama feel his body was much heavier. Moreover, affected by the turbulent wind and waves, I am afraid that my movement will be greatly restricted. Really? So strong? 17040b. Damn, is this how Uchiha Sasuke felt at that time? 17040b. Old Patriarch, did he also die in battle? In the Senju clan, when Hashirama was helping his younger brother train, the news of the death of the old patriarch of the Shimura clan finally reached the ears of the Sarutobi clan. Not only that, Sarutobi Sasuke also heard that the old patriarch of the Shimura clan led a team to attack the Uchiha clan, but they were completely wiped out. Under the counterattack of the Uchiha clan, the elite of the Shimura clan suffered heavy casualties and were severely damaged in an instant. Even though they lost to the Senju Uchiha clan, they still showed amazing strength, making other clans succumb to them. That's right, young clan leader Sasuke, we also heard that Uchiha Madara didn't even make a move. Uchiha Izunao alone almost wiped out all the ninja masters who attacked the Uchiha clan, even the elders and clan leaders. 17040b. When the Sarutobi clan ninja reported this news, they couldn't help but shudder. Although these families are not the top families in the Fire Country ninja world. However, despite being enemies of the Uchiha clan, they have not been exterminated and have stubbornly survived, waiting for the opportunity to seek revenge. They are definitely not weak. But of the Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Izuna was dispatched to lead the team. He turned the elite of these families into stepping stones for the Uchiha clan's fame. Young clan leader, that Uchiha Izuna is very likely to have a power that surpasses the 3 Magatama Sharingan. 17040b. Uchiha Izuna was so brutal that very few of the ninjas from the Uchiha clan who attacked him were able to escape from his hands. Therefore, the information we can get about Uchiha Izuna is only fragmentary. But even so, other families still felt a little suffocated. How old is Uchiha Izuna, and how young is she? It actually made many of the old generation of powerful people in the ninja world who had been famous for a long time completely unable to withstand it. Their counterattack this time will cause many families involved to disappear, severely damaging the vitality of many families and forcing them to rely on others to survive. Fortunately, the young patriarch was sensible and didn't let us get involved. Otherwise, this time, 17040b. Hearing the discussions among his tribesmen, Sarutobi Sasuke smiled bitterly. To be honest, he was almost moved by what the old patriarch Shimura said. However, he thought that letting the Uchiha recover and strengthen themselves before continuing to deal with the Senju clan involved would be more in line with the family's interests, so he had not made up his mind yet. I didn't expect that it would develop into such a situation now. The Uchiha clan once again recovered a lot because they defeated many enemies and plundered a lot of resources and benefits from them. However, the Shimura clan, as well as many other families that were severely damaged by this, were lucky enough to be able to protect themselves from being wiped out. I'll go to the Shimura clan. Sarutobi Sasuke sighed deeply. The more important thing now was to help his old friend, the Shimura clan, stabilize the situation. After they have chosen a new clan leader, he warned them to develop and recover slowly and honestly with the help of the Sarutobi clan. Don't even think about seeking revenge on Uchiha anymore. With the support of the Sarutobi clan, they repelled the small group of Uchiha who, after defeating many families, had dispersed and wanted to gain more benefits from them. Sarutobi Sasuke's outstanding strength also surprised many Uchiha clan members. Although the other party is not as good as the 2 young clan leaders who possess the Manjiki Sharingan, they are still top-notch and powerful ninjas in this chaotic world. To fight against such a strong man, and completely wipe out the Shimura clan from under the protection of the Sarutobi clan. The Uchiha clan members in this section cannot do this. As for Izuna-sama and Madara-sama, they are already preparing to deal with the Senju, so they cannot be dispatched lightly. Finally, they gave up the idea of squeezing the Shimura clan dry and returned to their family. Post views, 42. 041 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 041. Bang. 1 TLBXH. If you defend too long, you will lose. Tobirama was unable to withstand the big brother's physical skills and was kicked to the ground by the big brother. He was lying on the ground, his body soaked with sweat and his clothes covered in mud. The eldest brother has been fighting him with physical skills. But it still puts him under tremendous pressure. Many ninjas in the ninja world will burst out strong chakra in an instant during physical combat to enhance their instantaneous explosive power. However, if you want to use such a burst continuously, you need extremely strong chakra control ability and a huge amount of chakra to support it. Moreover, this burst method is very physically demanding, and you might end up hurting yourself before hitting the enemy. But this is not a problem for Big Brother. The amount of chakra he has now is as huge as that of the tailed beasts. For ordinary ninjas, it is almost endless. Coupled with his bug-like physique and self-healing ability, he can continue this outburst without any worries. Moreover, his chakra is so huge that the strange power he can use at this moment is stronger than that of others. Uchiha Madara is right, Big Brother is really too strong. Tsunade needs to train hard day after day to be able to use her super strength as a physical skill and enhance the healing effect of the Forbidden Yin Seal that can speed up her recovery. In the case of Big Brother, everything can be achieved easily. Hehe, second brother was beaten so badly 1 TLBXH. A strange laugh was heard, and the two stinky brothers saw Tobirama lying on the ground, gasping for breath, with a look of ridicule on their faces. Yeah, as far as I can remember, my second brother has never been so embarrassed. In my heart, my second brother is always the calm and rational one who will never suffer any loss. I didn't expect it, 1 TLBXH. Listening to the words of his two younger brothers, Tobirama raised his head with difficulty and looked at his eldest brother. Brother, on the battlefield, Watama and Itama will also encounter Uchiha enemies, so I think it is necessary for you to train them very seriously. 1 TLBXH3. Hey. The voices of Wajian and Banjian suddenly rose a lot, and after talking to the eldest brother, they looked at him in disbelief, staring at their second brother with dead fish eyes. No, not like that, brother. After you and your big brother stopped Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, there weren't many Uchiha with strong illusion skills who needed them to deal with them like this. 1 TLBXH. That's right, Tobirama, you are absolutely right. The eldest brother, Hashirama, nodded seriously and waved to his two younger brothers. Tobirama is right, you guys should come and train too. Brother, this is not necessary. No. Seeing that his two younger brothers were still trying to slack off, the eldest brother, Hashirama, began to look serious. Wall room, board room, you are being lazy now and you are being irresponsible with your lives. It is also irresponsible to me and Tobirama who cares about you. Come here. There was already a trace of solemnity on the eldest brother's face that could not be disobeyed. The two younger brothers could only cry and began to be trained intensively by their elder brother. They all know that even though the eldest brother, Hashirama, seems silly and simple-minded, he is easy to fool. But after the eldest brother has made up his mind about something, he will become particularly stubborn. For the sake of his younger brother's future survival, even if he becomes unkindly strict now, it is only natural. Tobirama stood up and looked at the two people who were even more embarrassed than himself and struggling to move under the attack of his elder brother, and continued to add fuel to the fire. He stood there, his eyes a pair of dead fish, blooming with cunning colors. Brother, don't be so lenient. Have you forgotten that when the two of them are on the battlefield, they will always be besieged by 5 adult enemies? You have to be more strict. 1 TLBXH. It's very likely that they will encounter 5 Uchiha ninjas who are skilled in illusion and have powerful pupils. 1 TLBXH1. Second brother. 1 TLBXH. The 2 younger brothers cried out silently in their hearts. When the eldest brother, Hashirama, heard this, he felt that what TOBIRAMA said made sense, and his expression became more serious. I understand. Tiles and boards, get ready, I'm going to increase the intensity. 1 TLBXH. No way, now the 2 of us are almost down, big brother, you still want to increase the intensity? 1 TLBXH. After a while, the 2 little brothers fell to the ground, howling in embarrassment under the immense pressure from their eldest brother, Hashirama Senju. TOBIRAMA, who had already rested, looked at his 2 younger brothers who couldn't even stand up, and limped back towards home. Comfortable. 1 TLBXH1. Then, Hashirama, who had trained his 2 younger brothers with the most stern and serious attitude, smiled foolishly and helped them back, one on each side. You all performed very well today, go take a shower first. Really? Big brother, when you were our age, were you any better than the 2 of us? Back home, the 2 younger brothers have become lively again. Before running to take a shower, they still had the mood to ask such questions to Hashirama. This one? Have you ever thought that when you were this age, TOBIRAMA just taught you the raise nan technique? 1 TLBXH. Suddenly feeling the gap between themselves and their second brother, the 2 younger brothers went to take a shower dejectedly. After a while, his father, Senju, also returned home, but his face looked a little worried. What happened, father? Take a look. Father was clearly not in a good mood. After showing a piece of information to his eldest brother, Hashirama, his face, which had always been serious and stubborn, was visibly gloomy. This is... Hashirama was also quite surprised when he saw the information in his hand, which was passed back by the ninja sent out by the family. Recently, the Uchiha clan has been very active. After being attacked, Uchiha Izuna led the team to attack those families who dared to attack Uchiha at this time. Moreover, during this period, he showed extremely astonishing and terrifying strength. With so many families and so many powerful elders, no one can stop him. Even if several elite ninjas joined forces, they were no match for him. Facing Uchiha Izuna, whose strength has undergone tremendous changes and has been qualitatively improved. 1 TLBXH. The elite ninjas from other clans were like chickens and dogs, vulnerable to a single blow. A family like the Shimura clan was able to escape the crisis of genocide only with the help of their old friends. The Sarutobi clan and many other families completely disappeared from the Fire Country ninja world during the Uchiha's counterattack. It's unbelievable. Seeing this information, as well as the few speculations about Uchiha Izuna's strength, Senju Hashirama was a little bit unbelievable. In such a short time, has Izuna's strength become so strong? What happened? Post views, 49. 042 My second brother TOBIRAMA is invincible. Chapter 042. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Things have taken a turn for the worst. There was also a hint of heaviness in the voice of the thousand-armed Buddha. Even before Uchiha Madara took action, Uchiha Izuna almost wiped out all the other ninja masters in the Fire Country ninja world. This shouldn't have happened. In the past, although Uchiha Izuna had been on the battlefield for a long time and was gifted, he was able to defeat those well-known and powerful ninjas, and even the patriarchs and elders of many families. But it will never appear so easy. After being defeated by Hashirama's power, the strength of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna seems to have undergone a qualitative improvement. For the Uchiha clan, the evolution of the Sharingan was the most effective way to enable them to undergo such a rapid transformation in strength. From single Megatama to double Megatama and then to the endpoint for most Uchiha clan members, triple Megatama Sharingan. The improvement of pupil power will also enable Uchiha ninjas to have a huge improvement in strength. Even within the Uchiha clan, there is a huge gap between the Sharingan and the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna were originally geniuses in the Uchiha clan who possessed the 3 Magatama Sharingan. If I go a step further now, then the only thing left is the Manjiki Sharingan. Unfortunately, none of these guys could even give him some possible information about Uchiha Izuna's Manjiki Sharingan technique. It's so useless. Senju Buddha glanced at his eldest son, who was still looking at the information in front of him seriously. Is there anything you want to say, Hashirama? It seems that Uchiha wants to compete with us now. Senju Hashirama's eyes dimmed a little, but soon became firm again. I understand, father. I won't hesitate. Looking at his father and elder brother who were chatting, Tobirama couldn't help but roll his eyes. Please, the pressure is now on him, Tobirama Senju. Knowing that Madara and Izuna's strength has further improved, he will have to continue to fight fiercely with Madara and the Uchiha clan in the future. The eldest brother, Hashirama, returned to his room with a heavy heart. Hashirama, why are you so unhappy? My sister-in-law Mito had already taken a shower and got into bed. When Hashirama lay beside her, she felt that her husband was in a bad mood. Mito, Madara has become even more powerful. I originally thought that after I defeated Madara last time and led my family to defeat the Uchiha clan, all this would be over. Hearing Uchiha Madara's name again, Uzumaki Mito took a deep breath and resisted the urge to pinch her husband who was standing beside her. It would have been great if that was the last battle between Madara and me. If he improves now, I will have to continue fighting with him. I still can't stop this. Even Madara and I don't want to fight each other because of family reasons. But, whether it's me or him, many members of the family have an irreconcilable hatred towards each other. Besides, my father and Madara's father will not stop easily. It would be great if Madara was not from the Uchiha clan. He likes fighting, so I will fight with him to his heart's content. However, the battle between the two of them was not because they wanted to fight each other and improve each other. Uzumaki Mito moved her body closer to Hashirama and placed her head on Hashirama's arm. At this moment, she leaned quietly beside Hashirama, listening to his inner thoughts. As he spoke, Hashirama slowly fell asleep with a sense of relief after having talked it out. Mito used one hand to prop up her head, turned sideways, and began to look at the sleeping Hashirama. Please, Hashirama. In fact, I don't care about these issues at all. The ninja world has been fighting back and forth for so many years, either you kill me or I kill you. Nothing has ever changed. But, who made you my husband? If you want to do it, then I have no choice but to support you. And this shoulder, this chest, only I can lean on. He. Looking at the abdominal muscles of my husband, and then looking at his face when he is fast asleep, I feel that he is cute and quiet, no longer silly, but with a hint of handsomeness. Uzumaki Mito laughed strangely. This is my husband, my only husband. I can do whatever I want to my husband. Madara. Uzumaki Mito, who was feeling very happy, suddenly stiffened. She twisted her neck in disbelief and looked up at Hashirama's face. My husband's mouth was still opening and closing, muttering something. I didn't hear it wrongly, didn't I? The man who shared the bed with me was actually muttering another man's name after falling asleep? Ah, calm down, Mito. When Hashirama was sleeping, he kept talking about his dreams and the time when he met Uchiha Madara when he was a child. So, it's just inertia, it's just inertia. Instead, her husband dreamed about Uchiha Madara. Calm. Don't take revenge on Anko by biting Hashirama and leaving a mark on him. Even though he had a strong recovery ability, he had no idea what had happened when he woke up the next morning, and he couldn't realize what had happened. Mito. Phew, it feels good. Sure enough, the extremely unpleasant sound Madara made just now was just because he had been thinking about this kind of thing before going to bed. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito felt a lot more relaxed. But he seemed a little unhappy. After all, it is very annoying that your husband keeps saying another person's name before going to bed. Never mind, Hashirama just doesn't want to fight anymore. Madara. Mito's face stiffened, she forced a smile, sat up straight and looked at her husband. Just like that, she kept looking at him straight, with her ears perked up. Mito. Madara. Mito. Madara. Wife. Madara. The next morning, the eldest brother Hashirama seemed to be in a much better mood after talking it out. But when he got up, he found that his wife Uzumaki Mito seemed a little tired and had a resentful look on her face. But my wife Mito is really nice. Even though she had rested well, she still insisted on sleeping a little longer. Although he also wanted to continue to have a good rest with his wife, as the young patriarch of the Senju clan, he could not be so lazy. After Hashirama left the room, Uzumaki Mito looked unwilling and gritted his teeth. Just one more beat, Hashirama, can't you just sleep for a few more seconds? Post views, 50. 043 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 043. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Brother, how did you develop wood release? Hashirama, who had gotten up and started training, was soon met with urgent questions from Tobirama. Oh, you mean this? Because I happen to be able to escape into earth and water. Seeing Tobirama's unbelievable expression, the eldest brother Hashirama tried hard to explain seriously. Although I'm not as talented as you in ninjutsu. But I tell you, one time, I saw some people watering flowers and trees, and I suddenly had an idea. By watering the ground, these trees can take root and sprout. Then can my water and earth escape combine to achieve the same? And then, I just happened to succeed. 1TLBXH3. I don't believe you. 1TLBXH. Hearing his elder brother explain to him how he developed wood release, Tobirama looked helpless. Is this something that can be achieved just by thinking about it? Big brother, you have also mastered the transformation of earth and water chakras to a very high level. However, many powerful ninjas have done considerable research on the changes in the properties of various chakras. However, there are very few who can successfully fuse them together to form a bloodline limit. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the ninjutsu doctor, is proficient in all the ninjutsu currently available in Konoha. There is a high level of research on the changes in the forms and properties of various chakras. However, he was not able to develop his own blood limit. Although the eldest brother is suspected of cheating with Ashura chakra. But what exactly is missing? Tobirama fell into deep thought alone. At this stage, he has a talent beyond the imagination of ordinary people in ninjutsu. In fact, he is very proficient in the changes of the nature of chakra of various attributes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to simplify the basic water-style ninjutsu to release in one seal, and simplify the large-scale water-style ninjutsu to release in 3 seals. However, he had no idea how to transform and fuse the chakra's properties. Seeing his brother lost in thought, Hashirama patted his shoulder and prepared to leave. Tobirama, I believe in you, you will succeed. Believe. Tobirama seemed a little confused for a moment, and then suddenly he understood. Yes. Believe in yourself. Chakra is clearly a kind of idealistic power. It comes from the combination of the ninja's spiritual power and physical strength, and can even carry a person's soul and emotions. Ninjas can even use chakra to pass on their will and beliefs from generation to generation. Wu. 1TLBXH2. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, I felt like I had opened a level in the doorway, and the whole world seemed to become brighter. 1 TLBXH. Well done, Izumi. In recent times, Uchiha Izuna has been killing people everywhere, not only in the Fire Country ninja world, but also rebuilt the reputation of the Uchiha clan. It also brought back a lot of benefits to the family. This allowed the Uchiha clan to regain their strength and morale, and many members of the clan also regained their confidence in fighting against the Senju clan. The young clan leader Madara, who possesses the Mangeki Sharingan, and Madara's younger brother Izuna, are the most powerful ninjas in their hearts. 1 TLBXH. This is just because you haven't made a move yet, brother. If you take action, those guys will have no chance of escaping. Facing Izuna's words, a smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Don't be so modest, Izumi. You are already a truly strong man, a real man. 1 TLBXH2. Uchiha Izuna, who was praised by her elder brother, smiled happily. He is not at all as cold and ruthless as the outside world portrays him to be. He is an evil and terrifying killing machine without any flaws. Brother, although we have recently taught those guys around us a lesson. However, our people have suffered considerable losses in the continuous battles. I think we can pause for a moment, rest, and give our people more time. 1 TLBXH. Hearing what Izuna said, Uchiha Madara nodded in approval. Well, you are right, we should take a good rest. In addition, we must continue to develop the power of our Mangeki Sharingan. Although our Mangeki Sharingan has brought us a huge improvement in pupil power. However, it is still difficult to deal with the enormous power of Hashirama. 1 TLBXH. Now the two brothers have not yet been able to develop the more powerful power of the Mangeki Sharingan, and they also feel that their eyes have far more potential than this. I believe, big brother, the day when we can cope with the power of Senju Hashirama will come soon. Uchiha Izuna glanced at his elder brother and felt that when his elder brother mentioned Senju Hashirama, his words were completely different from when he mentioned other enemies. But, brother, recently. Uchiha Izuna looked behind him, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Father has returned, but due to injuries and being captured by the Senju clan, his strength is no longer as strong as before. The Senju clan can make him recover or return to the Uchiha clan, but they will not let Uchiha Tajima return intact. Being able to allow Uchiha Tajima to retain basic mobility, a little bit of strength, and be able to live a good life is already the result that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama tried their best to get from their old father Senju Busama. Many of the other tribesmen who were released not only could not become ninjas, but also had difficulty living a normal life. After Uchiha Madara proposed to redeem his clan members, and after Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama repeatedly pleaded with him, Senju Busama had already figured out how to make these Uchiha become a burden to the Uchiha clan. Because his strength and prestige were greatly damaged, his father Uchiha Tajima couldn't help but have some changes in his mentality. He would rather die on the battlefield than become a useless waste compared to the terrifying self he is now. He began to become somewhat moody and irritable. Even if there is no fighting, continuing to do the work of the clan leader within the clan, various problems began to arise. I will have a good talk with my father. Uchiha Madara did not resent Senju Hashirama for this, nor did he even resent the Senju clan for this. This is the normal way for ninjas to do things. Senju would exchange his father and so many clan members intact, and Uchiha Madara would think they were stupid. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and walked into the family. My father has been severely injured, both physically and mentally. Perhaps, it is time for father to retire and have a good rest. This is good for everyone. Post views, 45. 044 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 044. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Father. In the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tajima was dealing with some things. When he heard Madara's cry, he looked up and looked at his eldest son. Seeing his youthful appearance, seeing his vigor, he is full of vigor and vigor. While the old father Uchiha Tajima was pleased, he also couldn't help but feel a little sad. Oh, it's Madara, what's going on? Feeling that his emotions were not right, Tajima lowered his head and continued to deal with his own affairs. He didn't want his son to realize his ugly behavior. Even though he had already felt that during this period of time, the way the tribesmen around him looked at him had changed a lot. Father, I heard that you've been feeling a little down lately. After all, he is the father whom I have always respected and loved. Even though he has become a little different now, in his heart, Madara still respects his father. He took the initiative to take some of his tribesmen to stay behind to cover their retreat in order to give himself and Izunao time to escape. He was not able to die together with Senju Buddha, and was captured, which is why he became what he is now. What he did will never be forgotten by Madara. Hearing Madara's rare words spoken with consideration and a hint of hesitation, Uchiha Tajima, who lowered his head, showed a bitter smile on his face. Even my eldest son has to be very careful when talking to me now, so as not to lose control of my emotions. 1TLBXH. Father. Uchiha Madara sighed and looked at the grey hair that had begun to grow on his father's head. The patriarch who once worked so hard for the Uchiha clan has passed away in his prime. Coupled with the physical pain and the heavy psychological pressure brought by being captured by the enemy, he was already somewhat overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Madara no longer hesitated. Father, you are too tired. Please take a good rest from now on. Uchiha Tajima slowly raised his head, looking at his eldest son's determined expression, and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Do you also think that I am no longer qualified to be the patriarch? I became what I am now because of you, because of you. Uchiha Tajima's eyes were red, and his facial expression looked a little ferocious and terrifying. However, under his angry gaze that had become somewhat distorted, Uchiha Madara remained resolute. But there is a hint of softness on the face. I know, father, we all know. Whether it's me, Izunao, or the tribesmen, we all know it. We all know everything you have done and we will never forget it. Standing in front of his father Uchiha Tajima, Madara restrained his softness and became more domineering. But father, you have worked so hard for the family, and you are willing to sacrifice your life for the family. But now, look at yourself, you are no longer the same as before. If your father from the past saw you now, what would he do? Madara's voice gradually became louder, and Uchiha Tajima, who was questioned by him, had a look of panic on his face. Father, that's enough, don't become so disgusted with yourself. Uchiha Madara's words hit him hard in the heart, and Uchiha Tajima's body shook at this moment. He looked at his eldest son in front of him, his expression becoming fierce and terrifying, twisted and hideous. Even though his physical fitness was not as good as before and his strength was only 1/10 of what it was before, his 3 Magatama Sharingan, which had already been opened, actually burst out with a terrifying scarlet light at this moment. His pupil power is even stronger than before. The whole room suddenly became quiet. Only Uchiha Tajima's increasingly rapid breathing echoed throughout the room. But in the end, Uchiha Tajima said nothing and slowly closed his eyes. After a heart-pounding silence, Uchiha Tajima slowly opened his mouth and said, "You're right, Madara. I still like my old self more." 1TLBXH. I heard a hint of sob in my father's voice, and saw his straight spine bend instantly. Feeling the power of his father's body, even the closed 3 Magatama Sharingan, his chakra, at this moment, also exuded the vicissitudes of life. There was also pain in Uchiha Madara's eyes, and he clenched his fists. "I already know what to do, Madara, go out and let me rest alone for a while." 1TLBXH. Yet. Madara looked at his father who had his eyes closed and his head lowered, looking like he had chosen to compromise with the world and life, and his heart was deeply touched. 1 TLBXH. It's unbelievable, it's unbelievable. Senju Tobirama, who felt like he had understood something, has been trying out his ideas in the past few days. As a result, at the critical moment, the two younger brothers rushed over and kept shouting. Patting his head, Tobirama felt a headache from the quarrel between these two guys. So, he put on a stern face and began to criticize his two younger brothers seriously. What's wrong? You two are so reckless. Do you know that such a character can easily lead to your death on the battlefield? 1 TLBXH. Tell me what news you have, then go over there and find 10 adult tribesmen to practice with you. Don't try to be lazy. 1 TLBXH. The two younger brothers looked at their second brother's extremely oppressive face, and a look of grief and anger appeared on their faces. Second brother, you are taking revenge again. 1 TLBXH. However, facing the gaze flashing from the second brother's dead fish eyes, they still did not dare to speak out in resistance. Well, we just heard the latest news from our father. Uchiha Madara has officially become the new patriarch of the Uchiha clan. What? Senju Tobirama also seemed a little shocked. Uchiha Madara has now become the new head of the Uchiha clan? 1 TLBXH. This is really surprising news. However, when he thought about the state of Uchiha Tajima, who was released by his father Senju Buddha, Senju Tobirama felt that this was something that was bound to happen in the near future. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, no matter how great his contributions were. However, in this chaotic era, Uchiha Tajima, who is almost unable to fight in the battlefield, cannot maintain his position as the clan leader. I understand. You two, hurry up and practice for me. Seeing the second brother hurriedly leaving, seemingly to find the eldest brother, the two younger brothers gathered together and whispered. Tell me, is it possible that second brother is also trying to persuade big brother to become the patriarch of our Senju clan? Be careful what you say, or you'll get beaten up by your second brother and then by your father. 1 TLBXH3. Post views, 49. 045 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 045. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Father, are you okay? When Tobirama and Hashirama found their father, Senju Butsuma, he was in a daze. The two waited for a while, but their father still didn't come back to his senses, so they couldn't help but ask softly. Ah, it's Hashirama and Tobirama, I'm fine. 1 TLBXH. Although my father said that everything was fine, he still felt a little empty inside. After all, the old rival of many years ended just like that, which made him feel a little nostalgic for a while. Uchiha Tajima's time in the Uchiha clan has passed, and he himself is no longer young. Hidden beneath his still perfect body, the dull pain from the hidden injuries accumulated over the years constantly reminds him that he is old. Time is really a fair and cruel thing. Father, don't think too much, you are still young and strong. Hearing Hashirama's clumsy words of comfort, a happy smile slowly appeared on Senju Butsukin's face. Although I am already old, but Uchiha Tajima seems to have won you again this time. 1 TLBXH. You see, my eldest son is not in a hurry to usurp my position. Judging from the news we got from the Uchiha, although it is said that Uchiha Tajima himself abdicated. But in fact, some time ago, after the Senju clan released Uchiha Tajima and some of his clan members, something went wrong with the Uchiha clan. I am still alive and well. With Uchiha Tajima's personality, he will not give up the idea of revenge on me so easily. The only regret is that he still doesn't know if he will be able to meet Uchiha Tajima again in the future. It's such a shame that I can't mock this old rival in person again. Don't worry, kid, I'm not so fragile that I can be easily hit. Our battle with Uchiha has not yet been completely over, how can I fall so easily? 1 TLBXH. Ah! Hearing his father's voice suddenly become heroic again, Senju Hashirama suddenly felt a little regretful. He was imagining that Madara had already become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. If he also became the patriarch of the Senju clan, wouldn't that be 1 TLBXH5? Ahem. 1 TLBXH. Madara and I have the same dream, plus the strength of myself and Madara, in the ninja world, no one else can easily compare. If the two of them become clan leaders together and possess great strength and power, can they work together to stop the fighting between the two clans? As he thought about it, the look in Qin Shao's eyes when he looked at his father became a lot stranger. After all, Daddy Qian Shao Fujian is very stubborn in this regard. It is almost impossible to convince my father to make peace with the Uchiha clan, let alone give up the fight. But if the patriarch is me, then this is very likely. Thinking of becoming the clan leader and leading the Senju clan to negotiate with the Uchiha clan led by Uchiha Madara. Then they stopped fighting and started to build the village of their childhood dreams together. In the end, the two of them were finally able to walk openly on the streets of the village together, watching the young children grow up happily and spend a happy childhood. Such a future is really wonderful. Brother, wake up and stop dreaming. Hashirama woke up and saw Tobirama shaking his body, and his father had already left. Why, what happened? Brother, your smile just now was so disgusting that I almost drooled. And the way you looked at father was not right. 1 TLBXH2. Hey, hey! Is there? Hashirama felt a little embarrassed. How could he think like that? My father has been worrying about the Senju clan all his life, how could I possibly think of seizing the position of clan leader? This is too cruel, and it is totally not something he can do. But if such a good thing could really happen, no, it's not a good thing, forget it, I can't think about it anymore. Even though he is not the patriarch now, he still has strong strength and has a lot of say in the family. As long as I persuade my father a little more, he will have to consider my own ideas. My childhood thoughts were indeed correct. After I have enough ability, many things that are difficult or impossible to do will gradually become easier to do and can be solved. The eldest brother, Hashirama, left happily with a strange smile. Tobirama looked at his disappearing back and shook his head. It's really strange, because my father was just feeling sad because of his declining health and old age. Big brother, you had a strange smile on your face. If he hadn't been quick to persuade father to deal with the business, you would have been slapped again. Seriously, brother, what are you thinking about at a time like this? And those two brats from the tile room and the board room interrupted my train of thought again. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He returned to the training ground and saw his two younger brothers. They both have good talents and have already performed very well. Ordinary tribesmen may not be able to stop them. So Tobirama found 10 tribesmen who knew illusions and prepared to give them some extra food. They can only lower their heads and observe the movements of the opponent's lower body to deal with the attacks of the enemy who can perform illusion. 1 TLBXH. You're really trying hard, Tianren. 1 TLBXH2. In the Hyuga clan, when leaving the training ground, the members would involuntarily turn their heads and take a look at the deepest part of the training ground. There, the pride of the Hyuga clan, the man who inherited the name of the Heavenly Ninja, was training himself madly as always. His strength is also constantly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. He has almost become the most powerful ninja in the history of the Hyuga clan. Even among the tribesmen who had inherited the title of Heavenly Ninja, there might not be anyone stronger than him. This made many tribesmen praise him highly. However, the trust and praise of the tribe members could not make Hyuga Tianren happy. Soft fist, Bagwa 64 palms. Bang bang bang. 1 TLBXH. It is clearly from the Hyuga clan, and it specializes in attacking the enemy's acupuncture points, injecting chakra into the enemy's body to block the flow of chakra and destroy the internal tissues of the body. At this moment, there was a rare sense of violence in the hands of Hyaga Tenon. The puppet in front of him was beaten to pieces by his soft fist and Bagwazang, but he still felt that something was missing. Can such a soft fist really have any effect on Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? Having seen Senju Hashirama's terrifying, all-conquering wood-release ninjutsu, Hyaga Tenon expressed deep doubts about this. Post views, 51. 046 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 046. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. When those trees that violently grew out of the ground formed a forest and rushed towards him, what effect could the soft fist have? When the vine-like branch, which was thicker and larger than his body, swept across in front of him. Apart from dodging in a panic until there was nowhere to escape, and finally being completely surrounded by the terrifying wood-release ninjutsu in despair, what else could he do? Is it to use soft fist to break the tree in front of you? Or use chakra to infuse the trunks of these trees and destroy their internal structure? I can smash this puppet in front of me into pieces, but can I destroy that sea of trees? 1 TLBXH18. Staring intently at the puppet fragments on the ground, Hinata Tianren asked himself this question. However, although his strength has been increasing day by day recently, he still feels that he has his limits. And his limit is still far from the power displayed by Senju Hashirama that day. It was still far from the limit of the day when Uchiha Madara crushed him with pure pupil power. What should I do? What should I do? Can anyone tell me? Can anyone give me an answer? The painful Hyaga Tenon's breathing became extremely rapid, and the veins on both sides of his white eyes bulged, making him look quite ferocious. However, the white eyes that allowed him to see far away, and the soft fists that allowed him to easily kill many enemies, could not tell him the answer. Uchiha Madara's eyes are no longer the same. According to the records of the Hyaga clan, it is very likely that he and Uchiha Izuna already possessed the Uchiha clan's legendary Manjiki Sharingan. The Byakugan of the Hyaga clan and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan are both known as one of the most powerful blood-stained eye techniques in the ninja world. Why did the Uchiha clan's Sharingan eventually evolve into such a powerful form as the Manjiki Sharingan? As for the Byakugan, apart from having stronger pupil power, being able to see farther and more clearly, there doesn't seem to be any significant improvement. Is it that our Hyaga clan is still far from developing the limits of the Byakugan? Hinata Tianren gently stroked his eyes and asked himself this question. Yes, that's right, the Byakugan's ability should be far more than this. However, I should need more information to make the white eyes go further. 1 TLBXH. He's already the patriarch. Sarutobi Suzuki looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Uchiha Madara's strength is beyond imagination. Uchiha Izuna is already so strong, how terrifying must Uchiha Madara be? Friend, uncle, it seems that it will be difficult to avenge your revenge 1 TLBXH. Unless Suzuki came to the Shimura clan with the latest news and found the graves of the two. He put the flowers down and looked at the name engraved on them, feeling a little depressed. It is impossible to say that he has never thought about revenge for them. But Sarutobi Suzuki has gradually seen the gap between himself, the Sarutobi clan and the enemy. That is an insurmountable chasm. Even if you practice and train in the normal way to enhance your strength, you will never be able to catch up with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha in this lifetime. After all, while I was still growing, those two monsters were also making rapid progress. Suddenly I envy you guys. You no longer have to worry or feel sad. You live in the same era as those two monsters. Even your names will become part of the legend because of those two monsters. 1 TLBXH. After pouring a little wine for the two, Sarutobi Suzuki saw the petals being blown by the breeze, taken off, and flying into the air and continued. Okay, if you don't like it, just pretend I didn't say that last joke. But from now on, this era will completely become the era of those two families, or even those two guys. Cheers to you. 1 TLBXH. The Uchiha clan temporarily stopped fighting and came to a halt. The Senju clan has also been very quiet recently, seemingly preparing for a major move. However, the already chaotic times became even more chaotic due to the impending tension between the two top families. The deep blood feud that was already impossible to put to rest, coupled with the fear of the two top families, Senju and Uchiha, making other families even crazier. They are eager to swallow up more weak families in order to strengthen themselves and prepare for the more cruel future that may come. Many families trembled and united together to fight against the chaotic world. Among them, the most crazy and terrifying family is the Hyuga clan's old friend, the Kagaya clan. These lunatics have not restrained themselves much because they lost to the Uchiha clan before. At most, they just didn't dare to provoke Uchiha again, or the Senju clan, which was as powerful as Uchiha. But in front of other families, these ninjas who possess the Shikatsu Kekii Genkai are extremely powerful. These warlike lunatics set off one bloody storm after another in the Fire Country ninja world. In the end, many small families who were afraid of the pressure brought by the Kagaya clan found the Senju clan for refuge. They are willing to form an alliance with the Senju clan, or even become its vassal, just to preserve the continuation and inheritance of their own clan. They are willing to pay a lot for this. After careful consideration, Father Senju Fujian accepted the requests of some small families. This made the Hyuga clan quite depressed. They are battle maniacs, yes, but they are not fools either. In the past, when it was the era of Senju Fushima and Uchiha Tajima, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were stronger than them, but their strength was limited. At that time, the Kagaya clan went crazy, which really gave everyone a headache. But now it's different. With the rise of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, there has been no one in the Kagaya clan, or even in the entire Fire Country ninja world, who can rival these two. They also knew that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan could no longer be provoked casually. For this reason, they even had to stop their own people from killing madly. This makes people feel very frustrated. 1 TLBXH. When will I be able to endure this kind of anger? How about we pretend to be the Senju clan and attack the Uchiha clan, and then cause a melee among them? Then, we will be free. 1 TLBXH. Ha 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 ha. 1 TLBXH. Among the Hyuga clan, there was a clan member who laughed wildly after making such a suggestion. The few Kagaya ninjas who are still somewhat sober feel that their family is doomed. Don't you even look at your own appearance? How can you pretend to be a thousand hands ninja? Moreover, in the battle with Uchiha, can you resist not using the Shikatsu Kekii Genkai? Hey! There is another crazy person in the tribe who has gone crazy. I don't know how long I can maintain this little bit of sanity. Ha 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 ha, 1 TLBXH1. Post views, 45. 047 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 047. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Tobirama, you really work hard. Outside the Senju clan training ground, Senju Furuma stood there, his eyes fixed on his second son, Senju Tobirama, who was sweating inside. It seems that Uchiha Izuna's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, which has also brought him tremendous pressure. The eldest son, Senju Hashirama, is very powerful, so even if Uchiha Madara makes some progress, there is no need to worry. But Tobirama's strength did not have a sudden explosive growth like Hashirama's. Facing Uchiha Izuna, who has the Manjiki Sharingan, he is likely to be at a disadvantage. Once Tobirama is defeated by Uchiha Izuna, there will be an additional Uchiha enemy with the Manjiki Sharingan that the other clans cannot contend with in the battle, which will be a disaster for the Senju clan. It is even very likely to cause the eldest brother Senju Hashirama to be distracted during the battle. It's really hard for this child. After all, even his Senju Budhama doesn't know how long Uchiha Izuna can hold on. 1 TLBXH. Unfortunately, Senjuifojian doesn't know what other methods can help Tobirama quickly increase his strength. It seems that all I can do is trust Tobirama. How can I think like that? I am still the head of the Senju clan. How can I put all the heavy responsibility of dealing with the Uchiha on my two children? Qian Shaobuda went to find a way to reduce the burden on his children. Shortly after he left, his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, who was also practicing hard in the family training ground with Tobirama, also stopped. Seeing Tobirama training hard, his elder brother Hashirama felt very uncomfortable. Or I am too weak and lack the ability. If I were strong enough, could I stop my family from fighting the Uchiha clan? If I were strong enough, wouldn't Tobirama feel the pressure of fighting against Uchiha Izuna? If I can fight against Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna at the same time, will the Uchiha clan also realize the truth that they cannot defeat me and the Senju clan? If that were the case, they wouldn't continue to fight this unwinnable battle, right? The tribesmen no longer have to die in vain, and the younger brothers no longer have to endure the siege of 5 adult enemies on the battlefield. Not enough, still not enough, far from enough. Now my strength is still unable to prevent the outbreak of the battle. He still hasn't reached the point where he can protect all the relatives and clansmen he cares about, even his friend Uchiha Madara and his relatives and clansmen he cares about. Hashirama took a deep breath and ran out of the family. His wood-release ninjutsu is too powerful, so he needs to go outside the family to conduct better experiments. After the eldest brother, Hashirama, left, the 2 younger brothers looked at his disappeared insider, with a thoughtful glint in their eyes. Although the second brother Tobirama always likes to order them around and likes to pass on the tasks given to him by his father to them, they always find 10 grown men to surround them, under the pretext of training them. But who makes him the second brother? As a younger brother, even if I can't bring much help to my second brother, I should at least not hold him back. If the 2 of them could be on the battlefield, they wouldn't have to worry about their second brother anymore. Then Senju Dahua can go all out to help her second brother without any worries. With Senju Momika, who is very good at illusion, it shouldn't be that difficult for the second brother to deal with Uchiha Izuna. Oh. 1 TLBXH. The 2 brothers looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you, and suddenly, a fiery passion bursts out from deep within our hearts. Like an erupting volcano, it is unstoppable. The next moment, Wan Wajian raised his fist and punched Banjian in the face. Banjian's face was distorted with pain, but he didn't cry out in pain. Instead, he raised his fist and hit Wajian in the face. Your fist doesn't hurt at all. Your fists are weak, like a woman's. Ha ha ha. The 2 brothers started laughing wildly and attacked each other with all their might, increasing each other's strength. Until finally, the 2 of them, exhausted, fell to the ground with a thud. It's not over yet. Wajian struggled, his face bruised and swollen, and slowly stood up. He slowly raised one hand, pointed it at the tribesmen who were watching the excitement, then clenched his fist and shouted at them. I want to fight 10 more. Banjian slowly stood up straight, smiled at Wajian, and then smiled at the tribesmen around him. Why bother? You guys come together. The tribesmen who were training here looked at each other in bewilderment at the 2 people who suddenly became excited and asked for more training. Young masters, are you really okay? You don't look like you can continue training now. Stop talking so much nonsense. Even though I'm in such a miserable state now, I'm still more than capable of beating you up. 1 TLBXH. Soon the tile and board rooms were overwhelmed by the siege of the tribesmen who were angered by their deliberate ridicule. After a while, Tobirama walked out of the training ground refreshed. He patted his shoes. Just now, when he was kicking his brother twice in the crowd, someone stepped on him. But don't look at the 2 younger brothers being so strange today, they have burst out with strength far beyond their past. Even when surrounded and attacked by so many tribesmen, they were still able to hold on for a while and even beat down several tribesmen. Besides them, Tobirama felt that his elder brother and father were also acting strangely today. Without saying anything, they both looked at me twice and then ran away. Back at home, even when I was cooking for myself, I still didn't understand what was going on. When I made breakfast this morning, I didn't put much salt in it. Did it make me choke? 1TLBXH2. Puzzled, Tobirama soon heard another knock on the door. It's Dahua, what's going on? Do you want to come in and have dinner with us? After opening the door, Tobirama saw that it was Senju Momika standing outside. Thank you, but no thanks. I came here to tell you that I have made great progress in illusion recently. Goodbye. There was not much expression on Senju Momika's face. After she finished speaking to Tobirama, she turned and left. Tobirama stood at the door, looking at the slender figure of Senju Momika gradually disappearing, with a puzzled look on his face. Strange, what's going on today? Why are all the people around me so weird? What on earth did I miss? 1TLBXH7. Post views, 47. 048 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 048. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. 3 days later, Tobirama followed his eldest brother, and Itama followed him, and Senju Momika followed his 2 younger brothers. This is a very important mission sent by the Thousand Hands Buddha. They have to go to the daimyo, get an audience with him, and get some resources and support from him. Compared to other families, the Senju clan is a ninja family that has more contact with the daimyo and is more favored by the daimyo. In addition, the Senju clan is relatively powerful, and some time ago they defeated the arrogant and tyrannical Uchiha. This makes the daimyo seem even more fond of them. Brother, is what father said true? How could we achieve that level? On the way, the 2 younger brothers still couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah, it's incredible, that's a big name, a big name. Even Senju Dahua had a strange look on her face after hearing the discussion between her 2 younger brothers. Tobirama rolled his eyes at them. What's so great about the daimyo? He can only have a great influence on them now, in this era when ninjas are still organized into small families. Moreover, perhaps it is because the daimyo wants to strengthen his control over the ninja that he shows such affinity towards the Senju clan. After all, the young patriarch of the Senju clan is the eldest brother, Senju Hashirama. The future patriarch of the Senju clan is the eldest brother, Senju Hashirama. It is obvious to the naked eye that the strongest person in the future of the ninja world is the eldest brother, Senju Hashirama. But the personality of the eldest brother, Hashirama Senju, is. The daimyo must know a lot about the big brother. He knows very well how to approach and win over a ninja like the big brother. Tobirama thought about what the daimyo might do to his elder brother and use him. But when he arrived at the city where the daimyo was, he realized how far the daimyo could go to win over or even use his elder brother. Is this the Senju Hashirama who has become a legend in the ninja world recently? My god, seeing him in person is truly believing. 1TLBXH. Following their eldest brother, Hashirama, they continued on their journey until they reached the outskirts of the city, where they discovered many people had already gathered. The leader of the crowd was the daimyo who had been waiting for the arrival of the eldest brother. It is hard to imagine that the nominal ruler of the Fire Nation, the most noble person in the entire Fire Nation, is willing to wait outside the city for the arrival of his elder brother, Hashirama. Ha ha ha, I'm so sorry to compliment me like this. Seeing his elder brother being so overwhelmed by the praise, Tobirama used his dead fish eyes to quietly look at the daimyo. Such enthusiasm, that really is not a good thing. 1TLBXH1. This makes people feel even more uneasy. Come, Hashirama, let me introduce you. This is my little daughter. How is she? Very well behaved and pretty, right? 1TLBXH. She is already 15 years old this year. 1TLBXH. My lord daimyo, these are my brothers, and the illusion genius of our Senju clan, Senju Momika. Seeing that under the daimyo's deliberate solicitation, the eldest brother was unconsciously pulled to stand beside him, and even chatted with him familiarly, Tobirama sighed. Even that 15-year-old girl was introduced to you, don't you know what he means? 1 TLBXH. He wants to marry you, brother. But you must say, although the daimyo looks like a decent person, he has a strange and thick makeup on his face that makes him look like a dead person. But his daughter looks pretty. But perhaps it is possible that the daimyo had many daughters, and he chose the most beautiful one among them and wanted to marry her to his eldest brother. Unfortunately, Daimyoji miscalculated this point. If it weren't for the fact that my father Senju Furuma arranged a marriage for my eldest brother, he would have married the eldest sister-in-law of the Uzumaki clan, Mito. He might still be focused on fulfilling his dream with Uchihamadara. Second brother, is daimyo too enthusiastic towards big brother, 1 TLBXH. They all followed behind, watching the eldest brother and the daimyo walk side by side. What else do you think the daimyo wants to do by bringing his little daughter to the eldest brother? What? Are we going to have another sister-in-law? After hearing the voices of her two younger brothers, Senju Momika couldn't help but look towards Senju Tobirama again and again. Because of his status and responsibilities, it is possible for the young clan leader, Senju Hashirama, to have 2 or even more wives. Perhaps the current clan leader, Senju Furuma-sama, also hopes that the young clan leader Hashirama will marry more wives, so that his excellent wood release Kekkei Genkai can be passed down, so that the Senju clan can always have the power of the young clan leader Hashirama. Tobirama, what do you think about this kind of thing? Do you agree that your eldest brother should bring you another sister-in-law? Senju Momika seems to be talking about the young clan leader Hashirama, but in fact her eyes have been observing Senju Tobirama's expression. Don't worry, guys like Big Brother won't have any extra thoughts about this kind of thing. Even if the daimyo forcefully wants to give his little daughter to the eldest brother, do you believe that after the eldest brother finally brings her back to the family, he will only treat her like a little sister? She's even about the same age as you two, so maybe Big Brother will end up trying to match one of you up with her. 1 TLBXH. Hearing the second brother's teasing, the two younger brothers shuddered and waved their hands quickly. Forget it, let's just forget about this kind of thing. Not to mention the fact that the strength of the elders in the family has stagnated after they got married. I even know several guys whose strength has declined significantly. That's right. At this time, it's better to focus on improving yourself. Seeing his two younger brothers so sensible, Tobirama nodded with satisfaction. Yes. In such a chaotic era, getting married so early would only delay my own cultivation. If you die in battle, your wife will be slept with by someone else, your money will be taken by someone else, and your children will be beaten by someone else. It's scary to think about it. Kyunju Dehwa looked at the three brothers speechlessly. Ahem, you don't mean that. Ah, being loyal to your wife is a good thing. 1 TLBXH. That's a bit tricky. Oh, right. 1 TLBXH. At this moment, the daimyo in front suddenly raised his voice, as if he remembered something. My 10th concubine is pregnant. Hashirama, I see you're not young anymore, you should be having a child soon. How about this, let our children become in-laws? Tobirama was stunned for a moment. In order to achieve his own goal and win over the investment boss, daimyo really did everything he could. Post views, 46. 049 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 049. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Even if the eldest brother was slow to react, he could already sense the fervor and desire in the daimyo's words to win him over. He repeatedly declined, not wanting to accept this goodwill from the daimyo, not knowing whether it was good or bad for the Senju clan. But daimyo finally found such an opportunity, how could he let it go? Ninjas with strong strength have always been regarded as killing tools that can be easily controlled by daimyo and many nobles. Just like the warriors they controlled before. But the Senju Hashirama in front of him is different. In the Land of Fire, the information about this ninja is widely spread. Legend has it that he could create a huge forest in an instant, and some say that this man is almost an immortal monster. As the ruler of the Land of Fire, the daimyo has naturally come into contact with many powerful ninjas. However, without exception, these ninjas pale in comparison to the name of Senju Hashirama. This made him feel the seriousness of the matter. Among the ninjas who have always been well controlled by them through economy and resources, a powerful monster that is difficult for them to control will emerge. This monster possesses power that surpasses all other ninjas, and can even transcend the rules that have long been intertwined in the ninja world of the Fire Country and have always bound the ninjas. Even if he doesn't use this power to break such rules, the power he possesses makes people feel terrified, and this is already his original sin. And facing such a ninja, facing his power that can transcend all rules. The best way for the daimyo to think of now is to form a stable relationship with him through marriage, which will further strengthen and consolidate his power in the Land of Fire. The eldest brother was a little overwhelmed by the daimyo's passionate offensive and could not help but turn his head repeatedly to look at his younger brother TOBIRAMA. At this time, only TOBIRAMA's cleverness could save him from such an embarrassing hell. TOBIRAMA understood his elder brother's expression and walked forward. Master Daimyo, we are deeply honored by your love for my elder brother and our Senju clan. It is very exciting for us all to be able to have my eldest brother marry you in this way. Well, big brother, show the daimyo your worth as a ninja and how valuable you are to everyone. I'm sure the daimyo-sama has always wanted to see you fight. Then he can decide how close he wants to be to you. Hearing his brother TOBIRAMA's words, Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. Then let me show you, Lord Daimyo. In a few quick moves, Hashirama jumped out of the crowd surrounding him, facing the direction outside the city. He took a deep breath, and formed seals with his hands. The daimyo stood behind, looking at the man's back with a somewhat nervous expression. He had a strange feeling that once this man took action, all his plans would no longer matter. He was clearly standing in front of her with his back to her, but she could see a magical power in his back. It was a heavy, profound feeling, carrying something that was difficult for him to understand, yet he still had a strong backbone, holding up the whole day, exuding the temperament and confidence that he exuded. Strange, why does he feel this way? It was like when he was a child. He saw his beloved and most admired father calmly handling things. Would release, the tree world is born. A deep and charming voice was whispered from Senju Hashirama's throat. The unique infectious power makes people around him feel indescribably profound. They had a premonition that they were about to witness an unparalleled miracle never before witnessed in history. Buzz. 1 TLBXH. Beneath the earth, something is moving around in a chaotic and disorderly manner at a rapid speed. A savage, terrifying, yet vibrant force finally erupted from underground under the terrified gaze of many people. The thick soil at this moment became like a fragile paper that could be easily pierced. 1, 2, 10, 100, a vast expanse of countless gigantic trees. At a terrifying speed, in front of them, a miracle of life that would take hundreds of years to complete in nature was completed. Amidst the shaking of the earth, a lush forest filled with extremely tall trees appeared before their eyes. Oh my God! Daimyo looked at the scene before him, unable to describe the shock he felt in his heart. What kind of terrifying power could allow that guy to create such a miracle in an instant? Can this kind of power really be controlled by oneself? Can I really marry into the Senju clan and allow my descendants, who carry my blood, to steal the power of the Senju clan's bloodline? The daimyo, the most powerful and nominal ruler of the Land of Fire, was trembling in fear before the absolute power, unable to think of anything else. All rights and calculations lost their due color under this terrifying power. This is absolute power, and Hashirama Senju, who possesses this absolute power, also has absolute rights that no one can refute. Are you satisfied? Lord Daimyo. At this moment, Senju Hashirama turned his head and tilted it back, allowing the daimyo to see the peripheral vision of one of his eyes and the surrounding shadows. What are you guys still doing here? Can't you see that the daimyo is feeling a little unwell? Hurry up and help the daimyo back, you idiot. 1 TLBXH. Tobirama was also a little emotional, and after suppressing his inner excitement, he quickly shouted to the people around the daimyo. The daimyo was completely speechless after being shocked by the power of the eldest brother. Presumably, he should also be able to deeply understand what this huge power means. The power of the eldest brother is definitely not something that an ordinary person like him can control with power, resources, and strategies. After the daimyo and many of the Fire Country's dignitaries left them with horrified expressions, Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he understood what his brother Tobirama said, and tried his best to scare those guys away. It's really useless. Many people were scared to pee their pants. 1 TLBXH. Are these the nobles of our Fire Nation? They are so useless that they basically rely on their servants to carry them back. 1 TLBXH. The two younger brothers' faces flushed, and they were still shocked by the power displayed by their eldest brother. Well, they are just ordinary people after all. Not to mention Big Brother, even the most low-ranking ninja, as long as he has been on the battlefield and killed people, it can scare the shit out of them. 1 TLBXH. Post views, 44. 050. My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 050. Finally I can leave. After the daimyo was so frightened that he was supported by his servants and left in a hurry. Hashirama, Tobirama, and their group rushed non-stop towards the east of the Land of Fire. This time, in addition to carrying out the orders of their father Senju Fusuma and dealing with the daimyo, they also had to accompany their homesick sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito and return to her parents' home. Sister-in-law Mito had already gone ahead of them to the east of the Land of Fire to rent a boat and was waiting for them. As we quickly moved away from the city behind us, everyone's mood seemed to have improved. To be honest, those dignitaries are very different from what they imagined. When they saw them waiting there with strange makeup on and their faces made as pale as death, they had already suppressed their discomfort very patiently and insisted on talking to them. Now that they can finally leave that place, they are overwhelmed with joy. What is my sister-in-law's hometown like? Running around in the Land of Fire, even Tobirama couldn't help but feel curious when he heard the questions from his two younger brothers. So far, among their brothers, only the eldest brother, Hashirama Senju, has been to the Uzumaki clan. As his father's generation of clan members gradually grew old, it fell on his generation to maintain the relationship with the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan, actually, I feel like that place is alright, there's nothing particularly fun there. It's surrounded by the sea and it's always humid. Living there for a few days makes me feel moisturized all the time. The eldest brother Hashirama honestly expressed his thoughts, but was met with the cold shoulder from his younger brother and Senju Momika. Big brother, please don't be so honest and say such things in front of sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito. Soon, the group arrived at the beach and found the sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito who had already rented a boat there. After getting on the boat, they drifted on the sea. Soon, apart from the excitement of just getting on the boat, they were not so happy when they saw the endless and mysterious sea which seemed to have remained unchanged from time immemorial no matter from which direction they looked. Big brother is right. It's really boring to be surrounded by the sea all the time. Not daring to let their voices be heard, they discussed quietly in the tile room and the board room. Where's your second brother? At this moment, the eldest brother Senju Hashirama suddenly appeared behind them, scaring them. I was so scared. Luckily it wasn't my sister-in-law. When did you learn such elusive tricks, brother? Second brother, he's standing up there. Watama pointed upwards, and Hashirama looked up and saw Tobirama standing on the sail, gazing into the distance. Isn't there still a sea in that direction? What's so good about it? The elder brother, who didn't understand what was going on, continued to accompany Uzumaki Mito, who was eager to return home and excited and happy. And Tobirama, looking at the vast sea level, felt a strange emotion brewing in his heart. An indescribable, very intimate, and very familiar feeling is emanating from this ocean. It made him feel like he had returned to a very, very warm home. Moreover, in this place, he even had a feeling that he could use all the power here. He raised his palm, and a transparent water ball appeared in the center of his palm. Moreover, this water ball can be quickly expanded or shrunk and used as a water prison to imprison the enemy. He didn't even have the seal for the water-style ninjutsu. He just thought about it, and then used a little water-style chakra and did it easily. Tobirama knew that his body was extremely talented in water jutsu. But I didn't expect it to be so high. Chakra is a combination of spiritual and physical energy, and his water-style chakra seems to be able to easily mobilize all the water on this side of the ocean. Here, he can achieve great results with little effort. On this ocean, he even felt that he was omnipotent. It seems that even Uchiha Madara or his elder brother cannot defeat him in this vast ocean. Senju Tobirama quickly patted his cheeks and said, "Don't think too much. Tobirama, Tobirama, have you forgotten? In the battle between the eldest brother and Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End, he could swing the tailed beast ball like a ball. At that time, the tailed beast balls will be thrown directly at me in the sea, and I can only rely on water escape and hide deep in the sea. Don't get too cocky, Senju Tobirama, but this is a good time to comprehend the changes in the form and nature of water-style chakra and take a further step forward." Marriage, between the daimyo and Senju Hashirama. Among the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara had just received news about Senju Hashirama. Having become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he looked up in surprise and looked at his younger brother. At that moment, Uchiha Izuna felt that the elder brother in front of him seemed to have become very dangerous. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Madara lowered his head again and continued to look at the information. Who proposed it? Did it work? According to intelligence, it is said that the daimyo took the initiative to seek a marriage alliance with the Senju clan. But in the end, Hashirama Senju used his wood-release ninjutsu outside the daimyo's mansion and personally created a forest in front of the daimyo, which scared the daimyo. This matter has come to nothing. When mentioning Hashirama Senju's wood-release, Uchiha Izuna felt as if her heart was instantly pulled and it was a bit painful. The only time the Uchiha clan suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the enemy was brought upon them by Hashirama Senju. After this incident, he also sent his clansmen to search for the trace of the wood release left by Hashirama Senju outside the daimyo's mansion. The report brought back by the clan members about the effects of the technique and the changes in the terrain made Uchiha Izuna realize that Hashirama Senju's strength had become even stronger than that time. Yet, call. What happened? That sense of imminent danger and tension disappeared? Izuna looked at her elder brother, who seemed to be more relaxed, feeling a little puzzled. Brother, do you think that the failure of their marriage is a good thing? Certainly. Uchiha Madara put down the work in his hands, stood up, walked past Uchiha Izuna, came out of the room, and looked at the vast sky. A wild smile began to appear on his face. Izuna, it's rare to encounter an opponent like Hashirama in a lifetime. If he were to fall for more women, how lonely I would be. Post views, 41. 051 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 051. I understand, brother. After they left Damingfu, they seemed to be heading east. Based on their route information, I speculate that they should be heading to the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Madara took out the map, and after Uchiha Izuna took out the information, he carefully compared their routes of action. Brother, this is an opportunity. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and others have left the family, and this is a great opportunity for us to take action. 1 TLBXH. Wait for me to send a letter by carrier pigeon, contact allies, gather from all sides, and surround and kill from all sides. 1 TLBXH9. Big brother, at that time, our Uchiha clan will be able to avenge our previous shame. 1 TLBXH. Izumi seemed very excited. This was a rare opportunity. Now my brother and I have the Mangeki Sharingan. With the more powerful eye power and the eldest brother gradually developing the ultimate power of the terrifying Uchiha clan. Although Senju Hashirama is very strong and dangerous, Uchiha Izuna believes that if the two brothers join forces and use their two pairs of Mangeki Sharingan, Senju Hashirama will definitely be defeated. 1 TLBXH. As for the other clansmen and allies, during this period, they only need to entangle the other few people and prevent them from supporting Senju Hashirama. Once Senju Hashirama falls, the Senju clan is no longer a concern. 1 TLBXH. This is my plan for the Uchiha clan to dominate the entire Fire Country ninja world. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. 1 TLBXH. Uchiha Izuna almost couldn't hold back and burst into laughter in front of his elder brother. However, according to the eldest brother's character, after defeating Senju Hashirama, he should not think of killing him. And, there is also that Senju Tobirama. The eldest brother always likes people who can protect their brothers. Plus, Senju Tobirama saved his father. Uchiha Izuna thought about it and decided to change the ambush plan to a capture plan. If you can capture them alive, try to capture them alive. If we can't capture him alive, we can only make Big Brother sad. Ambush is useless, Izumi. In fact, now, the struggle between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan is only a struggle between us and Senju Hashirama. If you can't defeat Senju Hashirama, then everything is in vain. 1 TLBXH. Uchiha Madara put his hands on his brother Uchiha Izuna's shoulders. But you're right, they left the family, this is also a good opportunity, let's go meet Senju Hashirama. 1 TLBXH4. There are no other tribesmen, no unnecessary fights. Hashirama, we haven't seen each other for a long time. This time, let us two fight boldly and recklessly. 1 TLBXH. My daughter, you are finally back. When they arrived at the Whirlpool clan, they were warmly received by the Whirlpool clan. The Uzumaki clan leader couldn't help but burst into tears when he saw his daughter returning safely. However, when he looked at Senju Hashirama again, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. What's wrong with you? 1 TLBXH. I have married my most precious daughter to you for many years, why don't you have a child yet? 1 TLBXH. He really wants to hold his grandson. Senju Hashirama, if you can let me hold my grandson or granddaughter as soon as possible. We, the Uzumaki clan, are willing to send more members to support you and teach you some of the sealing techniques we have recently researched. The words of the Uzumaki clan leader were unanimously recognized by many Uzumaki clan members. The fruit of the love between Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki will also be the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, and the relationship between the two clans will continue to maintain a good relationship for generations. Moreover, this sealing technique was taught to Senju Hashirama, and also to a child who had the blood of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans flowing in his body. Ah! My eldest brother, Hashirama, is still having a headache. My father-in-law said this to him while drinking, and he felt a little embarrassed. The next moment, sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito stood up and punched her father in the chest. You disrespectful old man, what nonsense are you talking about? 1 TLBXH. The Uzumaki clan leader's body was bent like a shrimp, his face flushed red, and his body was violently and irregularly convulsing. Who else wants to discuss the private affairs between me and Hashirama? Behind the whirlpool reservoir, her red hair floated in the air like an octopus. The fierce light in his eyes made the two brothers, Watanabe and Itama, tremble in fear. Is this the true face of the sister-in-law? It's really rare that she has managed to maintain her gentle appearance in our Senju clan for so many years. 1 TLBXH. Ha ha ha, Mito's fist is still so powerful. I haven't seen the clan leader beaten like this by Mito in a long time. I really miss it. 1 TLBXH3. The drunken whirlpool tribe members were not surprised by this, and they were all pointing and laughing at their tribe leader. They are no longer surprised by such situations. Most of the Uzumaki clan members have hot tempers, and Mito Uzumaki has been the little princess of the family since she was a child, the kind who has been spoiled to the sky. Okay, I won't rush you. Really, you just want to hug your grandson. 1 TLBXH. The Uzumaki clan leader rubbed his stomach, sat down in his seat in a depressed mood, and continued to drink. After teaching his father a lesson, he used a fierce look to warn the tribesmen around him not to make trouble again. Uzumaki Mito sat next to Hashirama again, leaning against him gently, picking up food for him and pouring him wine. Really, my daughter has never been so nice to me. What a lucky bastard. 1 TLBXH. Seeing this scene, the drunken Uzumaki clan leader felt even more uncomfortable. The entire Uzumaki clan seemed to be bustling with activity. Tobirama sat next to his eldest brother, watching him and his wife loving each other. Looking at the enthusiastic appearance of these Uzumaki clan members who are straightforward and have some hot tempers, I feel a little regretful. They possess the power that even the tailed beasts fear, but they themselves are not strong enough to protect such power. In the end, under the covetousness of other guys, the Uzumaki clan went to extinction. If the sister-in-law knew that her family would encounter such a thing in the future, she would definitely be very upset. Obviously these Uzumaki clan guys look quite cute and straightforward. Just as Tobirama was thinking about something, a strong smell of alcohol that made him feel suffocated came to his face. The Uzumaki clan leader approached him without knowing when. Hey, Tobirama boy! What kind of love potion did your brother use on my daughter? I've never seen Mito look like this before. 1 TLBXH. The envy and jealousy that was hard to conceal was even thicker than the smell of alcohol on him. Post views, 39. 052 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 052. After staying in the Uzumaki clan for a few days, under the worried gaze of the Uzumaki clan leader. After looting his own house and taking away many seals, Uzumaki Mito followed his elder brother and began to return to the land of fire. Hashirama, I've been really happy these past few days. Finally able to return to the family, Uzumaki Mito had a great time. Senju Hashirama has been accompanying her and her family these days. Standing on the deck of the ship, she hugged her husband, Hashirama Senju's arm and leaned happily on his shoulder. But her good mood can't last long. There are people on the shore. Just as their ship approached the edge of the land, Tobirama and Hashirama both sensed a powerful chakra waiting for them on the shore. This chakra, this feeling. Tobirama took a deep breath and looked forward. Sure enough, the familiar man was waiting on the shore. Uchiha Madara, who had been waiting there for a long time in a fiery red armor, smiled wildly when he saw the approaching ship. Ha 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 ha, Hassie hot mom, I finally waited for you. 1 TLBXH. Madara. Standing on the boat, seeing Uchiha Madara, the eldest brother called out his name with a serious expression. But the elder sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito was very angry. Couldn't she have such a happy time for a little longer? It's okay that Hashirama always called your name when he was talking in his sleep. She can think of it as Hashirama really wanting to defeat you, so he dreams of fighting you. Now she finally brought Hashirama back to her parents' home and could have a good few days. They haven't even returned to the Senju clan yet, and Uchiha Madara, you bastard, is haunting them again. If I don't show my power, you really think I'm Hello Kitty? The rage value continued to rise, and Mito, who was almost in a frenzy, even wanted to participate in the upcoming battle. But in the end she wisely stepped back. Hashirama, let me show you the power I possess now. Uchiha Madara stepped on the water with both feet and rushed towards the boat quickly. Without saying a word, Hashirama also jumped off the boat, stood firmly on the water, and went towards Madara. Both of them were very fast, and after quickly approaching each other, they jumped up together. The two people stared into each other's eyes in mid-air, and their arms collided fiercely. The huge force formed a shock wave in the air, fiercely blasting the surroundings. The water beneath them dipped deeper, forming a hemispherical depression. The expelled water waves formed huge waves, which spread out on the water surface one after another. Tiles and boards, feet firmly glued to the deck below, body also with the violent shaking of the ship, and constantly ups and downs. Good, what a strong power! That's really exaggerated. Seeing that the two of them only burst out chakra to increase their strength and engage in physical collisions, they could create such an exaggerated situation. The two younger brothers were so frightened that they were speechless. Uchiha Madara has also become stronger, and his chakra is much stronger than the last time his elder brother defeated him. Ha 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 ha! Looking at the face in front of him that was so close, that he had been thinking about it day and night, and that he had always dreamed about, Uchiha Madara smiled very happily. Hassie hot mom! Let's have a good fight today. 1 TLBXH. His fire escape, his eye power, and the ultimate power of his Manjiki Sharingan can all be used easily on the sea surface without any hindrance. But, Hashirama, can you still use your wood release easily on the surface of the ocean? Maybe. 1 TLBXH1. However, the wood release you created, growing out from under the sea, even in this place near the coast, I'm afraid it's not that easy to do. Boom boom boom. 1 TLBXH. The two had fought each other many times and were very familiar with each other's physical skills. The aftermath of their explosive power continued to create huge holes on the water surface. The violent wind and waves surrounded them, roaring wildly following their every move. At this moment, the area around them seemed to have become a restricted area, and any weaker person who broke into it would be torn to pieces on the spot. You really have become stronger, Madara. Of course, Hashirama, who else in the ninja world can be your opponent besides me? Be careful over there, second brother, Uchiha Izuna is coming. 1 TLBXH. Just as the two elder brothers were fighting fiercely, the two younger brothers on the boat saw Uchiha Izuna stepping on the water and coming over the waves, and quickly warned Tobirama. Brother, let's go together. Senju Momika was also eager to try. If Uchiha Izuna also opened the Manjiki Sharingan, she would also like to try out the other party's illusion. No need, all of you step back. Standing on the deck, Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Izuna who was getting closer and closer, and gave everyone a meaningful look. Then, in the surprised eyes of his younger brother, Dahua, and sister-in-law, he easily jumped onto the surface of the surging water. Because of the battle between the two elder brothers, the turbulent sea surface, at the moment of landing, all the waves in a small area calmed down. A small circular platform made of water slowly floated up, as if it was actively lifting and supporting Tobirama's body. Countless turbulent waves, rippling and crashing from all directions, disappeared into thin air after touching the circular platform created by Tobirama. After falling into the water, Senju Tobirama's heart once again couldn't help but have countless expanding thoughts, which suddenly burst out. On this sea, he felt that his own strength could no longer be measured by his previous perspective. Thousand Hands Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna, who had always wanted to defeat Senju Tobirama, became excited when he saw him break away from the clan members behind him. But when he saw Senju Tobirama's lowered head, he couldn't help but feel a little pity. What, Senju Tobirama, are you trying to use this method to deal with my Uchiha Izuna's Mangeki Sharingan? 1 TLBXH. There is no way. Who told you, Senju Tobirama, you don't have the Mangeki Sharingan? 1 TLBXH. It seems that you can only lament your tragic fate of not having a bloodline limit like the Sharingan. 1 TLBXH1. Even if you are particularly good at water escape, even if you are on the sea, the power of water escape ninjutsu will be multiplied. But how could we, the Uchiha clan, defeat the power of the Mangeki Sharingan without having to lose much of our vision? The Scarlet Mangeki Sharingan has been opened, and with its terrifying pupil power, every move of Senju Tobirama will be fully seen by him. Post views, 38. 053. My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 053. However, Tobirama's response made him feel a little strange. In response to his first wave of tentative shuriken throwing attacks, Senju Tobirama simply raised one of his palms. What does this mean? Don't dodge, don't use your sword to knock down the shuriken, and don't use hand seals to release water ninjutsu for defense. You raise this palm, are you going to use this hand, with your head lowered, to catch all the shurikens thrown by Uchiha Izuna? Are you kidding me, hey? The invisible water, at the moment when Senju Tobirama raised his palm, seemed to be pulled and suddenly rushed upwards, forming a wave of water, fiercely slapping all the shurikens into the sea. What's going on? That guy clearly didn't cast any seals. No, he used his water chakra to control the water beneath his feet. Then controlled the appearance of the wave. Ha 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 ha, Senju Tobirama, it's really not that easy to deal with you. I, Uchiha Izuna, have already overestimated your ability to control water chakra, but unexpectedly, you still exceeded my expectations. 1 TLBXH. Uchiha Izuna was delighted to see that Tobirama had an unimaginable control over water escape. It is this kind of enemy that makes defeating it more rewarding and more interesting. 1 TLBXH. Come on. Tobirama stood on the platform he had built, unafraid of the rough waves, and prepared to face Uchiha Izuna. Being able to fight Uchiha Izuna here is a godsend. If we can capture him, that would be great, as it would make the future confrontation with the Uchiha clan much less difficult. On the deck, a line of words made up of water droplets appeared in front of the younger brothers, Momika Senju, and the eldest sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito. Seeing the words "wait for me to create an opportunity," the relatives who were just surprised that Tobirama was going to challenge Uchiha Izuna alone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Uchiha Izuna, who was provoked by Tobirama, rushed towards Tobirama with a grim smile and holding his long sword. Senju Tobirama, today I, Uchiha Izuna, will defeat you here. 1 TLBXH. It seems that you don't take my Senju Tobirama's water escape ninjutsu seriously. 1 TLBXH. Don't you understand? This is my home turf, Tobirama Senju. Feeling that he was not respected by Uchiha Izuna, there seemed to be a hint of dissatisfaction in Tobirama's voice. The next moment, Tobirama's hands clapped together. Water escape, multiple water dragon bullets. 1 TLBXH. Puff puff puff. 1 TLBXH. Huge water dragons roared and sprang out from the water at his feet with a splash. The lifelike water dragon opened its bloody mouth, intertwined, entangled, and rolled over, rushing towards Uchiha Izuna in front of it like a tidal wave. On this sea, Senju Tobirama now only needs a fraction of his previous water escape chakra to use water escape ninjutsu with several times the power of the previous one. When he truly felt this terrifying power that was as easy as his own arm, even he himself couldn't help but tremble with excitement at this wonderful state. Ha! This water escape is incredibly powerful. Uchiha Izuna, who was sprinting, suddenly stopped in his tracks looking at the exaggerated, over a dozen enormous water dragons pressing towards him. He couldn't help but lose his mind for a moment. He still somewhat underestimated the combat power of Senju Tobirama. A guy who was extremely good at water escape, on the sea. Not good. Just when he was about to use fire release ninjutsu to counter, he felt an unusual movement under his feet, which made him alert. He suddenly jumped back, and the next moment, 2 hands composed of water chakra emerged from the water where he had just stood, which were difficult to detect with the naked eye in the turbulent waves. If he hadn't noticed, he would have been caught by Senju Tobirama. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Izuna, who was jumping in the air, still released his fire escape ninjutsu. After the great fireball technique collided with the group of water dragons, the violent mist produced by the melting of water and fire obscured his figure. I never thought that the trick that Senju Tobirama used to block his Sharingan vision would now be used by me to block his vision. 1 TLBXH. However, the perception ability of Mizukami Senju Tobirama should have been greatly improved. Izumi had to jump back and forth in the thick fog, avoiding the impact of these water dragons while moving forward. From the side, various water guns kept rising from the water below his feet and stabbing at his body. Here, Senju Tobirama sensed him, and the perception was too fast. He was able to dodge all these attacks only by relying on the sharper observation ability of the Manjiki Sharingan and his perception of the flow of chakra. This guy can input a tiny portion of his water escape chakra into the sea water, and can easily grasp the situation of the sea surface around his body. Thinking of this, Uchiha Izuna suddenly thrust his sword into the sea. Zzz. 1 TLBXH. Lightning chakra violently entered the sea water below. Under the disturbance of the electric current, Tobirama found that at this moment, he had lost the ability to use water chakra to sense Uchiha Izuna. Hey! 1 TLBXH. After using lightning chakra to briefly disrupt Senju Tobirama's perception, he had already decided to use all his strength and the fastest speed to take down Senju Tobirama. Otherwise, on the sea, facing this guy who is extremely good at water escape, there are too many variables. 1 TLBXH. Senju Tobirama, I will definitely defeat you this time. 1 TLBXH. You, the guy who can make Big Brother show his admiration many times and become my Uchiha Izuna's nemesis, should feel honored. 1 TLBXH. With an evil and crazy smile on his face, he tried to prevent Senju Tobirama from using water escape chakra again to quickly sense him and capture him. He would sprint across the sea with big strides, and then suddenly, like a cannonball, he would rush out of the area filled with a lot of water mist. Everyone, the time has come. At the same time, Tobirama had already informed several relatives on the ship, ready to surround and capture Uchiha Izuna alive. 1 TLBXH. After his sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito, his younger brothers Senju Kama and Senju Itama, and Senju Momika were all in place, Tobirama was about to rush into the mist. He will use his amplified perception ability on the sea surface to fight with Uchiha Izuna. He wants to wait until his sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito completes the creation of the barrier and seals the surrounding area, leaving Uchiha Izuna with nowhere to escape. 1 TLBXH6. Post views, 41. 054 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 054. The tile room, the board room, and Ahwa can all be prepared to prevent him from noticing something is wrong and leaving early. However, what surprised Tobirama was that their encirclement was still being set up. Uchiha Izuna actually rushed towards him head first. 1 TLBXH. Then, after he rushed out of the mist and saw the people who had gathered around him, the expression on his face became extremely wonderful at this moment. I fuck you, you evil and cunning Senju Tobirama. 1 TLBXH6. You, how could you do this? 1 TLBXH. Seeing Uchiha Izuna's expression change so quickly, Tobirama almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He put his hands together and said in a cheerful voice. Everyone, don't be polite to me. Come on, capture this guy alive. 1 TLBXH1. Uchiha Izuna suddenly rushed out, looking like he was tired of living, and took the initiative to send himself into their encirclement. 1 TLBXH. He won't be polite to Uchiha Izuna. When Uchiha Izuna heard Tobirama's voice, he was furious. Although Senju Tobirama's approach is very scientific and ninja-like, it is in line with the way people like them do things. But didn't you just clearly stop the others behind you, and also showed that you were going to fight him, Uchiha Izuna, one-on-one? 1 TLBXH. He was so happy that he thought you also wanted to fight him, Uchiha Izuna, in a one-on-one duel. 1 TLBXH. Really makes people speechless. 1 TLBXH. You are a naturally evil and cunning person from the Senju clan. 1 TLBXH. But do you think that all of you together can beat me? The footsteps that have already charged forward cannot be stopped so easily. Uchiha Izuna showed a desperate momentum. Even if I have to fight against multiple powerful genius ninjas of the Senju clan alone today, I must defeat them all. 1 TLBXH. Senju Tobirama continued to control the sea water to capture his body. Senju Momika is trying to use illusion to counter the power of his Mangeki Sharingan. The two younger brothers lowered their heads and launched attacks by observing each other's body movements. Lift your leg and kick open the Qian Shao tile room. The long sword in his hand was held horizontally in front of him, blocking the kunao of Senju Itama. The power of the pupils blossomed, and the illusion released by Senju Momika, who was following behind Senju Itama, was bounced back. The attack launched by Senju Momika, Senju Kama, and Senju Itama was instantly repelled. Even Dahua had a trace of blood flowing out of her mouth due to the rebound of the illusion. Got you. However, their delay also worked. When Uchiha Izuna had to spend a lot of energy, aiming at his two younger brothers and using his pupil power to rebound Dahua's illusion, Senju Tobirama also quietly approached him, opened his mouth, and stabbed the other person with a sharp water needle. Water escape, heaven's cry. On this vast ocean, Tobirama can move extremely quickly on the surface of the sea, and through the cover of the sea water, it is difficult for the other party to perceive his actions. Several water needles like silver needles were spit out from Tobirama's mouth at the same time as he launched a slash. Uchiha Izuna blocked Tobirama's slash, and when he saw the water needles, it seemed a little too late. At the last moment, it seemed as if it was about to be stabbed into Uchiha Izuna's left shoulder. Whose Mangeki Sharingan glared wide and twisted his body as hard as he could. 1 TLBXH. He didn't have time to twist his body away. At this moment, blood gushed out of Uchiha Izuna's Mangeki Sharingan. Amaterasu. 1 TLBXH4. Accompanied by Uchiha Izuna's low roar, the water needles flying in the air in front of him were instantly ignited by a black flame. The moment he felt that Uchiha Izuna's pupil power was not right, Senju Tobirama subconsciously stepped back to avoid it. At the same time, he controlled the sea water and quickly created a water clone between himself and Uchiha Izuna. Boom! 1 TLBXH. Looking at the water clone ignited by the black flame, Tobirama was a little stunned for a moment. One of your eye techniques is also Amaterasu? 1 TLBXH5. And the flames created by the Mangeki Sharingan's eye technique are really outrageous. This is a large amount of seawater under the influence of a little bit of water chakra, forming a water clone. This can also be completely ignited and burned. 1 TLBXH7. The retreating Tobirama continued to raise his hands upwards, using water chakra to control the large amount of seawater under his feet. Without time to catch his breath, Uchiha Izuna, who felt a pain in his eyes, jumped up again. He swung the sword in his hand and cut off the hand formed by the sea water that continued to grab him. As expected, he's praised by other ninjas as a formidable foe without any flaws. Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Izuna's reaction with a serious look. No wonder he was able to defeat so many powerful ninjas from other clans one by one. Possessing the excellent dynamic vision brought by the Mangeki Sharingan, coupled with the terrifying eye technique that can even burn seawater. Ordinary ninjas don't even have a chance to struggle in front of Uchiha Izuna. Under the siege of several of them, Uchiha Izuna, who had no chance to breathe, did not reveal any flaws, but blocked all their attacks. Crash! 1 TLBXH. Golden chains were released from behind Uzumaki Mito, tightly enveloping the surroundings and forming a huge barrier. The sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito, who had been doing this just now, finally joined the battle after confirming that Uchiha Izuna could not leave this area. 1 TLBXH. Ding ding. 1 TLBXH. The sword in the hands of Senju Tobirama, who also rushed over, entangled with Uchiha Izuna's weapon, making him fall into an even more tense situation. Knowing what kind of eye technique Amaterasu is, Senju Tobirama always has a water clone ready by his side to deal with the burning of such a terrible eye technique. He can also control the sea water at any time and use it to move his body quickly. And help the younger brother, Dahua, and sister-in-law who were targeted by Uchiha Izuna's eyes to leave the attack range of Uchiha Izuna's Amaterasu. Crash! 1 TLBXH. And Uzumaki Mito's diamond chain was like a poisonous snake, twisting its flexible body, constantly following Senju Tobirama and grabbing Uchiha Izuna. His two younger brothers, Senju Watama and Senju Utama, as well as Senju Momika, surrounded him again, cutting off his chance to catch his breath. The five of them are all powerful and talented ninjas. Even though Uchiha Izuna had already opened her Manjiki Sharingan and was able to use powerful eye techniques, she was quickly trapped in a desperate situation under such continuous attacks. Ah! I can't lose. 1 TLBXH5. Uchiha Izuna glanced in the direction of his elder brother Uchiha Madara. If I lose, if I am really caught by these guys who want to capture me alive. Because the eldest brother has fallen into a disadvantage, he will once again be forced to make the Uchiha clan pay a heavy price to redeem him. 1 TLBXH3. I won't fall here. The terrifying power of his pupils burst out from his eyes, and 2 lines of blood dripped from his eye sockets. Post views, 40. 055 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 055. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Sister-in-law Mito's diamond chain was getting closer and closer to Uchiha Izuna, and Tobirama's water hand was once again quietly grabbing his feet. The two brothers jumped into the air and slashed at his hands, trying to knock the sword out of his hand. And the shuriken thrown by Senju Momika from the dark. The 5 of them attacked, almost simultaneously hitting Uchiha Izuna. They were all prepared to completely deprive it of its combat effectiveness so that they could capture it alive. He found that he could no longer calmly deal with the siege of so many people. A terrifying deep purple power, a combination of chakra and pupil power, quietly bloomed in his body after Uchiha Izuna's eyes bled. Like a skeleton burning with flames, it suddenly expanded and stood up, wrapping Uchiha Izuna's body inside. The two brothers' weapons clanged against the incredibly solid half-body Susanoo defense. The immense force was repelled by the terrifying defensive ability, causing their knuckles to go numb and almost unable to hold their weapons. Dahua's shuriken was like an egg hitting a stone. Even with the addition of wind chakra's changes to the nature of it, it was unable to stir up even a splash on Susanoo, and it fell into the sea and disappeared without a trace. And Tobirama wanted to grab Izuna's water hand, but changed direction. The 2 giant hands leaped up, grabbed the bodies of the 2 younger brothers, and pulled them back, avoiding the counterattack launched by the half-body Susanoo with its hands swinging. Sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito's diamond chain was tightly wrapped around Uchiha Izuna's half-body Susanoo, which was much larger than theirs. She controlled the chains to entangle the massive body, but was unable to tighten them any further, tightening the restraint and seal. Really? If you had just been captured alive by us, you wouldn't be in so much trouble now. 17040B3. Tobirama looked at his bleeding eyes with a headache, covering one of his eye sockets with his right hand, but his expression gradually became unbridled and he began to laugh wildly at Uchiha Izuna. Activating Susanoo and developing the Mangeki Sharingan's even more powerful power, could it also have the side effect of making the Uchiha laugh like crazy? 17040B2. He looked in the direction of his elder brother. The battle between the monster of Big Brother and the monster of Uchiha Madara is also escalating. The sea was becoming increasingly stormy. The violent wind and waves brought huge patches of dark clouds, making the sky dark and filled with lightning and thunder, as terrible as the end of the world. Tobirama said to his brother. Dahua waved, signaling them to step back a little. Hashi hot mom. 17040B. Madara. 17040B. The physical confrontation has ended. After a round of fist fights and kicks, the two once again got to know each other's current physical strength. They also understood that if they continued like this, they would not be able to defeat the other party. Uchiha Madara glanced in Izuna's direction. My younger brother is now trapped in Uzumaki Mito's barrier. But he had already seen his brother Uchiha Izuna use the power of the Mangeki Sharingan and used Susanoo to counter it. In addition, with Senju Tobirama among his opponents, Uchiha Madara can hardly feel at ease. Madara! Are you here just to fight me? Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together, even though the sea surface where he was now was not suitable for using wood-release ninjutsu. Hearing Senju Hashirama's question, a smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. Wrong, I'm not here to fight you. It's just that ever since I lost to you last time, I've been feeling a bit unwilling. There are so many things I have to tell you in person, to let you know that I, Uchiha Madara, will never admit defeat. 17040B. Yes, I came here to fight you. Senju Hashirama, I now possess a strength that is no less than yours. 17040B2. You and me, Senju and Uchiha, there has to be a winner. 17040B. Uchiha Madara's eyes were also constantly releasing pupil power. Let's continue the match we didn't complete that night here. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but look up and take a look at the sky. The sky was pitch black with thunder and lightning, even darker and darker than the night itself. The ocean beneath our feet is countless times wider than the river we once knew. Even the people around them have changed a little. Izuna, Tobirama, and the two younger brothers' strengths have all been greatly improved. Myself and Madara have long since ceased to be the innocent couple full of hope for their shared dream. However, the two old fathers did not appear again. The only thing that remains unchanged is that Madara and himself still have to stand facing each other, swords pointed at each other. Do we have to continue fighting? Madara, now that you are the head of the Uchiha clan, my father will have to listen to my advice more. Perhaps, if the two of us just work hard and persuade our tribesmen a little more, we can calm down the conflict between our two tribes. Senju Hashirama looked at Madara in front of him and wanted to try harder. Madara looked at Hashirama at this moment, and saw that he still hadn't forgotten the dream they shared, and the soft spot in his heart was also touched. You said it very nicely, Senju Hashirama. 17040B. Great, Madara, I knew you and I have always had the same idea. 17040B. Hashirama was very excited. It would be great if he didn't have to fight Madara anymore. Who knew that the next moment, Madara would change the subject and block him back? Yes, but that's something I will only consider after you become the patriarch of the Senju clan and can truly make decisions for the Senju clan. 17040B3. Boom. 17040B. The expanded pupil power and the vast chakra combined together, interweaving little by little, generating a huge blue power in Uchiha Madara's body. The terrifying oppressive force stirred up the surrounding air, making it feel like there was nowhere to go, and people were running around frantically. The huge dark blue body grew taller and taller, and then it stomped its feet on the sea surface and sank deeply into the water below the knees. When Susanoo's massive body pressed down, it pushed a large amount of seawater outward, forming waves of raging seas. Even TOBIRAMA and his men in the distance were greatly affected. "Will you let me become the patriarch first?" Hashirama was stunned for a moment, feeling a little uncomfortable. Madara still didn't believe he had the ability to persuade his clan to join him in stopping the war between the two clans. Is it possible that even for the tribe leader, it is still difficult for the tribe members to do so? So, he doesn't believe what I say since I still don't have absolute say in the family, right? Closing his eyes in pain, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands together. Wood release, Woodman technique. 17040b. The solemn wooden figure stretched out its hand from the seabed beneath the water. A larger wave appeared on the sea surface and hit the Susanoo in front of it. Post views, 47. 056. My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 056. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The salty and humid sea breeze blew on their cheeks, but it could not extinguish the more passionate flames of battle between them. "I'm coming, Hassie hot mom. Come on, Madara." Susanoo slowly took a step forward, swinging his fists and violently colliding with the wooden man. The loud explosion-like sound echoed over the entire sea. The collision of terrible power between the huge wooden man and the tall Susanoo. This caused visible surging waves on the sea. When the two huge monsters took a step, the sea water was stirred up and waves surged rapidly, slamming fiercely in all directions. Crash! Everything on the ship in the distance was blown into a mess and toppled over. The people on the boat couldn't help but scream in terror. Because between the lightning and thunder, they witnessed a scene that was like a myth or legend. Gods with terrifying powers are fighting mercilessly. Their every move can affect large areas around them. The huge winds and waves they create by waving their arms can easily destroy and blow down human ships. The waves they stirred up were as terrifying as a natural disaster. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the two huge monsters on the dark sea surface, which would only appear clearly in their eyes from time to time under the illumination of lightning, seemed even more terrifying. Boom! The shock wave visible to the naked eye was like treating the sea surface as the ground, and it scraped off a layer of it. Under the terrifying pressure, a large amount of seawater was drained out to all directions. Countless fish were terrified and wanted to stay away from this area. At this moment, two monsters more terrifying than the giants in the sea are fighting. The instinct of life makes them know that they must get away from this place as soon as possible. Hassie hot mom. Madara. Finally, I can have a good fight with you. The vast deep blue chakra condensed in his hand, forming an extremely huge and sharp 40-meter-long sword. Susanoo brandished the huge sword, tearing through the air, and slashed hard at Hashirama Senju and his wooden man. What is that? The sharp blade light cut across the sky. In the sky covered by rolling dark clouds, a huge and deep crack appeared in people's sight little by little along with the movement of Susanoo. The rare sunlight poured down from the gap in the sky, shining on Uchiha Madara and his Susanoo. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was bathed in brilliant light. His huge Susanoo is also like a god, full of divine brilliance. And opposite him, Hashirama Senju and his wooden man, surrounded by dark clouds and the dazzling light, looked a bit dark and eerie against the backdrop of the even more sacred Susanoo. Hasik hot mom. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly and vented his power on Hashirama Senju in front of him. Madara. The eldest brother Hashirama stood on top of the wooden man, shouted loudly, then controlled the wooden man and raised his hands. Bang! The huge wooden man, at this moment, showed a flexibility that was inconsistent with his huge size. The extremely heavy hands, steadily in mid-air, slapped the big sword that Susanoo chopped down. However, the opponent's enormous strength still caused the eldest brother Hashirama and his wooden man to sink heavily. Bang! Kneeling on one knee on the seabed. The huge power of Susanoo inevitably caused the wooden man to sink a lot. The continuous surging waves kept shaking the sea surface, and Uchiha Izuna and others were inevitably greatly affected. Is that Big Brother's strength? I'm still far from it. Looking at the half-body Susanoo that he had barely opened, it made his eyes hurt and bleed profusely. Looking at the eldest brother, he can already use Susanoo, which is even more powerful and perfect than Hashirama Senju. This is the true power of our Uchiha clan. You can't defeat me. The strength displayed by his elder brother Uchiha Madara gave Uchiha Izuna great confidence. Turning around, he faced Senju Tobirama, who was staring at him hungrily, the guys behind him, and the unexpectedly difficult Uzumaki Mito. Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but reveal a trace of pity. It's your fault that you don't have Sharingan. Wow! Wow! At this moment, there was an extremely abnormal sound of water flow under the surrounding sea surface, which made Uchiha Izuna feel a little uneasy. This sound is somewhat unusual. It actually made Uchiha Izuna feel a little uneasy. How is that possible? He has already used Susanoo. Even if it is just a half-body Susanoo, it is definitely not an absolute defense that they can break through. Wow! Wow! The sound of flowing water became more and more turbulent, and Uchiha Izuna's Manjiki Sharingan could not help but look nervously towards the bottom of the sea and Senju Tobirama. What is going on? Wow! Wow! This guy, Senju Tobirama, is definitely brewing some terrible technique. Wow! Wow! Under the control of Senju Tobirama, a large amount of water was flowing and swirling wildly in the sea water under Uchiha Izuna's feet. Water style. What is this kind of power? The rushing water flowed in the sea water under Uchiha Izuna's feet, making him feel more and more dangerous and terrifying. And within the barrier created by Uzumaki Mito, the half-body Susanoo that could not fly seemed unable to give Uchiha Izuna any more sense of security. In just a moment, Senju Tobirama seemed like a different person, his aura was completely different. And he felt the sea water under his feet, so uneasy, so excited. Water escape, multiple hard vortex water blades. A water gun suddenly emerged from the sea water under Uchiha Izuna's feet. On the javelin made of water, there are intertwined streams of water, which are constantly rotating at high speed. The gun tip with such strong penetrating power suddenly pierced Uchiha Izuna's half-body Susanoo, making an astonishing friction and drilling sound. Sizzle! Uchiha Izuna's Manjiki Sharingan could even see Senju Tobirama's water-style ninjutsu, and an extremely bright flame emerged from his half-body Susanoo. Fortunately, Susanoo's power is an absolute defense that no one except Hashirama Senju can break. Click, click, click. Post views, 41. 057 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 057. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The sound of shattering was heard as the drill bit penetrated the half-body of Susanoo with all its might. Impossible. Seeing that half of the Susanoo showed signs of cracking, he couldn't believe his eyes. How come this guy's water-style ninjutsu has such strong penetrating power? Uchiha Izuna, who felt something was wrong, controlled Susanoo, swung the long sword tightly held in both hands, and suddenly cut off the water gun. Boom boom boom. One water gun was cut off, and then 7 or 8 water guns emerged from all directions in the sea water under the feet of the half-body Susanoo, and stabbed the half-body Susanoo fiercely. The half-body Susanoo raised his hands high and waved the chakra sword continuously. The terrifying sword energy spread across the sea, tearing the sea and the sky apart. Click, 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 click. Dense cracks began to appear above Susanoo and spread everywhere. This kind of water escape. It's simply unheard of. Uchiha Izuna, who was busy cutting off these water-style javelins, couldn't help but look up and look at Senju Tobirama. What's going on with this guy? Most other water-style ninjas create enormous amounts of water to attack their opponents. But why does this guy's water-based ninjutsu have such terrifying penetrating and killing power? This kind of water escape technique is probably the kind of power that can only be possessed by the extremely difficult to learn S-level water escape technique. Just as he looked at Senju Tobirama, wanting to swing his sword at him from a distance to interrupt Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu. Boom! An extremely thick and hard water gun emerged from the sea surface behind Uchiha Izuna, pointing directly behind Uchiha Izuna. Snap! Susanoo, which was under continuous attack, was hit with a hole for the first time. Although most of the water gun's power was blocked by Susanoo's defensive ability. However, a large amount of water was sprayed out from the tip of the water gun that had drilled in, pointing directly at Uchiha Izuna, who was inside Susanoo and had no time to dodge. Uchiha Izuna shuddered violently. Such cold, salty and wet sea water. Damn it, Senju Tobirama, you bastard, did you do this on purpose? Uchiha Izuna, whose back was completely wet, didn't care about feeling the discomfort behind him. Damn it, I have to hold on. He struggled hard to control his body, using chakra and eye power to maintain Susanoo and keep it stable. However, under the continuous attack of Senju Tobirama's water-style jutsu, his Susanoo cracked more and more, faster and faster. This was the result of Senju Tobirama standing in the distance and remotely controlling the sea water to form such a multiple water gun attack. If he used his own hands to control these ninjutsu more precisely, his Susanoo would probably be destroyed faster and more thoroughly. Just as Uchiha Izuna was thinking hard and looking around with red eyes about how to leave. Finally, the water gun created by Tobirama poked a hole in the half-body of Susanoo that had been repaired by the power of the eyes. Immediately afterwards, the second, third, and fourth holes opened one after another. 7 or 8 water guns pierced into Susanoo's body at the same time, and were about to cross Uchiha Izuna from bottom to top. No! Susanoo was about to be broken by Senju Tobirama's powerful water-style ninjutsu. I can't stay here any longer. If I lose here, my elder brother, who finally has the strength to fight against Hashirama Senju, will lose to him humiliatingly because of me. Uchiha Izuna, with red eyes, put aside all other strange feelings for the sake of his elder brother, and more blood dripped from his eyes. Then, Susanoo's body swelled violently under the explosion of pupil power. He broke free from the chains of his sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito that were wrapped around him a little wider. Uchiha Izuna found the gap, crawled out from the Susanoo that was about to break, and jumped out immediately. After that, 7 or 8 huge water tornadoes swirled inside Susanoo's body, completely crushing it. Izuna. Uchiha Madara was shocked and frightened when he found out that his brother was in a bad condition. He burst into terrible rage and wanted to rush to his brother Uchiha Izuna as soon as possible. When Hashirama Senju saw Madara's extremely concerned look, he was moved for a moment. He really loved his brother as deeply as he did. Fortunately, Izuna did not die. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to imagine what Madara would become after losing his only brother. From now on, it will probably be difficult for the two to have a chance to reconcile and they will completely become strangers. Your brother is really good at what he does, Senju Hashirama. Seeing that half of Izuna's Susanoo was destroyed by Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, although Susanoo was destroyed, Izuna was not killed at this moment. While the two brothers were fighting more fiercely, Uchiha Izuna ran all the way to the edge of the barrier. Bang! Whether it is physical attack or sword, it is difficult to destroy the barrier created by Uzumaki Mito in front of him. Ignoring the pain in his eyes, Uchiha Izuna could only use the Manjiki Sharingan's eye technique Amaterasu again to ignite the edge of the barrier. Uzumaki Mito was unable to stop Amaterasu from burning immediately and could only watch Uchiha Izuna escape from the burned barrier. She was too late, so when Uchiha Izuna used his eye technique, she used sealing technique to seal all the terrible flames. Senju Tobirama chased Uchiha Izuna all the way to the coast, feeling helpless. He had wanted to capture this guy alive. But unfortunately, after this guy's eye technique Amaterasu appeared, he felt that he had no chance. This time, Uchiha Izuna stood on the shore and refused to stand on the sea and continue fighting with Senju Tobirama. One of the two people stood on land, and the other stood on the water, staring at each other. Now, they are not completely sure that they can capture the other party alive. But at least, Tobirama now looks much calmer than Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna, whose back was completely wet by the salty sea water, felt a burning sensation on his face when he thought of his previous actions. He underestimated Senju Tobirama's fighting ability on the sea. After activating Susanoo, his self-confidence inflated again. He felt that it was an absolute defense that could not be broken by any enemy other than Hashirama Senju. As a result, he was pierced through by Senju Tobirama's powerful water technique. In fact, this is nothing, but it just so happened that after using Susanoo, he let out such a wild and arrogant laugh. This will definitely be remembered by the enemy for the rest of their lives. The damn Senju Tobirama made Uchiha Izuna feel like he had lost all his face for the rest of his life today. Damn it, this is all the fault of you bastard, Senju Tobirama. Post views, 39. 058 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 058. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. If you really act like you did before, you should fight him one-on-one. No matter how powerful your water escape technique is, it is impossible for Uchiha Izuna to make a strategic retreat now. 1 TLBXH. Hashi Hot Mom, 1 TLBXH. Madara. Just when Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna were provoking each other with their eyes, "Come here!" The shouts of the two elder brothers became more and more passionate. At this moment, seeing his brother escape safely, Uchiha Madara no longer had any worries. In the eyes of both of them, it seems that only each other exists. They are exerting all their strength and fighting desperately. Through the collision and confrontation of Chakra, I understand that each other's dreams have never changed. He is still the same person I knew back then. This horrific battle lasted for a whole day under the watchful eyes of Tobirama and others. It wasn't until the eldest brother and the others were exhausted that they slowly stopped. However, at this moment, the coastal area of the sea has completely changed under the release of the power of the two people. Hashirama, ha 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 ha, you really are very strong. Ban, you're not bad either. The two men, who admired each other, gave up the idea of continuing to fight after recognizing each other's strength, and returned to their loved ones in a somewhat exhausted state. The two sides stood in a standoff for a while, knowing that today's battle was over, and finally dispersed and left from both sides. It's amazing. Is this the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan? Obviously, they were still so much behind Big Brother before, but unexpectedly, 1 TLBXH. On the way home, the two younger brothers hesitated to speak. The transformation from the 3 Megatama Sharingan to the Mangeki Sharingan has brought about a huge qualitative change in the strength of the Uchiha clan. Yes, the strength of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna is completely different from that of ordinary Uchiha clan members. If they add another member with the Mangeki Sharingan, we will be in a passive position. 1 TLBXH1. Senju Momika and Uzumaki Mito also agree with this. Hearing their conversation, Senju Hashirama frowned. There is no doubt that if the clan members want to continue to fight against the Uchiha who is inspired by the power of Madara and Izuna's Mangeki Sharingan, then the casualties will inevitably increase. This forced him to reconsider the possibility of him leading the Senju clan to make peace with Madara if he became the clan leader. The battles between me and Madara, and between Tobirama and Izumi, will only make the battles between the two sides more intense. Back at the family, the eldest brother, Hashirama, still seemed a little depressed. And his father, Qian Shaofujian, quickly learned from them what they had experienced on the road. When he learned that Uchiha Madara already had enough power to fight against his elder brother Senju Hashirama, and after the two of them fought to a standstill, they couldn't help but frown. The Uchiha clan is really too tenacious. Even though Hashirama already possesses such power, they just happen to have another Uchiha Madara. Then Tobirama, do you think you have a chance of winning against Uchiha Izuna? Faced with his father's question, Senju Tobirama pondered for a while. Although Uchiha Izuna is not as good as Uchiha Madara in developing the Mangekyou Sharingan, and cannot use the same powerful power as Uchiha Madara. However, it is no longer something that ordinary ninjas can resist. In the previous battle, I had the upper hand at sea. Although now, I have gained a better understanding of the changes in the nature and form of water chakra. However, if we were in a place with less water, it would be hard to tell who would win between us. 1 TLBXH. Hearing Tobirama's words, Buddha felt a little uncomfortable. He doesn't like this stalemate. It was so hard that he finally managed to surpass his old rival Uchiha Tajima. You guys go and have a good rest. Let them rest after a long journey. Senju Butsuma didn't notice that the look in his eldest son Hashirama's eyes when he looked at him became a little strange again. Hashirama and his companions brought back a lot of sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan, which can be taught to more clan members. This is good news. The bad news is that the power of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna has been further confirmed, and they have both opened the Mangekyou Sharingan. And they can all burst out with extremely powerful pupil power, using terrifying pupil techniques to fight against Hashirama and Tobirama. Uchiha Madara is once again on par with the stupid kid Hashirama, and Uchiha Izuna's strength is also quite amazing. That terrifying black flame that can burn everything sounds really scary. However, what comforted him was that the water escape power of the door in the sea had been terribly improved. The opponent's incomplete half-body Susanoo was actually crushed by him directly. If you think about it this way, in the land of fire, there are many rivers that are quite dense and the water resources are relatively abundant. Perhaps if we want to fight against the Uchiha clan in the future, we need to take this into consideration and greatly improve Tobirama's strength to suppress Uchiha Izuna. When Senju Fushima was thinking about something, his eldest son Senju Hashirama suddenly returned and came to him. "Father, I have something to say to you." "What's wrong, Hashirama?" Seeing the strange expression on his eldest son's face, Jian Shaofujian didn't care. It's not surprising that the eldest son, Senju Hashirama, often behaves strangely. Sometimes a child in the family can make him depressed for a long time, and sometimes when others feel very unhappy, he can make him laugh non-stop. Sometimes, he can do things that others find unreasonable, and he is very, very stubborn and insists on doing them. Actually, when Madara came to fight me this time, I had a chat with him. 1 TLBXH. The corners of Jian Shao Buddha's mouth twitched. You also chatted with Uchiha Madara for a while, and in front of him, you called Uchiha Madara Madara, was it so intimate? 1 TLBXH. Really? After all these years, you still consider Uchiha Madara as a friend? I felt a little uncomfortable, but I had long been familiar with the Senju Butsukan, so I didn't have any opinions about it. What did you talk about? We talked about our childhood dreams together. Father, Madara hasn't forgotten. He hasn't forgotten that he wants to work with me to build a peaceful village where children no longer have to go to the battlefield at such a young age. Seeing the hopeful light rising in Hashirama's eyes, Senju Butsuma was also deeply shocked for a moment. After all these years, he still holds on to this beautiful vision and expectation. Has he not forgotten his original childhood dream? 1 TLBXH5. Some were surprised that Hashirama still maintained this innocent heart, but Senju Butsukan was a little worried. Hashirama is too persistent. 1 TLBXH29. Post views, 43. 059 My second brother Tobirama is invincible. Chapter 059. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Perhaps, in the future, the idea of building a village and allowing it to protect children will become an even more obsessive obsession. Even in order to fulfill this obsession, he would do some extreme things, which is unknown. Do you still think that's something that can be done? After all these years, I still believe we can do it, father. Just because this thing is too painful and hopeless, if we don't do it, that would be the real despair. Father, Madara is now the head of the Uchiha clan, and he can represent the will of most of the Uchiha clan. I think. 1 TLBXH. Senju Hashirama suddenly felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, he really wanted to be the clan leader. Only the patriarch has the right to decide the future direction of the family. It is impossible to make everyone and my father agree with my ideas just by persuasion. Senju Buddha's eyes widened. What are you thinking? You also want to become the clan leader, and then move towards your dreams with Uchiha Madara, the one you've been thinking about? 1 TLBXH. Oh no, oh no. Just as the thousand-armed Buddha and the thousand-armed Hashirama were staring at each other. I am embarrassed to say that I hope my father can understand me directly. One is waiting for the other to speak out, so that he can see how bold his eldest son has become. My younger brother rushed in. Oh no, big brother, something's wrong with father's sister-in-law. She was vomiting violently just now, and nothing we do can stop her. 1 TLBXH. What? When Senju Hashirama heard this, he hurriedly followed his brother Kawurama and ran out. And Senju Buddha followed behind the two of them with a strange look on his face, walking towards where Uzumaki Mito was now. Vomiting a lot? This, I am afraid it is not a problem with the body. 1 TLBXH. But, 1 TLBXH. Hey! 1 TLBXH. Senju Butsukan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wataru came out and stopped the awkward conversation between him and Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, if he really heard his eldest son say such words, he would still feel very uncomfortable and painful. However, perhaps this has something to do with the fact that I always refuse to listen to Hashirama's advice. Thousand Hands Buddha slowly walked behind the children running in front and began to reflect on himself. He has been working hard for the strength of his family all his life, and because of his childhood education and the various things he encountered, he seems a little, 1 TLBXH. Well, as the kids say behind my back, stubborn and traditional. It's just that, Hashirama. I, the thousand-handed Buddha, once had brothers and siblings. I still can't forget them, they died one by one, and I could only write their names in front of the tombstone. So many years have passed, even though my heart has long been numb due to countless battles and countless lives lost. But, as long as you mentioned that you wanted to make peace with our former enemy. In my thousand-handed Buddha hall, I will still think of my lost brothers and sisters, and the unspeakable pain and heaviness. Even he, who has become numb, cannot imagine forgiving his enemies, or even living with them and building a village together. Hashirama, your dream is a little too difficult. Mito, are you okay? When Hashirama Senju saw his wife Uzumaki Mito, her face was a little pale and she seemed to be a little uncomfortable. It's okay, husband. It might be because I haven't been on a boat for a long time. The food on the way home was too spicy, which made me feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. 1 TLBXH. Seeing her husband come to care about her first time, Uzumaki Mito felt sweet in her heart. When the family's medical ninja arrived, the situation became even more bizarre. To be honest, Mito-sama is in good health and has no problems. Really? Is it really just a stomachache? Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Mito in front of him with some worry. His wife's most painful time was usually the first day when her older relatives came. With her physical condition, she can become lively and energetic again the next day and play around everywhere. However, this time, my wife Mito's face turned pale. This was something that even her older relatives had never done. Well, I think so. I just need to take a rest. Just when everyone was confused, Tobirama's face, like his father Fukuma's, became much weirder. Well, is it possible that my sister-in-law is actually pregnant? 1 TLBXH1. As soon as TOBIRAMA finished speaking, the people present instantly became quiet. Sister-in-law Uzumaki Mito looked at Senju TOBIRAMA with sparkling eyes. At this moment, she felt for the first time that Hashirama's younger brother was not bad, unlike before when she would grit her teeth whenever she mentioned his name. It's decided. On my Uzumaki Mito's enemy list, there is only Uchiha Madara, not Senju TOBIRAMA. Really? Second brother, do you know anything about this? The two younger brothers wanted to say something, but their old father slammed them down with a slam from his thousand hands Buddha. If you can't speak, just shut up, you two idiots. 1 TLBXH. Mito, this, 1 TLBXH. Senju Hashirama looked at his wife, then at TOBIRAMA, and then at his wife's belly. The surprise on his face was beyond words. Wow, yes, it's possible. The medical ninja who had just been using medical ninjutsu to check Uzumaki Mito for any hidden injuries also showed a hint of surprise on his face. Oh my god, why am I so stupid? Mito-sama is so healthy, but she still likes to vomit. If that's not pregnancy, then what is it? 1 TLBXH. After careful confirmation again, the medical ninja happily told everyone who was anxiously waiting. Oh. I'm going to have a little nephew. 1 TLBXH. Stupid, it could be a little niece. The two younger brothers cheered and even excitedly discussed what name their nephew or niece should be called. TOBIRAMA was speechless. What a fool you are! You two are starting to share this kind of thing with your elder brother and his wife. A rare smile appeared on the face of the thousand-handed Buddha. Regardless of what Hashirama thought, the life of the Senju clan was once again continued and passed on. The birth of a new life always brings a touch of joy to this family in this cruel era. Especially when a talented ninja like Senju Hashirama has a child, it will make more people in the clan believe that the Senju clan has an unparalleled vitality. More new lives will continue to pass on the beliefs and will of the tribe members. He couldn't help but look up and look at the only experienced person behind him, his old father, Jian Shaofujian. Father, I'm going to be a son, Mito, I'm going to be a son. 1 TLBXH30. The older brother was so excited that he was a little incoherent. Post views, 44.